Who's awake? Who is awake? Are you awake? I just woke up, so me. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. Awake is a relative term. Yeah, well, welcome to the Starship Integrated Flight Test, attempt number 2. I am Eric Johnson, your host, and I will be the conductor on this train for the next 8 hours. Excuse me for a second. All aboard! It's okay. It's okay. It's sugar-free. It's okay. 7 hours of waiting for a scrub. That's the business. That's okay. I got my Slim Jims for the road, king-sized. Got lots of beef jerky. Got lots of energy drinks. It's dark out, and we're wearing sunglasses. Excuse me. One hop. Here, let's go take a look-see and see what Starbase Live is up to. Whoop. Okay, so the road is closed here. You think today is the day? I think SpaceX will try as hard as they can to get that thing off the ground. After 3 days, complaining about sleep schedule. Here we go again. Looks a little foggy. Yeah, a little froggy down there. A little froggy. But you can see Ship 24 in Booter 7 here. Ready to go. They only got a 62-minute window, though. Oh, okay. That changes a lot. Oh, heck. They're in Texas. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's what's good. I thought it was going to be an orbital flight. It is going to be an orbital. Well, it's basically orbital. Starship is set to get into a low Earth orbit parking orbit. And then after that, it right when it circularizes, a couple of minutes later, it'll vent whatever tanks left over. Whatever's left in its prop tanks that isn't required for the header tanks. For balance during re-entry. And that tank vent will put it back on a suborbital trajectory, and it should come down over Hawaii somewhere, if it makes it that far. Is that 7 hours or 7 minutes? 7 hours. You're 7 hour 14. All right, keep me sane while I try to code some AI stuff. I hate coding anything AI, okay? Good news. Good news, everyone. All systems are currently green for launch. That was posted by the meme lord himself 2 hours ago. Literally 2 hours ago. All right. We'll see where it takes us. My brother and Jeb, why are you awake? Because I like to party. SpaceX be lit, fam. Indeed. Spartan, another late night. Yep. Another late night.
Go and throttle up.
Me and Papa Shark at the sign. Oh, there you go. That's cool, man. That's a good picture. That's cool. 7 hours of commercial-free football starting now. Oh, no, this is even better. Yeah, there you go. Elon probably scrubbed the first launch so he can make history on 420. Yeah, maybe. Thanks for streaming this once again. No problem, Moonbug. Funny how Starship had similar issues to what NASA had with, let me remind you, hydrogen. Anytime you're dealing with fully cryogenic propellants, stuck valves are kind of part and parcel. That happens. He'd be so surprised that we could get that close, far from the Apollo days he was around for. There you go, Grab. Oh, that's cool, man. I'm glad you could spend time with your dad. That's legit. I don't use this very often, but that is based as frick. Good for you. I love hanging with my dad, man. It's like one of my favorite things to do. Seriously. Friends? No. Dad, though. Yeah. Chief, what's going on? Star-based. So what fuel does Falcon 9 run? I actually don't know. Liquid oxygen and kerosene. Well, RP1, which is a highly refined version of kerosene. You could just call it kerosene, though. So it's going to be above atmosphere anyway. Artsy, she's going into space. Well, hopefully. It's going to try to get near space. So the stuff that blows up like every other fuel. Yeah. Gonna try to sleep and fail miserably. Have a good stream. Grab Shark, it's not gonna happen. You and I both know it's not gonna happen. You're going to be sitting there for 3 to 4 hours, scrolling through Twitter looking for Starship updates, right? And then you're finally going to get sleepy, maybe 3 hours from now. And you're going to end up getting a couple hours of sleep because you're going to be so worried you're going to be oversleeping Starship that you're going to wake up anyway. And you'll probably get up at 5 in the morning, 6 in the morning, something like that. And then you'll sit in bed just making sure your alarms are set until it's time to go. Cumulatively, you'll probably have gotten about an hour and 15 minutes of sleep. Takes one to know one. It's true. They shunned him for telling the truth. Have I gotten sleep? Nah. No, but I don't lie to myself either. I know from experience, dude, if you know what I mean. Funny to watch your stream in the morning. Do you want me to stop? I can... I hate how correct that was. Second attempt, Sean. Indeed. Knowing you, you won't wake up in time. Oh, it's Thomas with the chair! It's Thomas with the chair! I want to sleep now. I think it's a good time. I think it's a good time to stay awake for 7 hours. Yep. Art, yep. Glad I have something to listen to on my lift. This is hype. Okay, this is epic. This is epic. Funny but great, don't stop. Oh, okay, cool. Epid. Okay, this is typos. Someone try to tell me how the words stuck valve my butt are wrong. Well, a valve probably didn't get stuck in your butt, caveman. It probably got stuck on the cryogenic fueling system for Starship. Considering they were working on the quick disconnect all day, they probably did indeed have a stuck valve, and that stuck valve is in fact not in your butt. J-Speed, what's going on? Works graveyard, so this is your normal sleep schedule. Yeah. Useful info. Thanks. But also, I'm not going to say you're wrong either. I just hope the weather holds up, guys. That's kind of what I'm worried about. They're going to really want ideal conditions for Starship. They're going to want ideal. Is this considered after hours? PG-13. We'll go with PG-13, okay? I drive a truck. I don't have a sleep schedule. Yes. Bumhole. Yep. This Dallas versus Minnesota game is getting ultra chippy. 6 misconducts in the last 3 minutes. Yeah, but who cares about the Stars? No one cares about the Stars. You staying awake for all this time? Kalkoen Besterstad. Brood Rosterstad. Yes, I am. What's concerning about the weather? SpaceX has just basically said that the weather is kind of keeping an eye on it, dude. I'm not exactly sure what it is. If I had to guess, it's probably winds. So you want to talk Bruins and Panthers then? Oh, there's nothing to say. We got utterly dismantled. It was pretty embarrassing. Yeah, it's pretty embarrassing to watch. I stayed up for that whole damn thing. It was, yeah, that was pretty bad. They also worked on the hydraulic power units, but instead of removing the covers, they cut holes in them, and they were welding those shut 17 hours before flight. Nice. Go Cats. This should be a good series. Wait, Panther fans exist? Bonjour, Spaceship. Comment ça va? Are you staying up for the launch? Oui. Yes, hello, I am a Panther. Really? Really? Huh. Alright. Don't do me like that! I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. Dude, we got dismantled. It was bad. That was, dude, what? We were doing okay until the third period, and then they just decided, meh. I think the Bruins might have that neurovirus, dude. It's basically stomach flu. And I'll tell you, if that is similar to the stomach flu I got about a month ago, I'm amazed they weren't puking all over the freaking ice, dude. I'm amazed. But let's hope that that's what's going on, and not that we actually completely suck. Like, yep. Got your snacks? I do, Skater. Yep. Morning Antares? Yep. Interested for you to read my last. If it's completely fogged but flight worthy, do you think they'll still go for it or scrub for PR on a good day? Finnish Panther fan here because Barkov. Have a pivy. Terve. Yeah, you weren't expecting that. Ark, I think they'll send it. They'll send it if the conditions are good enough. Terve. My guy. I think they'll send it. Yeah, terve. All right, where my Finnish bros at? So both Super Heavy and Starship will land in the ocean. Yes. The first stage will do a boost back and landing maneuver, but the landing will be about 20 miles that way. It will land about 20 miles or, well, what's 20 miles? Like 30 kilometers offshore. And it will stop above the water and then plunge into the water, right? And then if it'll tip over a little bit after that, and then they'll open up the tank vents and intentionally sink the booster. After that, Ship 24, if it makes it past staging, past orbit, it'll do about a 6 minute and 30-second burn, give or take. It will circularize, and then they will vent any remaining propellant that's not required for balance during re-entry. And then SpaceX will attempt an entry and descent. They will attempt it. Notice I said entry descent and not that landing part. Because Ship 24 will basically, if it makes it that far, it will belly flop out into the Pacific testing range about 100 miles and change north of Hawaii. The booster will boost back, Sadie, yep, but it'll land out in the ocean. Aumenta. Yeah, aumenta. When you fully upgrade your starter card. That's an Isetta with a deuce attached to it, but all right, cool. Will we see the landing of the booster? It really depends, dude. It really depends. Depends on how far it makes it, guys. Honestly, I will consider this an absolute win if it clears the tower. That is like an absolute win. Everything else from there is playing with house money. Now, why do I think that? And keep in mind, this is kind of based off of what I heard Elon say. I mean, I'm pretty sure the chief engineer knows what he's talking about when it comes to this. But the reason why I think it's playing with house money is because I think SpaceX has gotten to the point where this booster and this ship are completely outdated. Think about it. Why would they expend it? Why wouldn't they try to get it back? This booster is completely outdated. We know that newer boosters have, for instance, electric thrust vector control, not hydraulic, simplifying the booster system. Meaning they're struggling with a system, because we did see them work on the HPU today. They're struggling with a system that is outdated already. And we know that Ship 24 is outdated because they taped up the Pez dispenser on board. So we'll see what happens. Yeah, Ark, I knew that. Yep. Interesting. DAS doesn't have buoy cams? I don't think so. So if everything goes according to plan, it won't launch till like 7 hours from now. There's no possibility of launching sooner. No. 7 hours on the dot. That is your T0. What I will do here is actually switch over to the NSF cast. If this thing takes off here, dudes, and this footage is brought to you by our buddies over at NASA Spaceflight, go over there, super chat, buy some of their merch. They allow me to restream it here officially now, and I am an official contributor for them now too, which is actually pretty cool. That's pretty neat. If you didn't know that. Yep. The rate with which equipment gets outdated is unbelievable. That's iterative design. So, fellas, we're at T-minus 7 hours. If this rocket takes off, even though takeoff thrust will be at about 90% throttle, this booster will be, by a good margin, the most powerful thing ever flown. Ever. Takeoff thrust for Super Heavy, even with 33 engines at only 90% power, is still 15 million pounds of thrust. Give or take. Each Raptor produces about 500,000 pounds of thrust at full throttle. 33 engines are going to be at 90%, giving us about 15 million pounds of thrust. That is by far and away, by a pretty significant margin, actually about a 33% margin, repeating, of course, more powerful than the most powerful rocket previously flown to ever lift off of a pad but not get very far. That would be the Soviet N-1, which had 30 NK-15 engines, producing about 10 million pounds of thrust. That's more powerful than the 7.5 million pounds from the Saturn V. This pretty much 7 million pounds from the Space Shuttle, give or take. Actually, it's more like 6.5, somewhere in there. Or the 8.8 million pounds of thrust from SLS. If Super Heavy does launch, it will have eclipsed the most powerful rocket record for operational status right now, which was broken by SLS on the Artemis 1 mission 6 months ago with 8.8 million pounds of thrust. This thing will just about double that. So you can see why I'm staking the tent here, sitting back and relax. I don't want to miss any of this, and neither should you. Because if this thing flies, oh man, is it going to be a good day. Oh man, is it going to be a good day. What do you think the orbit for this Starship mission... What do you think that the orbit for the Starship mission call a semi-orbit? Excuse me for a second. How much thrust from the Saturn V? About 7.5 million pounds of thrust, Jim. Or in metric, that's about 35,000 kilonewtons. Yeah, this thing produces 70,000 kilonewtons of thrust at full power. This one is looking at about 68,000 at liftoff, give or take. Yeah, 68 meganewtons. Rocket? Wait, what is this?
Trying to manage your money so you can save up for that dream vacation to Texas. That's where Rocket Money comes in. Rocket Money is an all-in-one finance platform that helps you to save more and spend less. The personal finance manager can help you manage and potentially even save you.
Okay, we're muting that. Snake, good luck today, buddy. You got this. Cheers. How you feeling, dude? Feeling good? I'm feeling good. Grift stream. Is it really? Is he still going with that ad?
And counting.
Right, still going with that
ad.
It's
also available on iOS. And
you don't start until May. Spiritually, good luck. You didn't tell me that part, and now this is weird. Thanks. Brandon, what's going on, man? Hey, thanks for the subs the other day. I do appreciate it, man. Thank you for all the support. I really, really can't thank you enough. And that goes for everybody else. Freaking Dean came in here and just dropped 50 like no big deal. And he's like, EJ's the Rocket Man. I'm like, you're way cooler than me, guy. Hi. Indeed, if you're watching, hi. You're way cooler than me. I climbed like a 300-meter mountain once. So there. He just climbed like the tallest one in the world. Anyway. But yeah, I'm excited. Can't believe I'm getting a chance to work on that boost this summer. Yeah, man. Gonna be a good time. Metric or imperial? Metric or imperial what? I've summited Mount Washington, but it was on a train. Yeah, well, Spotship, je suis bibliothèque. Ha 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 ha! Ah. Why, imperial meters, of course. To meters. Of course, dude, all the love. Thanks for all you do and all you teach. Definitely one of the best streamers. Thanks, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Kilofeet is the one true scale. Base 10 imperial. Je suis au travel?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Qu'est-ce que c'est ça? Qu'est-ce que c'est travel? No, work. I always appreciate the coverage. You are not work. Okay. Do you think Starhopper is immortal enough to survive Starship? Yeah, it'll be fine. Yep. Personal business in Detroit or business? Personal 619. Doing it again, huh? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Can we just, like, take 24 and put it on the ground? No, you don't want that piece of junk. Just stick to finish. Fred's doesn't fit in your mouth very well. Merci beaucoup. Merde face. What time are we going up? 6 hours and 52 minutes, Darby. Chat was pissed and they aborted sequel. Dude, I will say, when John Innsbrucker announced the scrub on Monday, I have never seen chat move that fast with such disdain. No! I'm just like, I can't read any of that. All right. All right. Yeah, Delmuka, that was a good time. That's gate D1. I don't know if you guys knew that. You know how I can tell? It says it right there. But if there's strobes, I wonder if somebody's there. This is you today. Beware, it's loud. Okay, I'm really happy that I shut the sound off for you guys for that. Yep. Did you watch the solar eclipse today? If by solar eclipse you mean watching my Bruins get annihilated by a big cat on a hockey rink, yes. Yes, I did watch that. No, I didn't. I had it on in the background, dudes. I was watching the Coupe de Stanley. Chat was displeased. Yep. Morning from Sweden. Hey, though. Hey. Did you also know that's private property? I don't think your head is on. Snake. Let's be real. I could probably swing it. Anybody else in here? Probably not. I could probably swing it. I know people. Okay. But I ain't gonna do that. All right. With great power comes great responsable. Okay. Uncle Ben said that. He makes rice. I watched the game rough. My poor Flyers are in rebuild mode for the next few years. Can't wait for the young talent. Yep. But you know you want to. Oh, of course. Oh, that's sweet. Artsy. Cool. You have a giant cat in your pants? Tango un gato los pantalones. Like, what time is fueling? About 5 hours, give or take. So I plan to watch the game this afternoon in Italy. I think I won't do it. I'm a Bruins fan. Dude. Don't. Okay. Marco, I will spare you the pain. Don't watch the third period. Just watch it up to the second. Watch it up to the second intermission, and then shut the game off. Okay? It is a very fast fueling. Yeah. Sadovalicia. Yeah. Dude, it's very quickly. Kate said how fast it was. I think it was something absurd, like 100 kilos a second or something. It was something ridiculous that she said. I didn't hear what she said. I was talking. It's very quick. Very quick. That's 220 pounds of fuel per second. That's really fast. Yeah, PBR, I did see that. I did. Yeah, playoff hockey is fantastic. Oh, it's the best, Brendan. It's the best. I see that the Kings lost. Edmonton beat them, which, good. Sabres are going to fall to another team after they eliminate the Bruins. The Kraken and the Lightning are going to be the Stanley Cup teams. The Kraken will win. The Kraken? With their stupid buoy? No. The Bear's going to rip the buoy in half, okay? Because that's what bears do. Do you ever see Cocaine Bear? Okay? You ever see that? I never saw it, but I can imagine what that movie's about, all right? We're going to rip that stupid thing in half. What is that? It doesn't even look like a buoy. It looks like a sea pig. What is that? What's that about? What's that about? You mascot's buoy? The Kraken? What is the Kraken? All right? You know what? We slay Krakens. Bears slay Krakens, okay? Yeah, Alex, interesting concept. Get the Bears to make KSP2. Yep. Range boat now past the jetties to clear any range violators. Good. I don't think it was a good choice, to be honest. However, I do like the mascot. Yeah, I really like this movie. Perfect 5 out of 7. The A's are going to Vegas, I heard, as a troll. Cringe, Basil, cringe. Cyborg. Let's make a little mini Venture Star. I've decided. Let's make like a 25% scale. Okay? 25% scale Venture Star. We fly it on a high suborbital trajectory. And then remote control land the sucker back down on a runway. Would you be on board with a project like this? This is my favorite part of the MLB season, when the Brewers look like a good team. They beat the Mariners today.
Discovery,
AP.
go and throttle up.
41 months and a Starship test flight. Today's going to be a good day. Let's hope. It's 6 hours. I'm going back to bed. So, Starship, you're trying to tell me you're late tired? Well, have a nap. Then launch the Starship! John Cena good. Here's hoping the excitement is guaranteed today. Yep. Well, have a nap. Let me know when you want to start. We'd need to make a linear aerospike. And I'm not entirely sure how to do that. It's easy to make one. Oh, yeah. Let me just go talk to my linear aerospike guy. Would there be much activity on the site at this time? Nope. Road is closed, Older. No one's near the pad right now. They got some SpaceX people at the beach right now. Yep, okay. Dude, look at this thing. Drone up, they're checking if someone is hiding in the dunes. Dude. Yeah, see the drone back there? It's behind my melon. Just you're gonna take a peek at your melon, okay? Just a trim. Don't buzz me, all right? So this is probably a dumb question, but do airports usually stop all air traffic whenever there's a launch of any kind? Well, smoke to balloon, first of all, there's a notice to air emissions, or a NOTAM for short. And the notice to air emissions includes a temporary flight restriction for basically an area around the pad. And it's not just an area around the pad. It is a corridor that goes all the way up into space. That corridor is the track for the vehicle. Don't fly in it. That's literally the end of that. Yeah. Notice to airmen. If I say notice to air emissions, people say notice to airmen, Ark. If I say notice to airmen, people say notice to air emissions. I'm calling it whatever the frick I want to call it, okay? I'm going to call it a notice to hand bananas from now on. Please let it go tonight. Yeah, I hope so, Greg. I hope so, man. Notice to hand bananas. Okay? As a certified pilot, it's all the same difference to me. All right, cool. So I'm saying notice to hand bananas now. Hallo, Webster, wie geht's? Guten Morgen. It is actually still morning over there. Yep. Wait, Ark, what do you fly? If you don't mind me asking. I'm going to change the subject a little bit. You're absolutely right, but also, what do you fly? Part-time CJ3. Hey! I like Citations. Those are nice planes. I really like the CJ4 in Flight Simulator. In fact, I had a CJ4 pilot when Flight Sim first came out. Dude, I don't know why I'm telling you this. You were probably here for that. But I like those planes. Those are nice planes. All right, Smoked. I'll see you in a couple hours, bud. Yeah, I really, I get it. It's in the game. I understand. But that plane flew really nice. I really like that plane. I would really like to fly one. Damn eyes, dude. Damn eyes. A big Cessna 172 with jets. We're jolly green giants walking the earth with guns. This is my friend. And this is his party. What? Bully, bully. Anyway, watch me now. Here it go. So basically, long story short, with the temporary flight restriction, or TFR for short, it is basically a no-fly zone, a temporary flight restriction. What I really fly is my Stearman. Yes, that's a flex. Well. Wait, you own one of these? You know what's weird, Ark? It doesn't dawn on me. Like, I don't know why I can't wrap my head around the concept that there are people that just own aircraft like I own cars. Like, don't get me wrong. I know it's a lot more complicated than just, let's just buy a car. No problem. I understand that. But also, like, you just have that chilling somewhere. You just have that chilling in a hangar. Just like, so can you just like, and anybody, this is to anybody with a PPL. If you like, do you just wake up one day like, I feel like flying around today, and then just go and do it? Like I just wake up one day, I feel like driving in my car today. Get in the car, just drive around, like, right, AP? Like, I get it. It makes perfect sense in my mind, but I like, if I feel like spending $200, then yeah. I mean, well, yeah, I'm like, my cars have V8s. It's not like they're fuel efficient, right? Like, you could choose to fly and be in the air within 30 minutes. Damn, that's cool. Like, oh. Yeah, if you just hop in. That's freaking cool. That blows my mind. Like, I get it. It's just general aviation. It's not that big of a deal. Like, I understand that. I know how planes work. Seriously, I'd probably put one together. I'd be confident in myself to do that. But also, damn, that's freaking cool. I have a new life goal. Own a plane. Right? I just need to convince everybody that my stupid eyes can actually see colors correctly. Come to Nashville, I'll give you the controls. Monkas. Well, that's pretty cool. I gotta learn how to fly. I should learn to do that. I gotta learn to do that. My neighbor who flew Corsairs in World War II one day just walked over and asked if I wanted to fly. About 45 minutes later, we were up in a Cessna that he rented. By the way, teachers will be used to get some data from Starship during re-entry like what the shuttle used to do. Cool. Cool. That explains all the extra antennas on the back of Starship, Forge. A helicopter, you could just land in your backyard. What the frick, dude? Imagine an EJ version of Rebuild Rescue. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be pretty rad, man. Planes are cool. Planes are cool. There is a small airport near my house, dude. There definitely is. Didn't that flat earther try the DIY rocket and that not end so well? Dude, SWK, Mad Mike Hughes was not a flat earther. He said that stuff so the Flat Earth Society could fund his crazy ideas. So in that regard, think of him more like Evel Knievel. And in that regard, that guy is a legend. Just to see if you can get your PPL. I'm colorblind, man. I have to really convince them that I know what I'm doing, and night flying is basically off the table for me. Which... that sucks, but whatever. In reality, it still is a little bit more complicated than that. Yeah, of course, Alex, I know. I'm trying to keep it simple. Because if I said everything that you just said in that paragraph, people will get confused. What scale? It's mild deuteronomically colorblind. I really have trouble when it's in low light conditions. Everything starts blending together. In perfect lighting conditions, I can see just fine. Like, I can see just fine. I have 20/20 vision. Which really, really sucks, you know? Like, that can be corrected. Yeah, how much does that cost? If you have time, this is our most favorite video from the launch. I think we do have time. I think we do have time. So let's go over here.
Right there. Watch. Close. Left. Yeah. Pull back on that. Okay.
Instrument is connected.
Tighten this. Okay.
Copy.
Okay, we're going up.
500, let's go.
Nice,
Full
Cherokee.
open, quarter turn back.
Yep. Our 46K is... Let's hit it. We're gonna go now. Yeah, got it. Let's go.
You blew the door off that. The overpressure event, Cyborg, blew the door off that thing. SWK, what time are they shooting for the one launch attempt? 6 hours, 34 minutes.
We're going.
We are retreating.
What range are you at, Cyborg? Beware, lots of excite. Oh, dude, I'd be freaking pumped. This is at far?
Let's do it.
Cool.
Go time.
There's nothing else we can do.
It's liquid fuel. If I'm... Yeah, Friends of Amateur Rocketry. Yeah, I got you.
No, it's good, it's good.
We are full.
Control all switches and keys off and safe. Back abort to verify armed. Armed. Flight control, GHG reg, enable, on.
One last let's breathe.
Okay, upper one.
Down below.
Don't have them cancel anything. Just get clearance for me to go out there.
Can we get Dustin to go pull off that lower one?
Yeah.
There we go. We got it.
JT up?
Flight control, GHG reg, set at 700 PSI.
This is pretty cool. This is pretty neat.
Control, GHG tower, ISO, de-energized.
This might get loud, guys. Headphone users.
And it disconnected!
Headphone users.
Go, no go.
Come on, baby.
Sequence start. 3, 2,
Come on, baby.
1.
Please.
Started.
No board.
10 seconds.
10 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Come on, come on, come on.
Fly!
2, 1. Come on, come on, come on.
Oh, that's dope! Yes. That's really cool. Go! Yeehaw! Oop. Dust. Looks like it pitched over. Was that on purpose, Cyborg? Okay, I got you. That's wicked. That's wicked. You guys must be over the hill. That's amazing, dude. The rail kicked it. Yeah, I saw it. Just a teensy weensy bit, dude. Dude, that thing's still burning. Wow. What a freaking burn. This was a 50,000 foot attempt, wasn't it? Listen to these guys.
Alright, all return to bunkers.
Dude, it's still going. That thing's still doing it. That's hype as frick, man. People went outside. Dude, stay inside the damn bunker, man. You absolutely port. That was good, man. Very good. Very good. Great launch. Very nice. The rocket's gone. What's with the bunker callouts? Because you don't want somebody to get shish kebabbed by that thing if you can't find it. Are you going to the Spaceport America Cup? I'm not, Binnell. I have a prior commitment. Yeah, Aqualux for sure. What is this, Forge? What's sus? Hang on, I want to see this.
God, it lifted off. Oh my God. Folks, it's going. Look at that.
6.5 hours, Jensen. Get some sleep, buddy. Oh man, that's dude. That happened. Can you believe that? Boom! You're at work? Oh, don't get some sleep, buddy.
This is the part where SN8 reached successfully as well. The next step will be that landing flip maneuver, hoping for a better outcome on SN9's flight.
Boom! You know, it's funny looking back on it now, but that still sucks. Bro. 4. Port. 8, 9, 10, and 11 all blew up. 15 was the only one that landed. Headed to work. All right, Chief. Have a good day.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Whoa!
Oh my god. There you go.
There's your methane leak.
Yes.
There's your...
Folks.
Boom. Did it...
And this was the last we ever saw.
It hit the ground. Okay.
Our camera... Flying debris...
Starship heading back to the landing zone.
Oh, that's so freaking cool, dude.
Look at this!
Come on
Right here!
now.
Oh my god.
I landed on Hopper!
Yeah, can you believe that? Sorry. Dude. That's what's gonna happen, dudes. That's what's gonna happen.
There you have it. Sort of an excellent overview.
Let me just, I want to see that super heavy static fire again. Hold on. Alright. Bro, dude, that's a lot of power.
It's exciting times, everybody.
Unbelievable.
And we are sitting here watching it live, and y'all are hanging out with us. How cool is that? Sometimes you gotta love living in the future. Absolutely special stuff.
SM-15 had a methane tank pressure failure and engine failure, and it's still landing.
Here.
Yep.
Let's find some more questions. Ryan,
That
you have any
was
questions that
31 out
pique
of
your interest
33
here?
port, yeah.
Well, I'm just going to take this one quickly from SpaceX
Vent down.
Spacecraft, appropriate names, saying, will the FTS be used on crewed ships? Max was kind of talking to this point earlier. Yeah, we doubt it, but we truly don't know, because Starship is the second stage, and second stages, say like the Falcon 9 second stage has FTS, but Crew Dragon doesn't.
So, Astro Brains, I always tell people that rockets are basically generating an explosion and forcing it through a venturi. They're forcing it through an hourglass. That's what they do. It's an explosion factory that just shoots the explosion out one side like a fire hose. Yeah, that's pretty much it. It's, well, I mean, if you really want to get technical, all rockets do is just heat up gas. They heat up gas by blowing it up, but they heat up gas. And that gas just goes out a tube. That, like, if you want to reduce it to its base element, that's basically what it is. It's basically what it's doing. Like, if you understand why, if you inflate a balloon and you let it go, what, somebody step on a duck? This is the worst looking rocket I ever saw. You buy a rocket like this, I suppose you get a free bowl of soup, huh? Oh, it looks good on you, though. Now, if you can understand why gases accelerate out the bottom, or out the back of a balloon when you let it go, you can understand what a rocket's doing. It's pretty straightforward stuff. You reckon Elon and team will be in star control now? They're there. Alleviate. Oh, they're there. That's right, but oh, this is the worst looking hat I ever saw. You buy a hat like this, I suppose you get a free bowl of soup, huh? Oh, it looks good on you, though. Bye, Bushwood! I won't allow it. Wang, what are you doing? It's a parking lot. Golf coach here. Coach, correct me if I'm wrong. If you have me kill all the golfers, they're gonna lock me up and throw away the key. Hey, no, golfers, man! Golfers, the little brown furry rodents. It's one of my favorite movies, Coach. Whenever I play golf with my dad, whenever we first tee off, whenever it's tee time, I get up and I go, I never slice. Oh, me and my dad we're that guys on the golf course, dude. Gambling is illegal at Bushwood, sir, and I never slice. I got my clubs in the garage, dude. It's Caddyshack and Happy Gilmore quotes whenever I play the front or back nine, dude. I haven't played at all this year. Shame. I think you have permission to show this, but bro, check out the second camera and the sound. Yes. If it's NASA spaceflight, yeah, sure, of course. $364 more days till hockey season. I gotta toughen up. Ugh, yeah. Yep. Son of a ball. Why don't you just go home? That's your home. Are you too good for your home? It's all that, dude. Oops. All right. Anyway, Linus, what's going on, man? Did you get any sleep? Because I didn't. Whammy. Do you know what's the source of the countdown on NSF? SpaceX didn't post any schedule for today. Boop. 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 Chris B doesn't follow me. Oh, no. Leaving beach entrance now. Looks like we're clear.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Chief, go back to work. Anyway, Zaz 4613 resub. Obviously intellectually unfit. I wish the rocket would read USA instead of X. Me too. Me too. I think I figured out why burning at the apoapsis of an orbit can be optimal. While pushing a swinging door in the entrance of a kitchen. I don't know why, but it just clicked. All right. Hey, whatever clicks, man. Play Minecraft while we eat. No, I'm not doing that. I told you I'm taking a break. Only games I'm playing right now are Kerbal and Cities. It's the only games on the docket, man. I have way too much on my plate to even consider playing anything else. Trust me on this one. The orbital mechanics just made sense for some reason. Well, hey. Whatever works, man. Oh. Can you believe that? Can you believe that thing exists? The only thing I want to do is sit here and talk about rockets. Interesting, Cyborg. All right. Well, learn from that flight and move on. Not even City's water lines? Nah, I'm good. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. I see you have grid fins. My rockets have grid fins, too. This video is good for a wallpaper.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, periodic 61-month resub. Are they fueling the booster through Starship? No. There's a quick disconnect that's down at the bottom of Super Heavy. It's actually on the opposite side of this. It's right there. See that? That is their primary fill and drain for the first stage, and right there is the primary fill and drain for the second stage, or Starship. These pictures were taken on Monday when the vehicle was fully fueled. Which is... It's just kind of absurd to see that thing fully fueled. Actually, fellas, and this would be a good time to share... check this out. Zach posted this. Take a look at this. Zach is CSI Starbase, who's really a really good tank watcher. Check this out. Over the past couple of days, so basically Tuesday, Wednesday, there's just been an armada of trucks that are reloading the tank farm. Ox SCE, formerly Banana Time. I know that's right. Yeah, all right. I remembered. It's going to take a second to rewire those circuits, Banana Time, but all right. Yeah, Cherokee, you're the one that posted that. Yeah. Current count offload since Monday's scrub. 69 LN2 trucks. I'm not doing this. 30 locked, 6 CH4. Yep. I haven't really followed, but what's the flight plan? Do one orbit? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Enroy, it's a once around, dude. So Starship, if it makes it this far, it will lift off. Engines at 90% thrust. Be about a 2-minute 40-second burn from the first stage, and then a boost back, and then a 6-minute and 30-second burn from the second stage from Starship. It will circularize into a parking orbit. When it hits apogee, it will vent its propellants. It'll vent all the propellants except for the header tanks, which are the tanks that would ordinarily be used for landing. And Starship will perform an entry and descent and belly flop into the Pacific testing range about, I don't know, 160 kilometers north of Hawaii, something like that. It's out in the Pacific testing range, which is where the Air Force likes to test their missiles because there's nothing out there but ocean. So, yeah, like around Quaj, stuff like that. Been super busy with university. It's fine, Ox. Don't worry about it. I have to catch up with KSP2 stuff on the VODs. Yep. I haven't played much KSP2 this week, dudes. I haven't. It's the the Starship threw me off. And this one is probably going to throw me off as well. I have not done the Starship Challenge, guys. I'm going to miss that, which kind of sucks, but was doing a scroll on LinkedIn. The lady who was managing Falcon reuse from the start in 2013 now leads Starship architecture, and the chief engineer for Blue Origin HLS is the guidance, navigation, and control lead for Starship. ULA Vulcan architect designer is the chief engineer for OFT-1. They poached everybody. Yeah, Forge, that's kind of the secret here. If you work in the industry, dudes, if you work in aerospace, a technician, engineer, whatever, dude, everyone works for everybody, dude. Engineers go from SpaceX to Blue Origin. Engineers go from Rocket Lab to Astra, or go from Astra to anywhere else. Like it's kind of like, think of it like more like the MLB or like draft, right? Like it's more like footballers just moving around to different teams, dudes. That happens. Everybody works for everybody in the aerospace industry, because for some people it's about having a paycheck, and there is nothing wrong with that. Hello, honestly, kind of surprised I might have called the 420 joke. Oh yeah, you called the 420 joke, yes. So you're kind of surprised the 420, but by the joke that everybody's been making for a month and a half. Username. I mean, I don't know. When did you call it? When did you call it, man? Non-Starship stuff, but SpaceX removed Falcon Heavy from the transporter erector and have rolled it to the pad. The MTTE has gone vertical now. Uh-oh. Which is why it sucks when a company goes under. Jobs may lead to those people permanently changing professions. Jack, why do I say it doesn't matter if one company goes under or not? Any company going under is bad for spaceflight. Why do you think I still say, and I will keep saying this until I'm in the ground, until I have a freaking tag around my tail, getting rid of Constellation was an idiotic mistake that ended up draining the aerospace industry of key personnel and causing basically a brain drain for the next 10 years at NASA. Yeah, that's what happens when you fire 5,000 people that are experienced in a reusable spaceflight program. Oops. Honest thoughts, liftoff today? I think it'll go. Sure, why not? Because that's another aspect of the space industry that it's worth digging up from your point of view. I wrote in asking if that was the actual date. No, SpaceX projected 420 on the side of a Starbase building in the lead up to the 417 Starship ITR attempt. Are you just making up words now, username? I'm confused, man. I'm confused. What's ITR? I don't know. I don't know what that means. Ha! Nice. They did project 420 on the wall. Okay, I get it now. It's the integrated test flight. He is. Does the RS-25 have restart capability? No. Well, Alex, that's why I always say, you want to design rockets? Go get an aerospace engineering degree. You want to be the person that puts the damn thing together? Go get an apprenticeship in welding. Yeah, you want to be a technician? Go to trade school. And if you're in the U.S., you know what the best trade school around is? People know what I'm going to say. There's a trade school that is better than every single trade school in the United States. There's one that reigns supreme. I guarantee you guys know what it is. McDonald's is not trade skills. Life, Dad, those are all things U.S. military. Best trade school in the world, dude. Right? Walmart? The U.S. military is a very good trade school. Wiki how. I'm just gonna go back over here. Except for the getting shot at part, small downside. You know nothing about serving in the military. You know there are jobs that never get near the front lines. In fact, most of the military never gets near the front lines. You see that vid of a Falcon over Alaska? No, Cherokee, I haven't. Did a space shuttle main engine ever fail mid-launch? It happened once on Challenger in 1985, Erudite, yep. I know it sometimes involves getting shot at. Kappa. Just stop. Just stop. You're making yourself look really stupid right now. Dude, just let it go. Don't try to play it off. Just let it go. I don't even know if I can join the military. You have flat feet. Oh. Okay, just you want to build the rockets, go get an apprenticeship somewhere. Okay. Starship will splash down in the Barking Sands missile range near Hawaii. This is the video of the Minuteman test that was there. Cool. Yep. 6 hours till emotions and tears. That's right. Hey, don't diss WikiHow. They'll teach you how to work a file correctly. Yeah, and so were the military, apparently, Aqualux. Why don't you file that under shut the frick up? I couldn't finish it. Why don't you file that under shut the hell up? You're right. Dude, I was like super tired that night, man. I was super tired. I shouldn't have been doing that, but hey, we got it to work, so whatever. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh, I posted the vid. All right, let me see, boss. You know, last time SpaceX did something on 420, it blew up on the test stand. Oh, all right. Cherokee, what do you got for me? What in the balls is going on here? Deorbit burn. Or prop vent. Yeah, prop vent. Dude. That's dope. With the Aurora in the background. No, that's definitely aliens. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's a conspiracy or something. Venting stage has got that spin to it. I mean, it looks like they're using the roll control thrusters for venting, or the vents are just radial like that. But yeah, seriously, how dang cool is the Aurora? I can't wait to get to see it someday. Yep. Why the spin? Max, they most likely vent like radial like this to not affect the stage's trajectory. Because if they vented backwards, you'd change the deorbit trajectory. And if you vented forwards, you'd change the deorbit trajectory. Spinning, very good trick, by the way, will not affect the prograde or it won't affect AP and PE. It'll keep it on its crash course trajectory for disposal. Have you been awake since the tunnel videos? Yeah. I was supposed to get some sleep, Gaza, but I chose to watch Puck Ice. I can't show it. I can't show you what I was watching. It might violate terms of service. I saw a bear get mauled by a panther. Yeah. I read that spinning is done to prevent uneven heaving from the sun. Not sure if that's correct, though. That does... Spacecraft do that. Yeah, dog, of course. The Apollo spacecraft did that. It's called the barbecue roll. Yeah, that absolutely happens. Oh, yeah. They give it a slow rotation just to evenly heat it, because if you have a spacecraft, I'll use this nice Red Bull can. Piss drink. Orange team bad. So, if you have a drink spacecraft like this, and you have light shine, the sun is on one side and it's dark on the other, this side is going to be like minus 100 C, and this side is going to be like plus 100 C. You're talking about a very big temperature differential here. So slow rolling the craft balances it between hot and cold. And on the Apollo, they had radiators on it on one side, so the radiator would work when it's facing that way. Black body radiation do be like that, though. That was a Red Bull burp. You must cook rocket evenly. Bingo. Also, tumbling stages increases their drag. Yeah, they tumble things for breakup, but I don't think the second stage needs that. I think you can just... My goodness, I knew you needed to reset your sleep, but come on. Oh, what do you mean? That was only 13 hours ago, dude. We're good. Don't drink Red Bull, drink beer. I'm at Greg. I'm going to get whatever the Australian equivalent of busting my chops is here, which is probably just busting my chops. I don't have any beer right now. I drank all of it. Yeah. I don't have any beer right now. I second that call. Just go purchase. Can't buy beer after 11 p.m. in Massachusetts. It's the last call for the liquor store. Hey, I just got here. When are we expecting the launch? You haven't missed it yet? No, Wolfric, no. We're looking... From our buddies here over at NASA Spaceflight, we got about 6 hours. Don't drink Red Bull. Drink Ferrari. Yeah. It's 12:30. Wise to get some sleep or not? Nah, you're good. The Fire X just got tested. Cool. Did you hear that Ian from Forgotten Weapons had a weapon blow up on him? Uh-oh. Which one, Hydra? Why do states still have a last call for booze? It's 2023. There are people who work other shifts. Blue laws? It's a blue law, man. What do you want? It's Massachusetts, dude. Oh, not gun Jesus. Yeah, hopefully it didn't. Hopefully it wasn't a Kentucky ballistics event, dude. We almost that guy almost. It's about that close. And I like that guy too. That guy's cool. My roommates were considering a Starship drinking game, but who drinks at 9 a.m. on a weekday? So Snake, consider this. 9 a.m. on a weekday in the United States, Eastern Time, is 9 p.m. in Australia the next day. So if you are drinking, well, not necessarily the next day. If you're drinking beer at 9 a.m. on a Friday, it's 9 p.m. in Australia. So it's okay. Aussie bros, am I right? If your wife was a good wife, she'd always have beer in the fridge. Joking. Yeah, that's some science. Follow me for more science beer drinking advice. Yeah, so what I'm saying is, close your eyes. Pretend you opened up a nice can of Foster's. Pretend you opened that up, and just tilt your head back and just drink. Foster's, Australian for beer. What? Where on the earth is the start time line so we can see into the past? Please don't do an Aussie accent. I will do no such thing, mate. I will keep doing it, and keep doing it badly. First off, we're not South African. Second, it's VB or 4X, depending on which state you live in. I got some... Asahi. So I'll just pretend I'm in Japan. Same concept. Kampai! Kampai! VB, the Bud Light of Australia. Can't even buy Foster's in Australia? Yeah, that's probably for the better. I feel like you are really good at math. Am I correct? What kind of math? What kind of math, Dronimation? I mean, I've been known to be good at certain types of math from time to time. Just math in general? You got me. What gave it away? I mean, this is a STEM stream draw. Yeah. STEM stream, dude. What's 1 billion plus 1 trillion? 1.1 trillion? I'm decent enough at it, draw. I figured I don't really like it but the only number I cared for was yours. Oh! Oh, shoot! Oh, shoot! It's a chat! It's a freaking chat! Frank Ham, what's going on?
Discovery, go at throttle.
Dude, I'm good at math if I'm not being put on the spot. That's the thing. I can do math just fine if I'm not being put on the spot. You put me on the spot, my brain goes, 2 + 2 = chair. Oh, God. Hey, Draw, you got a sub. How are we feeling on the launch today? Simple test. What's 9 + 10? Uh, 9/11. What? I'm trying to wonder if that's actually bait or not. Like, I don't know. Joe, are you trying to screw with me? Yeah, Jack, I kind of have to, like, fool my brain into doing math. Once I fool my brain into doing math, it's fine until I realize that I'm doing math in front of other people, and then my brain's like, "Dah." SDX, I've heard the weather is trending in the right direction, but they're still keeping an eye on things. Where did I hear that? I don't remember. I'll be 100% honest with you, I don't remember.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I don't remember. These last couple of days have been a complete blur for me. Between Monday, the train wreck of a day, that was Tuesday, Wednesday, which... What day? It is Thursday. Yeah, okay. Thursday launch attempt. Yes. Is it going to be daytime when they go to launch it? Yes. Today is Friday in California. Uh-huh. Shoot! Yes. I live in Miami. I wonder if I could see it flying overhead. It's bedtime for me in Pacific Daylight Time. I'm going to try to wake up to see it. See, Ben, there's an inevitable thing here. And I already kind of called Grab Shark out on it, who's actually probably just lurking the stream, sitting in bed, lurking the stream, waiting to fall asleep. Here's the thing. And people are calling me crazy to start like 8 hours before it flies. Here's the thing. If I was trying to sleep right now, I would be doing nothing but have NASA Spaceflight open anyway. And I would sit there and just scroll through NASA Spaceflight and Twitter, back and forth until I fell asleep. The thing is, this is so exciting, and I'm so pumped for this, that, that would probably be happening in another 4 hours anyway. In which case, I would fall asleep with the T0 time being like minus an hour, and then I'd have to get up anyway. So I'm just bypassing a couple of steps. That's why you put the phone down and actually go to sleep. Welcome. You've got mail. What does that mean, Mutter? Do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a goddamn hot dog. Quick, what's the slope of a roof whose surface is 22.5 degrees off of the horizon? 22.5. Coming late to the party. What time are we launching this bad boy? 5 hours, 51 minutes, 23 seconds. Much better.
Different things differently.
Yep. So I don't know if that's the if that's a good enough answer there for you, but that really is the reality of it. Like, SpaceX loves to talk about their cheap, fully reusable rockets, and there's a lot of truth to that, but we never really get exact numbers like what did it cost to build this rocket or this part of this rocket or whatever. So if you're talking about like a total loss of the rocket in Starship, or I guess the super heavy booster in the Starship, SpaceX hasn't exactly released those numbers.
Okay, so Aqualix, if you were trying to find the slope at 22.5 degrees, here's what you'd have to do. Here's what you'd have to do. So the roof is a right triangle, basically. If you cut the roof in half on the spine, you get a right triangle, right? You know that this right here is 22.5 degrees. You know that that one is 90. 90 plus 25. You get all three angles. From there, you can correlate height, and from there, you can correlate the rise and the run using Pythagorean theorem. Boop! Boop! You just way overthought that. Oh, really? I just way overthought that with, like, running on no hours sleep? Oh, man! Oh, man, yeah, imagine. Imagine that. Wow. Thanks for the correlation there, Mutter. I really appreciate it. You really add to the conversation, you jerk. Look what you did, you little jerk. Speaking of sleep, catch you closer to launch time. All right, Doom. Did you just throw the Red Bull? Yeah. You could say that was littering and... Okay, time to watch The Hunt for Red October. What? Imagine explaining Pythagorean theorem to Twitch. I thought you gave up Red Bulls way back pre-Bremo. There's really only one way to not get any sleep. Coffee and Red Bull. Same here. 9 more pokes for me till 5. What? Starship. Sorry. Oh, you're going to sleep. Just don't mix the two. Yeah, that's not a good idea. Yeah, you shouldn't do that. Meanwhile, I'm sitting at work trying to figure out why stupid users still do stupid user things. It's mostly because they don't care. Yeah. That's mostly the reason. They're only there for a paycheck bio. It's true. You see, Bob, it's not that I'm lazy. It's that I just don't care. Don't care? It's a problem of motivation, all right? Now, if I work my butt off and Initech ships another couple units, I don't see another dime. So where's the motivation? You know, my only motivation here is to not be hassled. But you know what, Bob? That'll only make someone work hard enough just not to get fired. Did you get that memo, chat? No, Red Bull mixed with coffee is terrible. You see, at one time I had a coffee with milk and with cream and sugar, and I poured Red Bull in it because chat dared me to, and the Red Bull curdled the milk, and then I still drank it on stream just to prove chat wrong. Yeah, that wasn't smart. Yeah, that wasn't smart. Yep, I immediately regret that decision. That tasted awful. Yeah, it tasted awful. In fact, I'm kind of like just thinking about it. Did you throw up after? No, believe it or not, I did stomach it. Yeah, no, I stomached it. Yeah. Getting the heebie-jeebies, drummer. Ugh. Are you allowed to put this video into a corner and play KSP2 or Cities? Or must gaze at Starship for 6 hours? Atomic, I'd prefer to sit here and kind of listen in the background, just in case there's an update. Is this really happening? I don't know. How could our Starship be real if our eyes aren't real? Cosmo, how can that be a thing? Obviously, carbonation will curdle the milk. Why? Yeah, use lithium. I don't use this term very often, but I found out because I, did the first part of that I don't want to say. What are we listening to? Oh, you're not listening to anything. I'm listening to this. Yeah, FAFO'd. Yes, that would be the thing. Yes. Oh, there's its trajectory. You guys might be able to see it from Miami. Wait, EJ, we can ask math questions? How about this? How would you calculate the scale factor to shrink a triangle down to one times the area? Just look at this. Just watch the damn cast and enjoy it. Just watch the damn cast and enjoy it. I hate clickbait headlines, and when you have to read the damn thing, you need a paid subscription. Yeah, me too. SMH, not even a whole orbit. So, Mutter, if it's not a whole orbit, does that technically put Starship on the same footing as New Shepard? Also, Starship plushies. Starship plushies. Yeah, I just realized I have a couple dozen seconds of latency to you. I don't... They do go orbital velocity. It's just an orbit that goes back into the atmosphere. Well, they're gonna circularize it power, from what I understand, and then Starship is gonna vent its remaining propellants, which it will have some left over because there's no payload in the payload bay, and them venting the propellants will put it back on a suborbital trajectory. When are you getting your Starship onesie? Buy the Starship plushie. Buy it! Look at it. It's plush, and it's plushy. It's a meter tall, Mutter. Yeah, 1 meter. It's 33 inches. Excuse me, 1 meter. 1 meter. It's 1 meter tall there, guy. Did I see the SpaceX torch? Yeah. My Discord DMs got spammed with that thing, Lavitz. Yeah. $179. Nah, I'm good, man. What do the eyes feel are green? What? What? Odds for a successful launch. Jacobius, part of me is like this thing. They're going to go to light this thing and it's going to blow up right on the pad. Part of me thinks that's going to happen. But the other part of me is like, well, here's the thing. SpaceX, the people that work at SpaceX are pretty freaking smart. Knowing a lot of people that work there, they're pretty damn smart. They know more about this than me. And with that being said, in rocket science, you generally don't put stuff on the pad if you're unsure it's going to explode. That's usually not how you do rocket science. It's not Kerbal, okay? Not Kerbal. Kind of, I mean, SpaceX is the one that gets the closest to KSP, I will admit. But, yeah, you're a dumbass. I don't know why they took you on board. I mean, Snake, do you think that 20-year-old me... How do you think 20-year-old me would react when 20-year-old me, if like I could go back in time and tell 20-year-old me that I would be a person that teaches basic rocket science on the internet, playing video games all day? How do you think 20-year-old me would have reacted to that? Whoa, really? Wow, that's awesome because we're stupid. Holy crap, that's cool. Good for you, man. Like, whatever. I'm pretty stupid. I don't know why people think I'm so freaking smart, but whatever. It's not Kerbal. Yeah, Jacoby. So I don't know, man. Personally, dude. Okay, so if we want to really talk about this, let's think about the facts. All right, facts don't care about your physics. Wait, no, that's not how that works at all. Physics don't care about your facts. It's not what you know. It's what you can prove. All right. Sorry, movie quotes and pop culture references. Okay, so here's the thing. They've done most of the testing for every component of this as much as they can. All right, so every Raptor that's on this thing right here, every one of those Raptors has been test fired on the test stand at McGregor. In like almost in the smack dab middle of Texas. Almost. It's near Waco. They have McGregor. That's where SpaceX tests all their engines. Every engine on this rocket has been test fired for like a full duration burn. And then it was shipped here to be put into the vehicle. From there, Ship 24 has done a full duration, well, not full duration, they've done static fires with it, basically certifying that all the plumbing on Ship 24 works and it can fire all of its engines. SpaceX has done the same thing with Super Heavy with the first stage. They know that they can fire 33 engines with it. They fired 31 on the full duration static fire, but one engine shut off automatically, and then they shut another engine off. So they fired 31 out of 33. So they know that the first stage can light almost all of its engines, reasonably all of its engines, you know, there's a little bit of margin of error there because during the static fire, they shut some of them off. Right? Reasonably, they know they can start all the engines, and reasonably, they know that Starship can start all of its engines. So, if there is a problem, I don't think that it's going to come from the Raptors. Okay? So what does that leave for an orbital flight test? Well, in order for this test to be 100% successful, and keep in mind this is a real stretch. In order for it to be 100% successful, Starship needs to lift off, obviously fire all of its engines, lift off, right? Get to staging, go through maximum dynamic pressure, which basically where the rocket is going the fastest in the atmosphere and it can't move the air out of the way. That ends up putting structural load on the vehicle. To get through max Q, get to staging, air start Starship's upper stage engines. That's probably one of the harder things to do. And then get it into space, and then vent the tanks correctly, and then go through an entry and descent, re-entry. So, how much of that has been tested prior? Literally none of it. Literally none of it. Yeah. They have never tested lifting a booster off of the pad under its own rocket power. They've never tested staging with Starship. They've never tested air starting 6 Raptors. The closest air start testing that they have is during the landing, and that was only 3. Okay? So, I mean, maybe air starting can be done. But there's not air started. That was air starting on the way down for a landing burn, like in my, like this. That was air starting Raptors. So when I say air start, I mean turn them on while the thing is flying. That's a lot more complicated than it might seem. It's not like just hit the button and then the engine lights. You have to make sure that all the propellants are settled on the bottom of the tank. If you don't, you're going to ingest some of your ullage gases. Ullage propellants or ullage gases in rocketry is used to basically keep the tanks at pressure. And if a vehicle is kind of like staging, for instance, right? Basically, it decelerated from the engines from the first stage shutting off, and then it separates. And when it separates, all the propellants just kind of go everywhere, and they kind of mix and intermingle with your gases inside of the motor. Oftentimes, or gases inside of the fuel tank. Oftentimes, the gases inside of there are helium. And if your motor ingests helium, you got a problem because your engine is not going to work. These Raptor engines are designed for liquid methane and liquid oxygen. If helium goes in there, it shuts it off and it explodes most likely. Yeah, like SN11. You're creating a hard start condition, and hard start conditions usually result in a detonation. These types of rocket engines do not detonate propellants. They chemically deflagrate things, so combustion. What's the difference between deflagration and detonation? Well, in chemistry, the difference is how fast the pressure wave from said explosion travels. A detonation wave travels faster than the speed of sound. A deflagration wave is subsonic. If the boom goes faster than the speed of sound, it usually breaks something. Inside of the rocket motor, it usually breaks something. It's like, beep, 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 danger to manifold, shut up! You know, like, it usually ends like that. Or your floor pan falls out. If you get the reference, then good for you. So, hey, Bobby, what's going on? I've been doing some studying and saw you live. It's been ages. Hope everything has been amazing for you. Bobby, I can't complain, man. I can't complain. So a random panel will fall off. That's right, Tommy. So, yeah, hard start conditions are no good. So we don't have much data on air starting, but I'd say big events here, big ones, are getting off the pad, staging, and entry and descent. Getting off the pad, Jacobius, is the hard one. If they can do that, I will consider this a test more of a success than a failure if it clears the tower. If they can get the staging, damn, now you're playing with house money. If Starship can get into orbit, oh my goodness. If it can come back down and do it and land in the Pacific in its targeted area, holy crap. That is like, you aced it and you did the extra credit. Because it is a test, right? Tank Farm is coming alive. Sweet. Barrow the brown one. 18-monther. I had a name change. Used to be Iron Chef Bobby Flail. Bro! Oh, no way, dude! Oh, you're that Bobby. That's kick-ass, man. Yo, it's good to see you. Glad to see you still killing things. Back to studying PLCs. Enjoy the launch. No. Bobby, shut up for a second. Shut up. I'm gonna keep you here. Give me 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Goat at throttle up. Brandon gifted you a sub. Dude, that's so freaking cool, man. It's so good to see you. That's freaking awesome. Check this out, dude. Check this out. Sorry for taking over the stream. No. It's cool. Remember how I said I wanted to stream working on cars? Check this out. You want to know how I've been doing? That's how I've been doing. I moved the frick out of the city. And I have a garage attached to my house. And you know what's cool? Check this out. Ready? Watch. Seamless NDI transmission between the garage and the stream. It's like Wonka Vision. You know what I'm talking about? So, yeah, dude. Told you I wanted to take that. I told you we wanted to do that, man. Now, don't get me wrong. That took me a long time to do, but we finally got to this point, which is pretty dope. Proud of you, dude. Right on, man. Right on. It's good to see you, bro. It's good to see you. Everything's good, Hurt. This is some close nether portals. Hey, stop teleporting. It's not allowed. Okay, sorry. Speaking of Freb, how's the exhaust coming? Well, here. I did get the left bank exhaust mocked up. You could just see the muffler in there and the mount. It's up there, like right underneath the cab. I got one bank kind of figured out. I'm still figuring out what I want to do with dumping the exhaust in the back, but yeah, we'll figure that out later. Thanks, man. You're starting EE now. Different type of challenge to streaming. Honestly, Bobby, dude, you should... Like, okay, chat, forgive my language. You should be able to destroy that shit, man. Like, that should be easy, dude. You should be able to destroy that, man. The pressure of streaming, dude, like, comparatively, nah, you good, man. You'll take a dump on that stuff, man. Last final exam is today. Back to lurking nail sequencers. All right, man. Be good, dude. It's good to see you. Don't be a stranger, okay? Where's your timeout? Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I gotta take the timeout. Mac, 79 months. We watching another scrub today? I don't know, man. I don't think so. I'm gonna get a bit of shut eye before the attempt. Good luck and see you in a couple of hours. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Bobby, I know you're lurking, dude. You should come wrench with me, man. Get down here, and you're not far away. When you're done, dude, you should come down and wrench with me, man. We have to fulfill the prophecy, man. The prophecy that we set 8 years ago. Oh. Wow. Yeah. Okay. All right. Just we don't need that last part. Just fulfill the prophecy part. That's the part that we need. When did you get a bleep sound? When I decided I wanted to say, "You jackal." You stupid melon. Hell yeah, brother. So EJ, how impressive would a full success be for this? I mean, username, I'm not going to say I'd blow a gasket if that thing makes it through re-entry, but I'd blow a gasket if it makes it through re-entry, dude. How far can they go before the next attempt? Yeah, they need a good amount of time to refuel the pad, drummer. Here, check this out. This was, this has been the last couple of days, dude. Seriously. All that methane and stuff. It's just a convoy of freaking trucks. Also, really nice Crown Vic right there. What a snot show? What do you mean? I'll stay in touch. I'll be lurking all morning. Enjoy the stream. All right, man. Is it a Turdo Crown Vic? Probably not. That looked like, actually, that looked like a Mercury Grand Marquis. I know it's a Grand Marquis. Shut up. I like saying Marquis. Yo, popping in at work, waiting for a maintenance call. Nice. Nice. Alejandro Alcantarilla Romera. It's Marquis. Oh, yeah, that's right, Artful. Yeah, you ain't wrong. You ain't wrong. It's the Mercury Grand Marquis. What's going on? How are you? I really hope this thing flies. I really hope so. It goes with a poupon. Pardon me, do you have any gray poupon? First time here. What are we watching? Well, that. So, okay. Oh, it will do something. Excitement guaranteed. So, what we're looking at here, this is my, so first of all, what we're watching is a live stream from my buddies over at NASA Spaceflight. NASA Spaceflight is a spaceflight journalism outfit that I do work for, kind of off and on. So what we're looking at here is a launch site down in Boca Chica, Texas. That's on the very southern tip of Texas. And what we're looking at here is a picture of SpaceX's next generation rocket. It's called Starship. Starship is, I mean, dude, I don't know how to put this any blunt. It's the biggest rocket ever devised by man, like by a long shot. Now, don't get me wrong. It's not launching anytime soon. We're about 5 hours and 24 out. But if this thing goes in 5.5 hours, give or take, it will be by far and away the most powerful rocket ever devised. We're talking like double the thrust of a Saturn V here. The rocket that we put people on the moon with. This thing is going to be an absolute unit if it goes off. And I wouldn't be sleeping anyway because, like, I'm a big spaceflight nerd. That's what I do here. That's what this stream is. I teach people basics of spaceflight. Like, think like Discovery Channel spaceflight, like kind of like that. I do STEM outreach here. So part of that is covering launches. And this integrated flight test, it's called the ITF here, it is actually going to be ridiculous if it goes off. SpaceX did try to launch it on Monday. It didn't work. Cryogenic valves. Really, really hard to get right. Really hard to get right. But yeah, that's what we're doing in here. Right now, we're kind of sitting here watching the dark here. What we're really looking for is the tank farm activity right there. And they cut the camera right when I pointed at it. We're testing to see if they're getting the... they're basically cycling the propellants in those tanks that are over on the left. And I say cycling, they're refrigerated propellants. They're cryogenic. That's a really cool space way of saying that they're cold. If we see tank farm activity at this time, that means we're on the right track. Give or take. So, yeah, that's what's going on. Okay, interesting. I'm down. Yeah, I mean, if you want to sit and chill with me for 5 hours, it's gonna be a pretty good ride here. This thing is an absolute freaking unit, man. There's 33 engines in the first stage, and the diameter we're talking about here is about 30 feet. It's a 30-foot diameter and about a 330, 340 foot tall rocket, give or take. They keep stretching Starships. I don't know what the damn size is. So this thing is like way taller than a Saturn V and about almost as wide, about 3 feet skinnier. So it's a beast, man. I mean, this thing is a monster of a vehicle. The first stage at ignition, if this thing goes, with 33 engines at 90% power, is going to produce about 15 million pounds of thrust, give or take. 15 million pounds of force pushing upwards on the vehicle. So like you want to understand the power here? Picture a crane holding a 15 million pound block of concrete and picture a car underneath it and then drop it. All you'll find is some paint dust from the car. You ain't finding any car. That's the amount of force we're talking about here. It is an like literally incomprehensible amount of force. Like that's just something my monkey brain doesn't understand. Like I can say 15 million pounds of force and I know good and well what that means, but you know, seeing the thing actually do it is going to be like you know. Are we going to mine unobtainium with this thing? Yep. That's right. Yes, we will. We got to get to Pandora first, though. What was the thrust during the static fire? That was 31 engines, drummer. And I don't think those engines were all throttled up. So it's somewhere around there, but not exact. Of course, it's getting taller. It's been out there long enough to grow up. Yes. Checking in for an update. How are we looking? Well, the tank farm is clearly doing something. Pierto, what's going on? Did you see the new Volvo truck ad? Nope. Bronco taking off to check the range. Sweet. Why will the equipment from this launch be trashed out? Well, Raji, the way SpaceX likes to operate is quick. Iterative design. Honestly, this thing's outdated, man. It's outdated comparatively to the newest designs of Starship. Booster 7 and Ship 24 are old. Really old. A year old. That's ancient in SpaceX time. Ask anybody that knows. That is ancient. You have brown pants ready for liftoff? I got blue jeans, but you can't see them, Paul, so we good, man. Smirks, what's going on, brother? How you doing? If it's old, why launch it? Because it's there. Why not? Why not launch it, get some good flight data on how the vehicle flies, and then use that data to make the upgraded ones better already? Shareholders need a launch. SpaceX is not publicly traded, Hydra. Private. Man, I hope Elon keeps it that way. Isn't there Falcon 9 boosters from back in 2019? Yeah, of course, username, sure. They're ancient. Seriously. It was a joke. Man. Went up for 16 hours straight, dude. Working. I've already worked an 8-hour shift yesterday. And then I watched my hockey team get annihilated. I've been through a lot, man. Do me a solid. Elon said that they have no room in the rocket garden, so may as well get the launch data. Yep. What's the repercussions of going public? Yeah. Old but gold, dude. There are publicly traded rocket companies, and here, let me show you. So here, let's go here. The thing about those publicly traded rocket companies is that, you know, when they fail, people lose confidence in their investment. Yeah, here, I can show you another one. Yeah, when they fail, you know, Yeah. 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 Fail. 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 Yeah, that's yeah, they get squashed in the stock market, like, badly. That's why I don't think we're ready to do that. There's only one company, one space company that's publicly traded right now that's actually doing okay, and that's Rocket Lab. But even then, you can see when here. RKLB is the stock. You could still see in their 5-year. You could see where they had failures, dude. See what I'm talking about? See what I mean? Do you own? No. No, I am not playing the stock market in any way right now. I had stock in Boeing for a little while. Defense is always surefire, man, because defense. But yeah, I don't have any stonks right now. Your team was annihilated. Try being a San Francisco. All we got is the Niners and the Warriors. What about the Shark? Yeah, never mind. You're right. The Bruins did lose 6-3 in a hockey game. That is getting annihilated. At least you made the playoffs. Stupid Panthers. I'm from San Jose. Why do you do this? I didn't mean to. Your Red Sox didn't do any better. They're 9-9, man. The Red Sox are at 500, and they're literally in last in the AL East. 500 is last. It's okay. They're late bloomers. Let's go Rays. Stupid Florida teams. Go Jays. Oh, God. Here we go. Here we go. I have to deal with the Rays, who are 14-3. The Jays, who are like 12-7. And the stupid freaking Yankees. This division sucks. A lot of baseball left to play. Yeah, that's right, man. We got like 140 games left, dude. So, yeah, it's fine. It's fine for now. I'm just going to pretend it's fine and just keep hitting that hopium, okay? The Rays are 16-3. Oh, thanks for the correction. Bandit, why don't you go back to whatever division the Diamondbacks are in? Because I don't even care about the Diamondbacks so much. I don't even care what division they're in. I know that division sucks. Like, literally none of you have a positive win to loss, okay? Why don't you just go back to your division where you guys, enjoy success with losing records, okay? All right? Okay. Okay. Hopium. It's like the AAA league within the majors, right? Right? I mean, Bob, you have to do it. You're in the AL East too. You have to deal with this crap. You have to deal with the freaking Yankees and the Rays just doing what they're like. What the hell are we supposed to do with this, man? Any other division, we're in first. Any other division, but no. The Diamondbacks share a league with the Padres and the Rockies. The Rockies, who have won 3 games. 3 freaking games. Dude, you would get kicked out of the AL East if you had won 3 games at this point. You would get kicked out. Been a Jays fan since birth. Member of the Jays since 92. Right on, brother. People, hey, yeah, I respect that. I respect that. I grew up about 10 minutes away from Fenway Park. I don't know what to tell you. Did you see the gameplay trailer for Unrecord? It looks insane. Yeah, Apatoxin, I did. The East is a bloodbath. It is, man. What do I got to deal with this, man? It's so stressful. You have the Dodgers. Also, the Diamondbacks have an 11-8 record. 2 games ahead of the Dodgers. Ew. As a Cubs fan since birth, I definitely sympathize with y'all until that second World Series win. All right. Yeah, that's right. The D-backs do have a positive record. That's good, man. That's good.
Discovery, go at
Cards are better than the spoon. No. Switching. 42. He answered everything. What's wrong with Arizona sports teams? I don't know, man. When will there be flight? About 5 hours, Jacobius. Oh, and go Cubs, go Cubs, go. Hey, Chicago, what do you say? Cubs are going to win today. Here, have some hopium. Chopsticks are opening. Yep, there we go. I stand behind my statement. Cardinals are my closet team. Oh. The Cards? Oh, dude. Well, the Dodgers are mine, so... What? What can I say? I'm a Mookie fan. I love Mookie. He's freaking disgustingly good. Sorry. I'm just pissed off all the Giants fans in here. My bad. Mediocre. Starship will be fully reusable someday. This one's going to get axed because it's an outdated design. They're going to launch it to get some flight data, but there you go. Chopsticks. His arms wide. Elon in Gwen at Boca Chica. Chopsticks. His arms wide. That's a good sign, guys. Good signs. Trending in the right direction. Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra. The OV-10 is out, dog. No WB-57 yet. Do we have a word on that flight plan? Dang, you just gave me flashbacks with that reference. Yep. What's your percentage chance of launch today? Smirks, I don't know. No flight plan for the 57 yet. Interesting. Dude, I think it'll go. I think they'll send it if Starship cooperates. I think they will. How far it's gonna get? Don't know. I kind of don't have that feeling, you know? Well, that's good. If you don't have that feeling that they're going to send it, that's usually when they sent it. You know how I know? When we were watching Artemis 1, it didn't feel like it was going to go until the engines ignited, and I went, oh my gosh, it's actually in the air. Okay. You know, so... You know, it's also the 20th of April, so I don't know if that has any correlation. But also, the last time SpaceX did something on the 20th of April, a capsule exploded. Nobody was on board, don't worry. Damn NTO slugs. I firmly believe that postponing the launch to 420 was not a coincidence. I've gotten used to the meme lord now. He does meme. He memes hard. Oh, yeah. That guy memes. He memes a lot. What do you think about if the MLB changed divisions to a north-south system instead of east-west? I don't think that would change much, dude. I heard Elon said that they were working on other issues and still not confident in a launch today. I mean, profile. This was 4 hours ago, dude. So, I mean, dude, once he tweeted that, I'm like, all right, I'm going. Let's do this. But yeah, it is nighttime, but that's what the rocket looks like, dude. So Starship is for the people that don't know, Starship is a fully reusable system. Now, don't get me wrong, this is the first one. First one's going to be expended because this is an outdated design. They just want to get some flight data. But ones in the future, well, the first stage is going to come back down like how SpaceX has been landing their Falcon 9 rocket. It's going to come back down. But if you notice, the first stage, called Super Heavy, has this little peg right there on the side. See that? So Super Heavy is going to come down, and these two catch arms are actually going to swing in and catch the booster. It's just going to hover next to the pad, and they're going to try to catch the thing in future versions, not on this one. Probably not the next one or the next one after that. You got to get some good flight data before you go and try to do something like that, before you want to risk your launch pad, right? In the future, the first stage will come back down, and unlike Falcon 9 with its landing legs that open up and it lands out on the drone ship, Super Heavy will come right back, and the chopsticks will catch it and put it right back down onto the pad. Starship, on the other hand, the upper stage, is going to get up into space. Basically, from about here to about here is a gigantic payload bay. It's 9 meters wide by probably about 15 meters long, give or take. I don't know the exact dimensions because we've never really seen inside of that thing. I mean, I know there's header tanks in there and a couple of other things, and the attitude control systems are in there as well. I know that because I'm a dork and I've analyzed SN 8, 9, and 10 crashing so much that you could kind of figure out where stuff ends up by judging by how it left the vehicle when they hit the ground and exploded. Hey, it worked. So... Well, the ACS is just vents now. You're a vent. Got 'em. Yeah, right there. Yeah, those are the header tank vents. Everything is chrome in the future. So the second stage is going to get up, and then if you notice, it has tiles similar to the space shuttle. Right? You can see the darker side of Starship here are all thermal tiles. Those are very similar to the space shuttles, except these ones are a unifibrous, oxidation-resistant, corrosion-resistant carbon tile instead of a silica-based tile like the space shuttle. It's basically like a Mark II version of the space shuttle tiles. SpaceX's tiles are also mechanically adhered and also adhesive glued in some spots. So they actually clip in. It's a clip-on. It's a clip-on. You sure? So... the mechanical adhesion coupled with the stainless steel body supposedly should be better for reusing tiled spacecraft. Supposedly, I mean that has yet to be seen. Maybe in 5 hours we'll find out. Now Starship has these flaperons, I guess is what we call them. These wings on the side actually don't move like this. If the vehicle is pointed towards us, the wings actually move up like this. We need a spacecraft with wings that go like this. Or like this, not like this. All right, anyway. So what these things do are they work similar to like a skydiver. So if you've like watched like Mission Impossible or something, you see somebody skydiving, they move their arm out and you kind of go that way. And doing that will allow Starship to be able to land down on a landing pad. Now, Starship, when it does land in future flights, will do something similar to what's on the back screen right here. This is why I keep this here. Starship will do a flip maneuver, light its engines, come back down, and vertically propulsively land. Now, I'm not 100% sure about that one. It should work. It worked before. But also at the same time, this one is not doing that. This one will just belly flop, do literally the world's biggest skydive into water, if it makes it that far. I do have my doubts. But also at the same time, I don't know. I have been noticing some things about Starship, and guys, once again, I'm just an armchair rocket scientist. I can teach people how to play Kerbal, you know what I mean? But I did talk about this last time, and it probably would be cool to mention this again.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So what I'm about to show you is what's called Schlieren imaging. Yeah, I know, it's a funny name to say. Schlieren imaging is basically wind tunnel testing. It's used for wind tunnel testing at certain speeds. Okay, so Schlieren imaging basically will show you how stuff moves through the air. It's, like I said, wind tunnel testing. But Schlieren images are used for wind tunnel testing at supersonic and hypersonic speeds. So it's not just like a wind tunnel for a car where they just let the smoke go over the car and see what the smoke is doing, right? Schlieren imaging produces these really, really nice pictures that show the wake of the air that's left for things going really, really freaking fast. So here's basically a missile. Basically a missile style shape. Now, some things to know. And once again, not an engineer. My knowledge of hypersonics and supersonics is pretty damn limited. There are people here that are way more qualified to talk about it than I am. But here's the thing. Okay, so all you need to know is see the wake that it leaves? Kind of looks like a boat wake almost. This is called a boundary layer, okay? Or just, you could call it a bow shock too, I guess. I call it a boundary layer. See that? That's where the plasma is that accumulates from compression heating during reentry. So, when something goes through reentry, okay, what happens is it starts to hit the atmosphere. It's starting to trade, the vehicle trades kinetic energy, right? So it trades its kinetic energy, so velocity. So it slows down and it trades the kinetic energy for heat energy. So how does that happen? Well, that happens by atmosphere hitting the vehicle, okay? So vehicle comes in, atmosphere hits it, and it swaps the kinetic energy of the vehicle by heating up the air that it hits. Now, why does it heat up the air? Well, in science, there's this law called the ideal gas law. The ideal gas law is PV equals nRT. Plain English, you compress a gas, it gets hot. You decompress a gas, it gets cold. You ever have a keyboard cleaner, the keyboard spray gun, and you spray it all at once, and the can gets really cold? Ideal gas law. There you go. So all this air that's hitting Starship or a space shuttle or a capsule on the way in is getting compressed so much to the point where the pressure on the leading surface, or what's called the leeward side of the reentry vehicle, the air gets compressed so hard that it literally rips itself apart. It ionizes. It basically splits the air molecule. And I don't know if you guys know so much about like nuclear stuff, but what happens when you split an atom? You split an atom, right? We figured that out 70-something years ago, and so that's basically what it's doing. Anything that's coming back through the atmosphere is going fast enough to literally rip the air apart. And when it rips it apart, because air isn't radioactive, it's not gonna be a nuclear blast during reentry, because it's not radioactive, right? So when it comes through during reentry, it'll split it. And when it splits the air molecules, when they ionize, they'll release plasma. It'll make plasma. And that plasma accumulates. And that wake that you see in these Schlieren images is that wake of plasma that happens. So, long story short, the basic thing that you need to know here is however close to that line you are, the closer you are to this line, the hotter it's going to get. So a pointed design, a missile, it's actually not a really good reentry vehicle design. The reason why is because the point of that, the tip of the missile, tip of the spear, so to speak, is going to get insanely hot because you have plasma all around it. So, reentry and hypersonics, for the most part, unless you can find some way to make some type of metal here that's going to withstand 1600 C for like 8 minutes of reentry, you're going to have to try something else. Now, keep in mind, reentry trajectory does change. A nuclear missile, an ICBM, the mutually assured destruction things, Fallout style, those travel on very different trajectories than, say, the space shuttle. The reason why is basically because, well, one, the ICBM is designed to go I mean, it's a nuke. It can pull a ridiculous amount of G's and then blow up over its target, or go into the ground and then blow up. Yeah, bunker buster nukes. Really deranged stuff. So that favors a very steep reentry. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing about reentry. The total impulse of energy is always going to be the same, give or take. I mean, you're always going to encounter the same amount of energy from slowing down in the atmosphere, right? It's just really how hot it's going to get, okay? So something that's coming in like straight down from the atmosphere, like a nuke, for instance, that hits the ground going like, dude, it doesn't even have time. Like, the atmosphere slows it down a little bit, right? And then it hits the ground going really, really fast. You can't shoot at it. You can't shoot it down. I mean, you might be able to, or you could zap it out of the sky with a laser. The Preparation H laser. So that thing's going to come in on a really steep re-entry trajectory. It's going to pull an insane amount of G's, and it's going to get really, really hot, really, really fast. But the period of heating is actually going to be shorter. Okay? A spacecraft that's going through re-entry, so something like a shallow re-entry trajectory, that is going to have a net lower temperature, but the period of heating is going to be longer. No, Salyut, I haven't. So like for a missile-tipped shape, if you have something that can basically withstand insanely high temperatures for a short period of time, a pointy missile is not that bad. But this thing is also pulling like 200 G's as it decelerates, and it would liquefy anybody on board. If you've ever seen The Expanse, you know what I'm talking about? When the thing stops the thing and they liquefy the people inside, you know what I'm talking about? That. You don't want that. So a blunt body design, something like this, so missile nose cone, right? This thing right here, using a flat bottom, right, is a little bit more stable. But also, this is good for a shallow re-entry trajectory. But if you notice, look at how big that wake is comparatively. But here's the thing. See, there's a gap right there where the air gets compressed. So it kind of keeps it away from the capsule for the most part, right? See what I'm talking about? The further that is away from your re-entry vehicle, the better. And that does depend on trajectory to an extent, but it also really depends on the shape of the vehicle. That has a lot to do with it, okay? So this missile shape is going to get really, 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 really hot right here and kind of stay okay down here. And then the fins are obviously going to get really, really, really hot. Whatever you see these black lines in these Schlieren images, that's heat. That's a lot of heat. That's plasma. Plasma accumulates because you're compressing air. Now notice that the point right here, the point of the missile is making a really defined boundary layer. This blunt body capsule right here, missile nose cone design, that thing is compressing a ton of air up against it, and it makes a gigantic wave of plasma. See what I'm talking about? But interesting thing to note, there's a see that kind of medium area right here? That basically is going to mean that the heating on this is not going to be as much as the heating on the tip of that nose cone right there. But you're still going to need some type of thermal protection system because that plasma is so damn freaking close. All right, now let's go over here. Let's go to the capsule concept. So that's basically a Mercury capsule. This is why capsules are kind of this conic shape with a hemispherical heat shield on the back. Because what this does is it's blunt. It's blunt in the front. Well, the front would be the back of the capsule because the capsule would fly backwards through re-entry, right? The people in this concept would be facing this way. And this is the reason why most of the heat shields that are on capsules nowadays all look like this. Now look, that layer is really, really thick. It's really defined. But also, look at the gap between that and the heat shield. Now, don't get me wrong. This is still going to get hot. All right, so you need some way to bleed off all this heat because if you re-enter, right, even though this is, not going to get nearly as hot as the tip of that nose cone right there, right? It's still going to get pretty dang hot. So what does a capsule do? What does a capsule do when it does something like this? Well, you have an ablator heat shield. We'll take Dragon, for instance, SpaceX's Dragon. They use a phenolic impregnated carbon ablator, which is basically charcoal with resin injected into it. It is way more complicated than that, and I know it's not exactly that. I understand. I'm just trying to do that to get a good picture in people's heads. Think about like pouring resin in charcoal. Kind of like that. It's different. It's phenolic impregnated carbon ablator. It's exactly as the name implies. Okay? But no one understands what phenolic is. Phenol impregnation is something... I said impregnation and chat went, what? Yeah, I don't think that's something that that person uses in their day-to-day. Think resin with charcoal, okay? So what happens here is that the charcoal burns off.
Discovery.
And when it burns off, it provides a cool column of gas around the capsule to make sure that it stays cool, that it doesn't melt. The heat shield sacrifices itself. That's called thermal ablation. It basically burns it off. Now, remember what I said. When you go from re-entry, you're trading kinetic energy for heat energy, all right? That heat has to go somewhere because heat is quantitative, all right? Conservation of energy. It just doesn't evaporate into thin air. It ablates into thin air. Boom. Monastery, thanks for the 2-monther. I smell a launch in the air. Yep. So... this is with an ablative heat shield, all right? The capsule will still be in a nice cool column of gas because the heat shield burns at a lower temperature than the plasma. But burning that off basically absorbs all the energy. So you ablate the heat shield, and the heat shield burns into thin air, and that's where that energy goes, right? So, Starship. Why do I think that Starship is going to make it? Or what do I, like, why would I think this? Well... okay, Starship is using tiles, right? Starship is using tiles, but some of these tiles are kind of bumpy. Like you can see some kind of cracks in the armor if you look at some of these shots up close. You see that the tiles aren't all perfect, right? But here's the thing. There's a fourth shape in here. All right? The tiles on Starship might not have to be perfect. And once again, this is just my stupid personal theory. I am probably 100% wrong, but just something to consider. Because I've noticed that people have been saying that, people that do know stuff about hypersonics have been saying that is not really going to get you very far during re-entry. Because like I said, you could see chinks in the armor right there. See, the tiles aren't all perfectly uniform. And that does screw up that hypersonic flow that I'm talking about. Like 2 uneven tiles will create another boundary layer like that, and that can it can ununiformly heat the thermal protection system, and when you don't get uniform heating on the thermal protection system, bad stuff happens. Bad stuff happens. Let's just say that. Have you watched the latest BPS video? No, Binol, I haven't. I have done nothing this week but cover Starship, play cities, and sleep. And watch hockey. But, yeah. So, Starship. Do I think it's going to make it through re-entry? It's hard to say. Because those tiles that are on Starship are not very uniform. But they are perfect on the nose cone. And they are perfect on the wing leading edges. They're not necessarily perfect on the body of the vehicle. But here's the thing. All right? Here's that fourth shape. Take a look. The blunt body concept. Take a look at that. The tiles might not need to be perfect in order to get good entry and descent data here. The reason why is because when you have something that's spherical, that's hemispherical going through the atmosphere, that is the most efficient for re-entry. Now, why is that? Look at how far away the plasma, the stuff that kills you, this stuff, look at how far it is away. Interesting, right? And before you say, well, I don't know, man, that's never been tried. Well, there's this mission that they flew in 1961 out of the Soviet Union that says otherwise. The Vostok capsule is a perfect sphere. See? It's a perfect sphere. This is the service module back here. It's a spherical re-entry vehicle. See that? A sphere is actually one of the best shapes for re-entry. Now remember, that's a hemisphere right there, but it's kind of a flattened hemisphere, but still a hemisphere. Spherical shape is actually really good for reentry because it keeps the plasma further away. Starship might make it through reentry because with this design, your boundary layer stays really far away. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing about hypersonic flow. You're flying through a nonlinear medium, okay? So meaning that the air gets thicker as you go further into the atmosphere and your speed does change, right? Atmospheric density is shifting. Your speed shifts with density because, you know, you get lower in the atmosphere, you're running into more air ionizes more plasma, right? However, and that correlates basically to an angle of the boundary layer. Now, in this design, the boundary layer is really, really far away. But as you go faster, the angle of the boundary layer will change. Faster you go, steeper the angle. So what does that tell me about this design? That tells me that on the spherical parts of Starship, the tiles don't necessarily have to be perfect. And once again, I'm probably 100% wrong. They probably have to be absolutely perfect or else you're going to get something bad happening. However, this tells me that right at entry interface, so right when you start to accumulate a lot of plasma, the boundary layer might hit the armpit of the design right here. Because this blunt body concept basically looks like Starship from the top, like this. And what's the armpit in this design? Well, the armpit in this design is the wing holders. So right there and right there. The interesting thing about this is that with the exception of some parts, these leading edge pieces and the underside of the wing surface right here, those tiles are perfect. And then obviously the nose cone. The nose cone tiles are actually pretty damn symmetrical if you look at it. Now, the nose cone, like I said, the nose cone is going to get the hottest because, you know, at certain angles of attack, that's going to be hitting the atmosphere first. But as Starship pitches up and it gets 90 degrees to laminar flow, right? So basically it re-enters like this, doing a gigantic belly flop in the atmosphere. That tells me that the hypersonics are going to look something like this. And because you have the biggest medium here between your plasma boundary layer in this design and the actual ship, that tells me that the tiles don't have to be perfect. They just have to be good enough. Which kind of means that these tiles might not be that big of a deal. But, once again, that's my opinion. I am not an engineer. I'm not an aerospace engineer. I just read about this stuff and play KSP. Okay? What the hell do I know? If hypersonics professors around on Twitter are saying that that's a bad idea, it's probably a bad idea. But it's just something to consider here. Starship's tiles might not have to be perfect because of its blunt body design during reentry. Could be wrong, though. So, do I think it's going to make it through reentry? Maybe. Maybe. It's possible. It's possible. I'd say that is one of the outcomes. If it gets that far, I'd be much more worried about it getting off the pad and staging at that point, but who knows? Will expansion heating not make them uniform? That is also possible, Vickers, but yeah, stainless, I don't know how stainless is going to react to the reentry. Like, I don't know enough about FEA, about stainless steel to see what it's going to do. I know that stainless steel gets stronger when it's colder, right? I feel like we learn more if it fails. Oscar, yeah, maybe. The tip will get destroyed from vibrations that the plasma creates. It's a possibility, guys. I'm not saying I'm correct. I'm just lending credence as to why SpaceX would send this thing with crooked tiles. The other thing is they could just send it because they don't care. They don't care. Ship 24 is an outdated piece of junk. Get Ship 26 teed up and we'll use that. Blunt body on 420 sounds lit. Out of all of that, 1011, that's what you heard? Okay. If it goes right, I don't know. Unforeseen issues. If it fails, they can find out why. At least that's how I think. Well, Oscar, here's the thing. You're talking about different sides of design philosophy when it comes to rockets. They're different sides of the same coin. Now, SpaceX uses what's called an iterative design philosophy. Okay? Iterative design philosophy is where get it where you think it's going to be. Do some analysis. Do some math behind it. Get it to where you think it's good enough, send it. So these landing tests are a good example of that. It will, Goblin in, yeah. Ooh, excuse me. These landing tests are a good example of that. Basically, send it and see what happens. It's a very Kerbal way of doing things. But if you've ever done that in KSP, especially in career mode in KSP 1, you know how expensive that gets. But here's the thing. That iterative design philosophy also, you were right, it teaches you the most. It teaches you the most. Failure is the best teacher when testing. I mean, one could make the argument that failure is the best teacher, period, when it comes to rocket science. But also, it's a little messed up thing to say when you send stuff with people on board and it doesn't end well. So let's just say that failure is the best teacher during testing. You don't want surprises during operational missions. We figured that one out the hard way. So here's the thing. That is iterative design philosophy. Now, the flip side of that coin is what's called all-up testing. Okay? All-up testing is what NASA does. That's what NASA did in the past. They did that with the space shuttle, they did that with SLS, and they did that with Saturn V before it. What is all-up testing? All-up testing is where you basically do as much... You basically do all the math. There's a analysis. There's initial analysis, all right? And those analytics are basically the engineers crunching the math to figure out, to use math to basically prove what the vehicle is going to do. And then corroborating as much of that analysis through ground testing as you possibly can. Basically, no stone unturned. This is why NASA seems to go a lot slower than SpaceX. Because NASA will test every single component on that rocket till they're blue in the face. And then they'll put the whole thing together, and then they'll send it all up in one shot. What do I mean? Well, with SpaceX and their iterative design for Starship, that thing is nowhere near, self-admittedly from SpaceX themselves, that thing's nowhere near what the final design will look like. It's kind of a good example, but it's nowhere near what the finalized design looks like. I mean, Ship 24 doesn't even have a payload bay. It doesn't have a payload bay, doesn't have room for passengers, doesn't have... any pressurized components for people inside, no airlocks, no life support. Like, it has nothing. It is just kind of an analog with flight fidelity, propulsion, and landing systems, right? It's not that far off from this thing. And don't get me wrong, there are a lot of iterative design changes between, well, that's SN10, and the Ship 24 is the one that supposedly is going to get, well, not supposedly, hopefully gets sent up into space here. But that's not kind of a final fidelity version of the rocket. SLS, the Artemis 1 rocket that launched 6 months ago? The SLS rocket that launched relatively recently, right? That rocket is much closer to the final product. That is way, way closer to the final product than the current iteration of Starship. And that's the flip side of this. That's why NASA appears to go very slow. Because they do all-up testing. They test as much stuff as you possibly can on the ground to show that the math works, put it all together, and then send it. And if you did everything right, it should work exactly as tested. And SLS, for the most part, did. Yes, the Artemis 1 mission was probably one of the most successful test flights of all time. SLS's insertion accuracy was in the 99.97th percentile or something like that. Yeah, it was aiming for a 1,000 nautical mile by 20 nautical mile orbit, and it went 998 by 20 or something. That is extremely accurate for a rocket that big. Very accurate. Yes. Hello, is the launching on for today? Meave, I hope so. I think it was in November. It was, Toms. I mean, we watched it here. It was great. Boosters and ignition. Don't forget SLS was using shuttle components, which were well understood. Yeah, of course. Sure. I mean, but even reusing stuff is not a guaranteed win, Forlorn. You guys still got to do the math. The engines are operating on a completely different flight regime. It's very important to understand. And there's 4 of them. What's the most likely thing to go wrong if you were to jinx it? Mediocre? I want this thing to fly. But, yeah, I'll get to that in 1 second. So that kind of illustrates the differences between SpaceX's iterative design philosophy and NASA's all-up testing. They're 2 sides of the same coin here. So, Once again, mediocre. With that being said, what's the most likely thing that will go wrong today? I'm going to guess they'll have trouble getting 33 engines ignited. Once again, I'm an armchair rocket scientist. Take what I have to say for what it's worth. This is just a Twitch stream. I play Kerbal, okay? Getting 33 engines to simultaneously ignite is going to be very difficult. But if they do it, that's going to be the hard part. I will consider it a success if they, like me personally, I will think it's a success. And keep in mind, I'm kind of parroting what Elon said. I mean, I don't think that parroting the chief engineer is something that's like, oh my God, you're just saying what Elon said. Elon said if it gets off the pad, it's good. Now, you know, I'm not just going to say, oh, if it gets off the pad, it's good. No. Lighting 33 rocket engines all at once is a very difficult thing to do. That is a very difficult thing to do. And even in SpaceX's static fire test, they only did 31 engines. One of them actually shut off. The computer shut off one and they voluntarily shut off another. And then they lit 31 engines and they fired it at like half throttle or whatever. Now, is that a guarantee that it'll work? I don't know. Probably not. Maybe. But there's 20 hold down points on Super Heavy. 20 of them. There's 20 hold down points. How many hold down points does SLS have? 8. How many did the shuttle have? 8. How many did the Saturn V have? 4. How many does Falcon 9 have? 4. What about Falcon Heavy? How many does Falcon Heavy have? 8. No one's ever had a rocket being held down with 20 hold down points and trying to achieve 20 simultaneous separations. No one's ever done that. That is it. And also no one's ever tried to simultaneously ignite 33 engines all at once. The closest was 30 on the N1 rocket, and it did it a couple of times and then it blew up. After that, the only other time that anyone ever got close to igniting that many engines is, well, Falcon Heavy. Falcon Heavy lights 27 engines. But they don't light them all at once. That gets into sequenced ignition and other, lighting rocket engines. If you try to fire all the engines at the same time, you can create resonant vibrations. You can create hard start scenarios. You can create tank siphons where you basically cavitate the line and the line implodes. Which happened to Booster 7, might I add. They fixed it and they upgraded its design. So, dude, if it can get past that and it clears the tower, if they can get past 33 engine simultaneous ignition, 20 hold down point separation, I will consider that a pretty damn good win. If it gets to staging, everything from there is kind of playing with house money at that point. You know what I mean? Thanks for being here. I have the alarm set, so I'll see you soon. All right, Anesthesis. What is a hold down point? Goblin,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
With rocket science, the names of things usually indicate exactly what they do. The hold down points hold the vehicle down to the pad. Why do you have a hold down point? Why not just light the engines and go? Well, okay, most rockets sit on the pad for maybe a fraction of a second just to make sure that all the engines are working. The reason why you do that is because of this. Well, the reason why you do this, got a car at the pad area, ... Yikes. Flurry Andreas, 19-month resub. This is footage from the Atlas Centaur AC-5 mission in 1965. Atlas has 3 motors. Okay, watch this. So if you're wondering what that thing is up there, that's the vernier thruster. This is before they really figured out how to gimbal a rocket engine. So this little guy is how you steer. Now, watch. This is the precise reason why you hold the rocket on the pad for a second while all your engines get up to full thrust and the computer verifies that they're all working correctly. Because on this mission, that didn't happen. So let's get to the good part right here. Now, I don't know if you guys can tell, something is going very wrong here. See that? Yeah, that's not good. The video is playing backwards. No, it's not. I mean, it is, but there's a reason for it. That is the reason why you hold down to the pad, Goblinin, so that doesn't happen. That's from the AC-5 mission. It did not end well. Yeah. Total loss, vehicle, and pad. Yep. Yeah. So you hold the rocket to the pad for a second, fire all the engines, make sure that they're working, and then let them go. The space shuttle did the same thing. So, yeah, the hold down. What do the hold down points do? They hold the vehicle to the pad while the engines are getting going. So rocket engines aren't an instant start either. What you have to do to get a rocket engine starting, because well, not all rocket engines are like this, but we'll just get into some kind of basics here, I suppose. So the Raptor engines are using 2 turbo pumps. Okay, they're pre-burner turbo pumps for the nerds. Okay, here is the basic of the basic version. Raptor is using one of the most complicated types of combustion cycles in rocketry by a long shot, but here's the gist of it. So, rockets need to move an insane amount of liquid very quickly into a combustion chamber to make an explosion and force it out the nozzle. Okay, you need to make an insane amount of, you need to move insane amounts of liquid fuel, so liquid fuel and oxidizer. Okay, how they do that is basically they have a jet engine. It's a jet engine that is attached, instead of a jet engine being attached to a compressor, you have a jet engine attached to a fluid impeller. So it is a turbocharged fuel pump. So a turbocharger implies you're moving a gas, right? Because you're charging the air. Remove the charger part and just put the pump next to it. Turbo pump. Okay? So, with Raptor, you have jet engines, 2 of them. A gas generator and a turbine that spins a fluid impeller. Okay? And that fluid impeller moves liquid methane. There's 2 of them. One of them moves liquid methane, the other one moves liquid oxygen. All right? From there, where does it move them to? Well, on Raptor, and this is what I mean about Raptor being super freaking complicated. On Raptor, it moves the propellants into the jet engine's combustion chamber, okay? And the liquid methane jet engine is spraying more fuel than oxidizer, and then the liquid oxidizer pump is spraying more oxidizer than fuel. Now, why would you pump directly into these jet engines? Aren't they just the fuel pump? On some rocket engines they are. Sure, that would be like an open cycle gas generator design, and we can get into that if you want to talk about it later. But what happens here is the exhaust from these 2 jet engines that are pumping fuel, the exhaust goes into the rocket engine. These are 2 basically afterburning turbo pumps that have their exhaust, their reheated exhaust going into the combustion chamber. Now, I say they're afterburning turbojets. They're not afterburning turbojets. In rocket science, they're actually called preburners. Yep, they're called preburners, not afterburners. An afterburner occurs after main combustion in a turbojet design, right? On this rocket engine, you're basically preheating your propellants and turning them into gas to get better atomization to go into the rocket engine and make a bigger explosion. Okay? So, why am I telling you all this? Yeah, Raptor engines are like 2 jet engines firing on afterburner, on full reheat, going into a rocket engine. If that sounds ridiculous, yeah, it is. It's really difficult to do. Which is why I keep saying that trying to do that 33 times over and getting every single one of those right, that's going to be hard. Yeah, that's going to be hard. But the reason why I tell you all this is because at the end of the day, you're still using a turbine to get some type of actuation. Okay? Turbines need to spin. They need to spool. Anybody a fan of turbocharged cars? right? Turbocharged cars. It takes a second for the turbine to spool. Takes a second for the turbine to spool. Or if you're a pilot that has a multi-engine rating and you're flying a jet around, you take the throttle and you put it to full. Well, what's going to happen? The FADEC is going to say absolutely not, because you'll flood the engine and you'll get a compressor stall. That's great. So it's going to slowly spool up the jet engines. If you've ever flown on a passenger plane, when you get on the runway, it always seems like a nice slow ramp. The pilots just they put the throttle all the way to the front, and it takes the jet engines a second to go. They need to spool to do something. They need to get up to speed. Liquid fuel rocket engines that are using a turbo pump need to do the same thing. And that's the other reason why Raptor has 20 hold down points. Or why Super Heavy has 20 hold down points. Because not only are they holding it to the pad to make sure that 66 turbo pumps all spool up to the right speeds to get the engine to turn on, and then hopefully turn on and stay running without like delaminating themselves and without causing, well, that to happen, right? But the hold down points also are what basically starts the outer 20 boosters on Super Heavy. So Super Heavy kind of looks like this. This is an older design right here. Super Heavy has 20 engines on its outer ring and 13 engines in the center. So there's a ring of 10, a ring of 20, and then 3 in the center. That's 33 engines, okay? The outer 20 engines they are not capable of restarting in flight. Why? Because you only really need them on the way up. Why would you give them the ability to restart? Those 20 hold down points have pneumatic actuators inside of them to shoot helium into these turbo pumps to get them to spool. Basically a gigantic anti-lag system for a rocket engine, if you're familiar with cars. It's a big anti-lag system. Yeah, SpaceX actually showed it working in one of their videos, one of the Starship videos that they released relatively recently. So the hold down points are there to hold the vehicle to the pad while the pneumatic systems spool up and start the outer 20, or well, the inner 3, the inner 10, and then the outer 20 in a sequenced ignition. That is an extremely complicated ballet of machinery and aerospace engineering, of mechanical and aerospace engineering. That is a very complicated thing to do. If they can get past that part on the first try, I'll be damn impressed. I love the turbine noise. Helium and something cheaper like argon or even nitrogen. The air start mechanism, Mr. Bond, or not the air start mechanism. The air starting mechanism on the inner 13 engines might be helium. Did they do that because less mass? Could be using nitrogen. The pad systems also could be using nitrogen. Admittedly, I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to say that pad side, it's probably nitrogen. But, yeah, it's probably nitrogen, if I had to guess. Could you do a supercharger noise? I don't know, man. I'm trying to explain complicated rocket science, and you guys are like, hey, make another funny noise, please. Make another funny noise, please. There you go, all right? That's enough. What are the parallels to N1, and what do you think SpaceX has learned from N1 and done differently? I'd say they learned more from Falcon Heavy drummer than anything. Because Falcon Heavy is probably the closest analog that they have. I'm pretty sure Elon went to try and ask the Russians for anything, for stuff related to rocket science 20 years ago, and they told him to go frick himself. That is part of how SpaceX got founded. True story. If you ever read Elon's biography by Ashley Vance, he wanted to buy a rocket launch to put a greenhouse on Mars to show that how like we could colonize Mars for spaceflight outreach. So he went to Russia and tried to buy a launch service from them. And the Russians are like, for you, price is 100 million. And Elon basically said, your rocket's worth 20. Why are you highballing me? 30 million in my final offer. And the Russian said, all right, fine. Price 100 million or you leave. And Elon's like, fine, frick you. And then on a plane ride back, he's like, you know what? Screw them. I can do it better myself. Spite is a powerful motivator, I'll tell you that. The vehicle was a Border Patrol Ford pickup and has left the area again. Tank farm is now venting a bunch. CBP. Now do a naturally aspirated V12. I don't know. I thought he wanted an ICBM. Probably. How about inline 6 turbo? You guys just want to make car noises. I'm trying to teach people about rockets. You're like, nah, car noise, go burr. Thanks. So, yeah, I mean, guys, going back to what we were talking about, do I think it's going to get off the pad? Well, if they can do all that, get all those turbines spooled up, get all the engines to ignite, and get the hold down points to simultaneously separate all at once, there's a pretty good chance it makes it into space, I will say. Now do an Aussie bear. I don't know, man. Well, simple. The Border Patrol livery is pretty nice. Yeah. No more motor noise. Tom's a killer. Thank you for the bit. Do a Tesla Model 3.
Discovery, go at throttle
Hey,
up.
Green Tea. 13-month resub. Where's that 3-rotor love? Did you pre-order a Starship Torch? No. No, I did not. It's $180, dude. I'm good. I'm good. Brings in Stratton 2-stroke. He just like jingling keys. Yeah, I know, right? Jingle, jangle, jangle. Do a Ford Model T. What are you gonna do when you grow up, EJ? Make car noises for the internet for thousands of people and get paid. I guess I can't complain, huh? Has the test gone? No. We are 4 hours and 19 minutes out. Tank farm is spooling up. You poor bugger. Yeah, I know, Greg. My job is really difficult, right? Do the moon buggy. There you go. 4 hours and 20 minutes to go. That's the meme number, chat. Do an engine with a knock. No! Go back to talking about rockets. I know the feeling I'm retired at 42. Really? Nice. Streamer make funny noise me happy. I try, man. I try. Wait, is the supercharger noise actually the engine noise, or is it the artificial sound that some cars use to mimic that noise? What type of supercharger is it? Is it a Roots? Centrifugal? Twin screw? What are we talking about? Is this the test that was suspended a few days ago? That's correct, Vosky. Yeah. Liquidator, I'm not doing C lasts anymore. Just type it again, please. Wait a little while and type it again. I was in the Aussie Arbor, it buggered my back, so I can't work. Oh, yeah. Greg, you've told me that before. You've told me that before, dude. How does a Raptor engine ignite? Elon said they removed the igniters in an everyday astronaut video, right? Maybe resonance ignition, or is there something specific? I don't know, Jock. I mean, we could think about it, dude. Like, okay, if they took the torch igniter away. So, okay, you guys really want to know how a rocket engine fires? They need some source of initial ignition, and that's it. So, think about it like a grill. If you have a propane grill, boy, I tell you what. Right? You have a propane grill. You turn the gas on. You throw one match in, or you hit the igniter on the grill. Literally like that. The igniter that you have on a gas stove or a gas grill is a spark igniter. That's rocket engines don't use something far off from that. You only need to hit the spark igniter only needs to go once, and then you get a flame. And then that flame just kind of keeps doing its thing. It's like a Bunsen burner. You only need to spark it once, and then the Bunsen burner will just stay on, and then you regulate gas flow. Rocket engines kind of work like that. Kind of. It is a little more complicated than lighting a Bunsen burner, okay? It's not a schooner, it's a sailboat. So, what would Raptor use if not a torch igniter? It could be using some kind of auto combustion, like a diesel motor, but I doubt that. Sick burn, Bunsen. It could be using some type of auto combustor. It's using not a flamethrower. That would be a torch igniter, but yeah, they took those out. Resonance ignition is wild as well. You must feed a high pressure gas into a tube of just the right geometry and the thing goes off. Pretty sure that's what relativity does. Know an engineer that did a thesis on it and moved on to work at relativity. Jock, I would have to guess that's what's going on. They're creating some kind of scenario where the gaseous propellants auto combust, which is, or some type of resonance ignition. You could use the overpressure event to create you could use the overpressure. The overpressure event comes post ignition. The pressure wave of the liquid fuel and oxidizer actually going through the injector plate into the engine could create a resonant detonation that could start the motor. That's a guess. I mean, I'm Jock. If I had to guess, I would say resonant ignition. It's basically dieseling itself to start, and that would actually make sense given how fast Raptors can restart themselves. If you guys watch NASA Spaceflight's McGregor testing footage, we've seen Raptor engines turn off and turn on within 15 seconds. Rocket engines don't do that. They do not. It's not Kerbal. You can't just hit Z and X and turn it off and on and off and on and off and on. You tried to do that with a rocket engine, it would blow up. Meeps! Dude, 96 person rate. Hey! Meowdy, you're getting up there, dude. That's awesome. How's that partner grind going, dude? Dude. Meeps, I'm freaking proud of you for what it's worth, man. Like, some random dude that you only know on the internet is proud of you. Like, I know that sounds strange, dude, but you did the freaking grind. That's not easy to do, man. That's not easy to do. I made it to partner, so there's that. Yeah. No, I know. Dude, you're freaking doing it, dude. That's dope. That's freaking awesome. That's not an easy grind to do. I know from experience. Good for you. Good for you, buddy. I'm seriously freaking happy for you. That's excellent, man. Thank you very much for the raid. It's more like a blind hole and the pressure wave goes in and out of it, heating it up more and more. Pretty crazy stuff and apparently really hard to get right. Best part is no part, Jock. That does jive with what Elon says, you know? Here's what the Raptor 2 igniters sound like. Oh, boy. Anyway, Meeps, thank you very much for the raid. That's freaking awesome, dude, that you're doing your thing. What were you streaming today? Were you doing more game dev or what? Very much appreciated. Well, dude, it's earned, man. I mean, you call me a little bit old school, but you know, you earn your keep, right? You bust face and you earn your keep. Meeps, I mean, your old man knows something about that, right? You know what I mean? Going door to door doing his thing. I didn't forget that conversation. I was playing the new Minecraft game, kind of trolling a bit for 420. Oh. Well. All right. Sweet. Cool. That's awesome, bud. Good for you. It was fun? Sweet. Dude. That's, you know, you got to have a little bit of fun from time to time, you know. But the grind, man. The grind, dude. You're doing it. It's not easy to do. That takes a lot of commitment, man. You know, like, it takes a lot of commitment. That's freaking awesome, man. Anyway, thank you very much for the raid. Fun is never overrated. So, we're trying to watch this grain silo fly. You can tell we're... Change the scene. Well, this is awkward. This is a great picture. Now, the NSF cast has this froggy picture Starship. We're waiting. We're at T-minus 4 hours and 11 minutes here for the Starship launch. Tank farm is online. Do you think it's possible to make an infinitely or near infinitely reignitability? RL10s basically do that. Hey, Robert, what's going on? Weather's looking okay. It's a little froggy, but... What's local time? The local time is 4:15 a.m. in Texas. Yeah, see, we get it. We get it, Tank Farm, you vape. What do you think of this emote, by the way? It's the flight suit. Astronaut vibes, my guy. That's good, man. That's a good one. That's cool. Actually, Meeves, did you see those, you see Blue just decided to start showing, they just decided tweeting left and right about all the hardware that they're working on? They showed their turbo pump impellers, which I'm like, okay. That's like, I showed you my turbo pump impeller, please reply. Like, that's not something that they kind of just show off willy-nilly, you know? But it is cool. Look, they showed off the turbine impellers, which that's like, you know, the if you were just here for what I was talking about, like a turbine for a rocket engine that's attached to a fluid impeller, those are the impellers. That's the stuff that moves the liquid fuels around inside of the rocket engine. They yeah, I'm actually kind of amazed that they showed that. I've been seeing the tweets. I don't know enough to know the significance, but every time I see it, I think EJ must love these posts. Am I that basic? Because you're not wrong. I'm all about that ruler, though. Has Blue Origin released their findings for the abort that they had? Drummer, they basically said we changed the configuration on the BE3. We knew that we changed the configuration, and the configuration change was the result of the failure, and we've since corrected the problem, but never actually addressed why they changed the parameters, the operating parameters on the engine in the first place, which ended up giving it nozzle burn through. Basically, the explosion came out the side of the rocket engine instead of the bottom. That's you know, for the people that aren't rocket scientists, you generally want the explosion to come out of the bottom of the vehicle. If the explosion is coming out anywhere else but the bottom of the vehicle, bad stuff happens. Show the ruler again. It is a nice ruler. It is a nice ruler. 45 centimeter. Look at that. I mean, those are little baby impellers. Because they're for the BE7, which is a expander cycle. Yeah, an SRB did that once. Well, that's what happened to the BE3. And then here they also showed dude, they showed the injectors and everything. Like, okay. Yeah, this is the BE7. BE7s are really impressive motors, guys. They're basically an RL10 on drugs. Like, 420. It's an expander cycle that should be able to produce about 500 kilonewtons of thrust, which is like theoretical maximum for that style of motor. Drug share. You share. You're from the drug country. Look at this. Those are the B7 nozzles. Look at that. Spin. Yeah, they're spinning the nozzles on these jigs right here. McMaster car accessum. Dude, like seriously, they showed up. Dude, look, they're even showing before final machining the Blue Moon lander. Like they're showing the RCS thrusters and everything. Like I'm like, okay. There ain't many companies that have the stones to do that. Like, and then they just decided to show the Huntsville engine factory. Like, if you guys have seen this footage, they had to blur that one because it's not safe for work. You know, they had to blur that one out. They're blurring out the copper cooling channels. They don't want people seeing them. It's proprietary. It's pituitary gland. Wait, what? No, proprietary. I made that joke on purpose. All right, it was a bad joke. All right, shut up. Don't leave. Oh, crap. They buy the thrusters off McMaster car? No. The ruler. The ruler. It's too early for this. Or is it too late for this? Oh, man, that's dope. There's the copper liners right there. That's sick, dude. Look at all the spin. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Nerd stuff. God damn nerd stuff. Nerd stuff. Oh, my God. 95. There's real nerd stuff going on here. Okay. Do you think they're trolling for investors? Blue Origin? The rocket company that's owned by Amazon? No, I don't. I don't think so. I don't think they're trolling for investors. I think they're trolling for customers. Customers, man. Almost as cool as our rocket shop. My rocket shop's fake in a video game. Just saying. CH4 subcoolers are icing over. That's a good sign, guys. 4 hours out. Yes, but are you trolling for investors? Yeah, for my company, Prestige Worldwide. Investors? Possibly you. Proceeds to crash boat. Is that my boat? Who's driving the boat? Sold. Do you have bonitis? My bonitis. I was so busy being an 80s guy, I forgot to cure it. My only regret is having bonitis. I'm intrigued. Tell me more about your business plan. You should have gotten sleep. No. Wait, Jens, if you come to Copenhagen... Oh, dude, you're a cop sub guy? That's sick, man. You guys do good work. I am a fan. Can we get a ruler emote? No. I don't want to. It's not my wallet. Mappy, good morning. How are you? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, gosh. Okay. Okay. All right. I need a second. Let me turn on NSF.
I'm pretty sure.
Listen to Jack.
The payload on this one is.
Listen to Jack. Listen to Jack.
This is
like coffee.
This
is the coffee time. All right.
The Twitter Spaces he did that Chris Bergen, NASA Space Flight Actual, was on with Elon. He said something along the lines of, "There is no payload," or maybe he didn't say there is no payload, but basically, the thing that is to be done, the work that is being done by this vehicle is learning. Is that right, Adrian? Do I have that? Am I remembering that correctly?
We at least don't know of any payload. Like, we don't. There could always be the situation where SpaceX somewhere has sneaked anything in. But I mean, we have people out here that try to catch such things. But even Nick needs some sleep at some point.
Oh no! I mean,
you technically need it. You don't get it, but you need it.
Okay.
So we don't know. There could be a situation where there's something loaded in there for like a funny thing, but side note, it would only be like probably a camera filming it because there's no deployment or opening mechanism on the ship.
Yeah.
There's nothing that could just open and deploy.
Do you think they'll have a 0G indicator?
Man, I could see that. I could see that some knowing SpaceX, I think there will be some sort of joke attached to this. It's usually what they do.
Well, given the day it's launching,
Yeah,
we'll see what kind of joke it is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, thinking unfoggy thoughts. That is for sure. Thinking some
Please.
unfoggy thoughts. Let's see here. CMS 1999 is asking, working any issues today? As far as we know, they're not. Right, Adrian?
Yeah. I mean, there's not really like a direct communication links, like sadly. But based on so far, I would say they have not given us any indication that there's an issue. The tank farm is a bit of different patterns before what we've seen before. But we see right now the subcoolers, the lock subcoolers also my god, my German, sorry. Again, spooling up a bit. So yeah, overall I would say no indication so far that something is wrong.
Alrighty. Let's see. Boobar on patrol says, are they still working on the spacecraft or have they cleared the pad? Oh, the pad is clear, right, Nick?
Yes, the pad is indeed cleared. If we get our timeline pulled up, we have seen a lot of milestones come through on this launch attempt here. We have had the road closed. We've had pad cleared. We are currently in the tank farm spooling up, which is one of the longer tasks that we have on this timeline. As this is taking us from T-minus about 4 hours to about T-minus 1 hour and 45 minutes, where we will see the FD vents go for propellant load. So yeah, that is where we're sitting right now. We're just sitting here waiting, and we are hopefully go for launch. I mean, I don't know. They haven't stopped it yet, right? Like, if they were thinking they were gonna go, maybe they put the chopsticks away and turn things around. But they're still going. Looks like.
Let's see here. Jeffrey Hall is asking, will they try to recover the booster in Starship once they land on the ocean? Adrian, what's the plan? Are they going to try and tow them back to shore? I mean, I know the answer, but I'm asking you like I don't. What's the plan with the booster in the ship?
The booster and the ship both will not be recovered. The booster answers they will try to open the vents right before splashdown to let water flow into the booster. Should that not work, will they try to move the booster in the water a bit to fill it with water? And should that not work, they will shoot the booster to make a hole in there and fill it with water.
Well,
so,
there you go.
Yeah, that's they will sink it. It will be becoming an artificial reef.
Good.
And for the ship, it won't do any braking and will perform a very hard landing in the Pacific Ocean.
That is the best way to put it.
By very hard landing, you mean it will impact the ocean at terminal velocity and probably explode.
I really want to see a splash cam.
Yes.
That is what SpaceX said in some of the documentation that was released around the time that the FAA gave them the launch license, is that they expect the ship to impact the ocean at terminal velocity, basically cracks to form in the steel at supersonic velocity, and all of the methane and oxygen to mix, find an ignition source, and for everything to go pop.
Poppity poppity poppity.
Yep.
Let's see here.
Yeah, by the way, methane side also spooling up here, so yeah. I like this tank farm right now. This is happy tank farm.
Happy tank farm.
I have coffee.
Tank farm thoughts.
Yeah,
Happy
and
tank
I gotta go
farm
get my
makes
water.
happy
I'll be right
Adrian,
back.
which makes happy
I filled that
me,
up too.
So we're all just happy.
but it's making more fog, kinda like the tank farm's kind of. I mean, it's
not a lot. I think the environment's doing more of that for us.
We need to tow it outside the environment.
I joked about this earlier. We should build a giant roof over Starbase.
I think a lot of the employees who want shade and air conditioning would be really excited about that.
Yeah, that would be great. I'm all for this. All right, I think at this point, Nick, we're going to let you jump out.
Oh, dude, stop yawning, Jack. Instead of water for coffee, EJ uses Oh, this is awkward. Just put over there.
I'll see you guys probably after with a little bit of emotional reactions.
Cool deal. Well, thanks, Nick. And taking Nick's place, we have Sawyer. What's up, Sawyer? Do you hear me?
Yes, do you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear, buddy. What's going on?
Not much, man. It's dangerous. That yawning can be contagious, but then you just look at the screen and you see Starship and you see the tank farm, and it doesn't matter. It's all exciting.
Yeah, exciting.
Guys, I'm gonna take 5 and enjoy
Excitement
my
is
meat stick.
guaranteed. That is for sure. And we are all standing by with just under 4 hours to go, looking at the tank farm spooling up and hoping to see this thing launch today. And I say that there's more than one meaning there, because we are hoping to see this thing launch today, and we are also, given the fog, hoping to see this thing launch today.
It's like hoping to see it launch today and hoping to see it launch today.
Yes, exactly. And the thing is we have these nice up-close camera views. So the cameras.
So currently, for NSF, they have, let's see, what time is it, 5:30? So Jack is currently hosting the cast with Ian and Sawyer and Alex, or Adrian and Alex. Das will be back at 6 o'clock.
Rise. Hopefully the fog burns off and we get a nice view here and there.
Yeah, we've had that here in Florida for sure. Where
Das was there. He
I
just
remember
switched
there
out
was
for
one launch,
Jack.
I believe it was a Starlink launch towards the end of a year, and it was super foggy. You couldn't see the pad. All of a sudden, I saw the tip of the rocket T-minus 2 minutes before liftoff, and it rose out of the fog and became gorgeous. So maybe we'll get something similar, hopefully.
Hopefully, that would be nice. Here's one for Adrian. Nilo is asking, what is the tank farm? This is a nice basic starter question here for those of you who might be watching a rocket stream for the first time.
Yeah, sure. A tank farm is basically, so a rocket needs propellants. Let's start there. And to supply a rocket with propellants, it needs some sort of tanks that supply it with that. That is the tank farm. But the tank farm is not only storage, it's also preconditioning, because you need to supply a rocket with fuels, and in this case, methane and liquid oxygen, in certain temperatures, to a certain pressure, in a certain speed. There's a lot of conditions you need to have right for a rocket to be properly operating. So the tank farm is doing just like that. It also supports things like water to the system, because there are some systems that need water. And yeah, that's mostly what a tank farm does. It's basically all the things that that you need to prepare your rocket for space, into space.
I love this graphic. Excellent breakdown of what we're looking at there. Thank you for that, Adrian. All right, here's one for Sawyer. Mark is asking, why do you always say that the rocket is pitching downrange? Why does it never does it ever pitch uprange? I think that would be kind of bad, right?
Yeah, that would be kind of bad. I mean, the main thing when we say pitching downrange means that it is obviously going away from the launch pad and towards the, again, the range is the area that's covered by, let's say, the 45th Space Wing, in this case, SpaceX, and that it's continuing onward and outward, A, towards its trajectory, and B, potentially towards other ranges that will then take over at that point. So downrange is good. Uprange, I guess you can consider that flying backwards against the rotation of the Earth, which is usually advised against. Might as well go with the Earth and get the extra speed boost.
Rockets already start in the pitched up position. Remember, guys, pitch when it comes to rates on aircraft and spacecraft only go to 90. So here's the ground. This is pitch of 0. That's pitch 90. Just because you go over here doesn't mean you're pitched at 100 degrees. It means you're pitched always relative to the horizon. Over here would be pitched at 45 degrees, only you're upside down. That's the same as this. Pitch only goes to 90 degrees, so you wouldn't never really pitch up. Pitching up usually doesn't occur during a rocket launch. However, there are trajectories that rockets can fly where the vehicle would pitch up relative to a previous angle of attack. Case in point would be like Starlink. When a Falcon 9 goes up with Starlink, if you watch closely, the rocket will start to turn over, and then the rocket will start to pitch down, and then it'll pitch up. The reason why is because what SpaceX is doing is squeezing a little bit of extra performance out of that first stage by burning slightly radial out. Slightly radial out will give you a higher apogee at staging. So a higher apogee at staging means that the second stage doesn't have to do as much work. And if the second stage doesn't have to do as much work, the satellites can get to their orbital destination using less of their fuel, all right, and more of the first stage's, in this case, is fuel, right? So rockets do end up pitching up. If you watch that Starlink footage, the Falcon 9 will fly, it'll get down like this, and then it'll pitch up, and then right before staging, it'll pitch back down and stage. It's kind of hard to see, but it definitely is there. That's the only real instance I can think of an entire rocket stack pitching up. There's no payload simulation. Wait, Flyboy, as far as I can tell. Ad time? All right.
Really gonna feel real.
Yeah, hopefully we get a nice sunrise today. Let's see here. So, Adrian, how do you feel?
I'm still in a good managed situation. It's still 4 hours away, so we are still in a situation where I can manage my feelings and my expectations here. There's still a lot of steps they have to get through, but usually, like, once you see frost rings on the rocket, that's really when I start to get really nervous, because yeah, it's very imminent after that. If you see frost rings forming,
nice picture.
It's getting very serious.
Indeed. Let's see here. I'm gonna run through some super chats here because we are getting way behind, like insanely behind. So I'm just gonna run through a whole bunch of these. A lot of these are some good questions, but if I asked all these good questions, we would never get through thanking everybody for their support. So if you ask a question in the super chat, feel free to @NASA Spaceflight, and we will be able to answer them. Let's see.
I'm good, Jensen.
Nick Matthews, thank you for the
How
support.
are you?
Let's see. Nick asking multiple questions there. Okay, Nick, fine. You asked multiple questions. Let's just run through them real
Great
quick.
rule of third
He said,
shot
can you
right
please
there.
speak to the HLS landing system? It has to be hypergolic like Super Draco, since it must be 100% reliable. It cannot be
4 hours,
bent.
Dornick.
Sawyer, you want to talk about the HLS system for landing? Because they're not going to use the Raptors for landing, and the renders we've seen have sort of a different looking engine sort of up near the top of the ship. Any insight into that or thoughts about it?
Oh geez, that's a really good question. I mean, it's definitely something they're considering, in the fact that yes, it is different from the traditional starships that we're seeing, different from the traditional starships that will be tankers, different from the ones that could end up being just flybys and returning back to Earth. This is a totally different system here. So if you think about it, even the Apollo landers used a slightly different engine on their lander compared to the rest of the vehicle. So it seems like that's going to be the plan here. There may be more that I'm missing to it, but other than that, I believe they moved the thrusters up to the top. Because reminder, this is a really, really tall vehicle that we're talking about here in comparison to the lunar lander, and moving the engines up will actually prevent it from kicking up too much lunar dust as well. So that's, I believe, the main reason behind that design.
Yeah, you don't want to kick up a whole bunch of lunar regolith. That is no good. Let's see here. And also Nick Matthews saying, DOS, Adrian, well, DOS is gone now, but Adrian's here. Talk about stage separation. It's based on centripetal force. Will it work? Hooks, clamps, how will this work? Check yo staging. Adrian, this is sort of the same kind of deal we see with Starlink, right?
Yeah, basically they will just...
I'm not gonna say that I just told Sawyer to say stuff about regolith, but yeah, that was your boy.
If you bring them both on their rotation, they are based on how they have, like, where their center of masses and everything. They will rotate out of another, and you will have a stage set based on rotation. So there's no explosives, no pistons, nothing like that.
Have they decided how many SLS flights there will be before commercial takes over fully? Electrocutor, I don't think the commercial will ever take over the Artemis program fully, dude. In fact, the way the Artemis program is set up is actually really I'm going to say it's more sustainable in the long run. The reason why it's more sustainable in the long run is because the Artemis program actually uses contractors for certain things, and it uses in-house stuff. So like something like SLS and contracted services like Starship working symbiotically together. And now I'm not going to sit here and pretend like that's not the most, like that's the most cost-effective way forward. It's definitely not. SLS is expensive. Now, the reason why it's expensive is because NASA has to disclose all their prices. There's no way this thing hasn't cost over $1 billion in development. Not a chance in hell. It is a more complicated vehicle than SLS pretty much in every regard. There's no way this thing doesn't cost as much to develop as SLS. Now, where Starship is going to make up for that is frequency of launch. SLS is going to launch infrequently. So the cost per launch doesn't go down as much as it does for Starship. If Starship flies once... Ow, that was my knee. If Starship flies once a day, then all that development that you sunk into it is going to go down. The theoretical minimum for Starship is like $2 million a flight, as per Elon. Now, will it ever get to that point? Don't know. But I'm not going to sit here and say like having Starship and SLS do redundant things is the most cost-effective way. It's not. But it is the most sustainable. And that's something important to understand. It is sustainable that way. Very sustainable. Having NASA be able to get in-house to the surface of the moon, and having SpaceX with a redundant capability of also getting to the moon is the way that spaceflight will progress more sustainably. Why? Well, what happens if one corporation has access to the moon and no one else does? Stagnation, right? They essentially get a monopoly on moving to the moon, right? That's why SLS. That's one of the reasons why SLS exists. The other way, the flip side of that, is that if the government only has access to the moon, well, we've seen what happens in the past if that happens. If they're the only ones that can do it, why do they keep doing it? They can just pull the plug on it, which is exactly what happened. The Artemis program hedges our bets against either one of those things happening, which I think is insanely smart. It's a very smart way of doing things. Once again, we do have to pay that price in the form of redundant capability. But redundant capability in spaceflight is not the worst thing. That's not the worst idea. If it's one thing that I've learned from following the space program over all these years, never put all your eggs into one basket. Very bad idea. We learned that on January 28th, 1986, why that is an idiotic idea. So, having double redundant ways might not be the most cost-effective way forward. It is the most sustainable. So in that regard, I don't think the Artemis missions will ever move to full commercial. Could be wrong. I think what the Artemis missions are most likely going to do is when they start focusing, when they have a lunar base or the gateway up and running, they will contract out people to move. They will contract out commercial customers to move astronauts to the gateway and possibly down to the lunar base. Could be through Lunar Starship, could be through the SLD developed lander, Sustainable Lunar Development Lander, which is the second lander on the books for the Artemis program. Artemis program is going to field 2 for the same exact reason that I told you about. 2 ways to get to the moon is better than 1. And it's actually it retires the risk, because if you have a lunar base and the lander breaks and you only have 1 lander to get down there, having another lander to come bail it out is actually a really smart idea. It's a very good way to sustain your space program. I think once that happens and NASA starts contracting out lunar services to move cargo and crew out to the moon, that's when NASA is going to, the Artemis program will shift towards government missions to Mars. And then where they go, the commercial partners should follow suit. Think about it. It's not a bad way to do it.
You not cryo-shock them, so you cool them down more and more until you get it to a temperature.
So I saw a couple of people say in chat, well, SLS is $1 billion per launch. Oh yeah, okay. Is that expensive? Well, that sounds expensive. Is it expensive compared to... So what's your factor for what's expensive and what isn't going to the moon? Honest question. Are we comparing this to the other rocket that went to the moon? Because I'm pretty sure adjusted for inflation, the Saturn V is like $2 billion to launch. So by that, SLS is actually inexpensive. Are we comparing it to Starship, that thing that has not got off the surface yet? You're telling me it didn't cost $1 billion to put that thing there? Because that's what NASA's pricing is. An important thing to understand, dudes, with NASA's pricing is that NASA by law has to tell you how much it costs because they are employed by the taxpayers, so they have to disclose their total cost involved. It's really important to understand. What is total cost involved? Basically, the short story is how much it costs to basically start with a bunch of metal, raw materials, and do everything and every system, take all that, build it into a rocket, put it on the pad and launch it. And every single factory, every single piece of equipment, every single person that is involved in that process to going from a pile of money to SLS on the pad, that entire scope is figured into the launch cost. Because how else are you going to figure it? So NASA, having to disclose their full pricing, will give you the total cost involved. How much did it cost to literally go from nothing to putting that vehicle on the pad? That's why SLS seemingly has a very high price tag. Because it is literally the entire cost of that vehicle. Not to mention that NASA compounds development cost into every launch. So these first SLS launches are going to carry a heavy price tag. Hate to break it to you, Saturn V was the same way. So was the space shuttle. Those were more expensive to fly on their first, second, third launches. Oh, absolutely. Turns out sending anything big into space is a very costly endeavor. It really depends on how much you use said system. Now, the Saturn V was probably like $2 billion a launch, like adjusted for inflation. It was $1 billion in like 1960s money, right? But if they had not made the space shuttle and just kept flying the Saturn V, the cost of Saturn V would have gone down over time. I guarantee you they could get that down to a unit cost, like a per unit cost. Now, if you look at NASA's budget reports, you can see how much it costs to literally just make the stack. Or you can see how much it costs to literally stack the rocket, put it on the pad, and launch it. The space shuttle at the end of 2011 cost $400 million to put the stack together, like recycle the orbiter, put the stack together, put it on the pad, and do a mission. $400 million. Think about that for a second. $400 million? Does that sound expensive? Yeah, that's a little bit on the expensive side compared to what, well, once again, what's our basis for comparison? Falcon 9? Atlas? Because Atlas costs that much money to launch something into space, and that is significantly less capability for the same price at around the same time. Now, Tory Bruno, being the legend that he is, has been able to curtail Atlas's costs so it's competitive in the industry, which is great. Still, though, $400 million for a shuttle stack is not bad considering what you're getting. 25,000 kilos into space, or about 52,000 pounds. You have a 15-foot by 45 payload bay, or a 5 meter by 9 meter payload bay. You have the ability to move 7 people into space and that 25,000 kilograms and bring that all back down and bring 7 people back down. And the vehicle is partially reusable. We'll say refurbishable, right? So $400 million for a shuttle stack, considering the capability that you're getting, is actually not bad. That's really good for the price. I don't care what anybody says. That's really good. That's a bargain for what you're getting. Tracking dishes are pointed at the stack. Yeah, I saw the camera. So just something to think of when you hear people say, well, SLS is $1 billion, that's expensive because Elon said Starship is $2 million. You would be off your rocker if you thought it took $2 million to do that. Absolutely not. This is a couple billion easily involved in this project. Easily. Starship is the most complicated vehicle ever designed. It literally takes the best parts of the Saturn V and the best parts of the Space Shuttle and combines them into one. It's basically Shuttle 2.0. Not to mention the catch tower, stage combustion cycle propulsion systems, fully cryogenic propulsion systems on top of stage combustion cycle. It is by far and away the most complicated. You'd be off your rocker if you didn't think this cost a couple $1 billion at the very least to put together and fabricate. You'd be out of your mind. The Saturn V was extremely cheap to launch on a cost per kilogram basis. Yeah, username, I firmly believe that if we kept using the Saturn V and it eventually paid its debts in development cost, paid off the technical debt and development cost, Saturn V would have been cheaper than the shuttle, but that's very easy to say in retrospect. Village cleared, confirmed, cars are leaving. So just something to consider, fellas. SLS seemingly has a high price tag, but don't be fooled. That is the total cost. That is not the cost that it took to take SLS, put it together, and put it on the pad. That number is probably closer to something in line with the shuttle, so about 500 million. I would say that's a very conservative estimate. I don't know. I don't know for sure. It could be 500 to 800 million. I'm not sure, but that would mean it costs $2 million to manufacture SLS, or $200 million. That would mean it costs $200 million to manufacture SLS, which makes no sense. Absolutely no sense. I guarantee you it's probably in line with the shuttle because it's shuttle derived. So I'm thinking 450, 500, 550 mil, and 450 mil for manufacturing. That sounds more or less right. How will they stop the valve from freezing again? How do you stop a nitrous valve from freezing, Rob? Don't flow the nitrous as fast. Seriously, it's that simple. Your their fast fill flow rate could have frozen the valve. Screwing around with cryogenics is a pain in the butt, man, because this happens. Right? I highly doubt that Starship will be $2 million per launch anytime soon. It could be in the future. You got to remember, the basis of that $2 million a launch question is, it was a loaded question, and Elon answered it like an engineer. Somebody asked him, what's the theoretical cost of Starship if everything goes to plan? Meaning that Starship flies as much as an airplane. And Elon said the theoretical maximum, if everything goes to plan, is that Starship flying every day, that it could get down to a launch cost of $2 million. It's possible. That is nowhere near what SpaceX can do right now. I guarantee you this Starship launch, there's easily a couple billion hung up in this launch. Easily. Now, I think a legitimate criticism here would be, you know, Starship is going to fly a lot, and that will bring the price down. I want SLS to fly more. I want it to fly more, not less, because then we recoup the $30 bajillion that we put into developing that thing. The more we fly it, the more we get use out of our investment. And as a U.S. taxpayer, please fly it more. Please fly it more. It costs a lot of money to engineer that thing. It'd be a shame if you just launched it once a year. That's really stupid. Coder 18-month resub. And I think therein right there is why people are kind of like, all right, SLS once a year? Really? Once a year. That's it? I think therein lies the real criticism for SLS. That program is not, it's not substantial enough. It needs to fly more. Anyway, NASA spaceflight has some really nice high altitude shots here.
Back in 1967, when work began on Boca Chica Village, then known as Kennedy Shores. It was intended to be a small town just over a mile from Boca Chica Beach. However, a Category 5 hurricane hit the in-progress town, stopping construction with only about 30 houses built. Fast forwarding to 2012, SpaceX began looking for a new, private launch site for their Falcon 9 and future Falcon Heavy rockets. After considering 7 sites around the United States, SpaceX decided to build their own new launch site in Boca Chica, Texas. The launch pad and the integration facility would be built right by the beach, while the control and processing facilities would be back near the village. Ground was broken in 2014, but work quickly halted when they realized the ground was not.
The most logical thing is to launch it one more time and then scrap it because it is too old. Smiley face, smiley face, smiley face. So, spend $30 billion on developing a launch vehicle to launch it twice is somehow more logical. Okay, thanks for the tip, Meave.
As Starship. Around the end of that year, the dirt pile was spread out to make the test site, and work began on Starhopper,
Thanks for that,
the
man.
first ever Starship prototype. In 2019, Starhopper began testing, and in July of that year, it lifted off for the first time on a short 20-meter high hop. It flew again just a month later, this time up to 150 meters. Today, Starhopper is used as a water tank for the suborbital test site, as well as a camera mount. Starship Mark 1 came next, and this was the first full-scale prototype. In November 2019, it was moved to the launch pad for initial testing, where it burst during cryogenic proofing. Then came several test tanks intended to demonstrate new build techniques. The next 3 prototypes, SN1, 3, and 4, all failed during initial testing as well. In particular, SN4 was destroyed after a propellant umbilical failed to attach properly, causing a methane leak that then ignited, destroying the vehicle and the pad. But SpaceX's luck finally arrived, and Starship SN5 took to the skies in August of 2020, performing its own 150-meter hop. And SN6 did the same just a month later. Both vehicles only featured one Raptor engine, and were just the tank section of a Starship. But things were only starting to get exciting. Around this time, work began on the orbital launch pad. Construction was slow, but SpaceX was already looking to the future. Also, the first high bay at the production site was nearing completion. In December, Starship SN8 lifted off, featuring 3 Raptor engines, a full set of flaps, and a nose cone. SN8 flew all the way up to 12.5 kilometers, aiming to validate a full landing profile. Unfortunately, although its ascent was nearly perfect, its engines failed just before landing due to tank pressurization issues, and the vehicle then impacted the pad. SN9, 10, and 11 all had unsuccessful landings as well. SN10 came very close to sticking the landing, but began leaking propellants after a hard touchdown. Much like its predecessor SN4, this leak spelled its doom. But SN15 did it. It successfully performed the first landing of a full-scale Starship, and it survived to tell the tale. Today it resides in the Rocket Garden, watching its descendants get ready to fly to orbit. And Ship 20 was intended to do just that, but was ultimately bumped from the orbital flight in favor of Ship 24, which sports multiple upgrades. And on the booster side, it's been a wild ride too. Booster 3 performed the first engine testing of a Super Heavy booster, and Booster 4 was set to fly on the orbital flight. But much like Ship 20, Booster 4 would be bumped from the mission in
It's
favor
an old
of Booster
design,
7.
Crazy 8. Don't worry about it.
And that brings us to
Much
today.
better versions will
All
be
that testing has led to this point.
deployed.
Starship is ready, perched
In
on
the
the pad
future.
for its biggest test yet. And it's important to remember the past. Not every Starship flight went perfectly. Many of them failed. And it's okay if the same happens for the orbital flights. That's SpaceX's design philosophy. So, best of luck to the Starship teams and everyone at SpaceX. It's a big day. Godspeed, Ship 24 and Booster 7.
That's Ian with that buttery smooth voice.
I love the orange.
Every
Nice
one of
orange
them,
there on
Weedy.
the Godspeed graphic.
Except Starhopper.
Props,
I was
sir.
on a plane when
Thank you.
Starhopper was flying.
It's orange.
I've heard that somewhere before.
Yeah, right. Seriously, great work on that, Ian and Sawyer. I mean, there's so many amazing moments in that video. Seeing SN8 transition from vertical to belly flop and like the little wisp of vapor that comes off of it. Seeing, I mean, all of the RUDs that we've seen along the way. It's just what a cool little bit of history there. It's important to look back and remember where.
Razzie, do I know how much money costs on tax for Americans? What do you mean money costs, Razzie? I'm not exactly sure what you're asking, but I think I'm sure. So, are you asking how much of that goes to NASA? Brimo did cover that one, Thomas. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. Okay, so for NASA, dude, for every $1. Hold on. Let me open my Ferrari wallet.
Discovery,
So,
go at throttle up.
This is $1, right? It's $1, right? $1 is 100 pennies. 100 of these things. So 100 of these is this. For every tax dollar, NASA gets a half of a penny. 1/2 of a penny. That's it. That's NASA's budget. They're able to do all that for literally half of a penny on the dollar. If NASA's budget was this, if it was 1 penny, so 1/100th of every tax dollar, then not 1/200th, right? If it was 1 penny on every tax dollar, we could be flying the space shuttle, SLS, and be funding Starship, and probably have a moon base, and run the ISS all at once. Easily. Easily. Can you imagine that? NASA is doing everything that they're doing. James Webb, Curiosity, Perseverance, Ingenuity, the Deep Space Network, TDRS, the ISS, commercial crew, so funding Dragon 2, funding Starliner, Starship for the Human Landing System, SLS, keeping the lights on at the VAB, keeping the lights on at every NASA facility, hypersonic research with the X-59, advanced aerospace electronic research with the, what's the name of the electronic plane? X-38? No, X-39, something like that. They're doing all that for half of a penny for every tax dollar. It's pretty ridiculous when you think about it. Break. N26 is set to take off at 6:40 a.m. Central. Okie dokie. I'll open up ADSB and keep my eyes on Ellington. I have my champagne in the fridge. How about you? I got my liquid courage right here, if it makes it. .5 C, serious, for every tax dollar. Yep. 0.5. That's it. So Elon owns SpaceX and his entire tax contribution goes towards paying NASA to give him work, winning. Remember, SpaceX is not a subsidy. They're a contracted service. NASA pays SpaceX to do stuff for them, like move people to the ISS. Just keep that in mind. And keep in mind, out of the billions, so when Elon cashed out his shares in Tesla to, because everybody says, rich people should pay more, right? When he did that. So I don't know how much he cashed out, right? But say he cashed out $1 billion. Well, what's 1/100th of a billion? That's how much went to NASA. So it's kind of ridiculous. Everything else goes to, there's a bunch of things. It goes to infrastructure, stuff like that. Most of it goes to like Social Security, if you really want to know. A lot of it goes to the military.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, a lot of it. Yeah. Chardies, 80 months. This is a rather convenient round, too. Yep. So, yeah, just food for thought. I will always argue for NASA to have more money. I don't care if it's for making more satellites, for monitoring climate change. I don't care if it's going, you know, another SLS launch for the moon. NASA, I will always argue for more money. What NASA does is ridiculous for the amount of money that they're spending. It's a lot. Don't get me wrong. It's a lot for you and I, and it's a lot for most other countries to compete. But at the end of the day, NASA's scientific contributions are invaluable to modern civilization. Invaluable. I mean, that's just the straight truth. I will always argue for NASA to get more cash to do fun stuff. Always. Now I debate the funding for Space Force that could have been directed towards NASA. Crazy 8, I think people look at that the wrong way, to be honest. I think people look at that the wrong way. The reason why I think people look at that the wrong way is because the Space Force bolsters the commercial industry more than NASA does. Money, you got to understand, money that goes to the Space Force. Now keep in mind, the Space Force is former Air Force Space and Missile Systems, okay? The Space Force isn't anything that the Air Force hasn't been doing for the last, God knows how long, 50 years, 60 years. When they made the Space Force, right, under Space Policy Directive 1 in, I think it was 2017, when the Space Force was established or first put on paper, you understand that it ended up in more defense spending, okay? Because they didn't just take what the Air Force was doing and just call it the Space Force. They took what the Air Force is doing and expanded it. Now, I understand how someone could make that argument like, oh man, why didn't that money go to NASA? You see, here's the thing though. Here's the thing. Space Force with, for instance, its National Security Space Launch Contract or NSSL contract is inadvertently funding more commercial lifters for the commercial market. These are more commercial lifters that NASA can use. You got to understand, you got looking at it the wrong way. More money for the Space Force means more money invested in commercial launch services. There is a direct correlation there. This is the one weird case where more defense spending for the Space Force inadvertently helps NASA, and it inadvertently helps the commercial industry. So that's Space Force getting an increase in budget. Don't look at it like, oh, Space Force is getting all this extra money and NASA isn't getting anything. No. Space Force is kind of involuntarily bolstering the commercial launch market with their National Security Space Launch Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3. And those services have actually ended up helping NASA. I can give you a specific example if you want. A specific example would be the NSSL Phase 1 LSA, Launch Services Agreement. Okay? Phase 1 of the National Security Space Launch Contract is basically a developmental contract to establish launch services that could compete for Phase 2, Launch Services Procurement, LSP for short. LSA is development. LSP is procurement for launches. So, NSSL Phase 1 and Phase 2 have already happened. With Phase 1, the Space Force funded 4 launch vehicles, 4 heavy lift launch vehicles, to compete for contracts for Phase 2 of the launch services procurement. Now, what did they fund? Blue Origin, ULA, SpaceX, and Northrop Grumman. Now, the specific cited example that I'm using is Northrop Grumman. Northrop Grumman got a contract, an LSA contract worth $500 million to develop an all-SRB launch vehicle called Omega. The Omega launch vehicle is basically using space shuttle-derived boosters stacked on top of each other to make a heavy lift launch vehicle. Omega was going to, the kicker though is that it's not going to use direct shuttle-derived components. They were going to use carbon fiber wound versions of segmented SRBs. Basically a much lighter, much stronger SRB that has a way higher thrust to weight ratio than the steel casing boosters that the shuttle used. Now, they paid Northrop Grumman $500 million to develop these carbon wound boosters. Northrop Grumman did it. And then proceeded to get axed right after that because for the launch services procurement, NSSL Phase 2, The Space Force selected ULA and SpaceX to move their payloads. Now, it's an important thing to understand that NSSL Phase 2 chose 2 launch providers. There is a Phase 3 to the launch services procurement. Phase 3 involves getting other rockets to fill in an on-need capability. Blue Origin has already gotten in on the ground floor for Phase 3 of NSSL with New Glenn. So Space Force is helping to fund New Glenn for launch services, interestingly enough. New Glenn could be a very useful rocket for NASA missions. In fact, it does have a NASA mission ready to go. Or it does have a contracted NASA mission. So that is launch services procurement from the Space Force helping NASA. Now, once again, I said we're talking about Northrop Grumman. Here's an interesting thing. Northrop Grumman knew that Omega was probably not going to get picked. They were going to pick SpaceX and ULA. Northrop Grumman probably knew that. So what they did was they took Space Force for a ride and basically used that seed money for the launch services agreement to make carbon-wound SRBs, to do the R&D for carbon-wound SRBs. Now they didn't get picked, so they scrapped the Omega launch vehicle. But they took that technology and bid on a NASA contract for SLS, Block 2. Those carbon-wound SRBs are going to find their way onto SLS. They're going to be lightweight, stronger, and have way higher thrust-to-weight ratio than the current steel casing boosters that Artemis 1 used. That inadvertently is going to give SLS more payload capacity because the less rocket you have on your rocket and the more fuel you have on your rocket means you can go further with the same payload. So now Space Force inadvertently is funding NASA projects. See what I'm talking about? Space Force money isn't the worst. That's not the worst. That's more money for the aerospace industry. That's more money for launching things into space. That's a good thing. That's what we want. Pretty cool, huh? Yes, I knew that off the top of my head. That's why I was looking at the camera the entire time. I don't read notes. Next level stuff, Pierto, indeed. Great explanation of the Space Force's mission. Other military branches don't feel in the loop on exactly what those guys do. Space Force does have 2 primary goals. The 2 big goals for the Space Force center around 2 acronyms called SDA and SSA, or SDM and SSA. Those are the 2 big ones. Space debris management, which pretty much speaks for itself, and space situational awareness. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't think we're going to go Star Wars style fighting or Expanse style with like point defense weapons fighting in space. You do not fight in space that way. That's not how you fight in space. If you want to maintain space situational awareness, that's Earth observation satellites, stuff like that, and ground observation telescopes of space debris, which feeds into situational awareness. Basically, know what's going on in space at all times. Second part is space debris management, which means, make sure that nobody that launches rockets is putting low Earth orbit at risk for what's called Kessler syndrome. So it just annoys me that SLS doesn't have its own lander. Reagan, look up the Sustainable Lunar Development Program under Next Step 2. SLD for short. SLS will get its own lander. Sorry, the only message was meant as a joke. All right, Mia. Yeah, just making sure. I thought you were kidding, but just in case, thought I'd address it. Why go to space to look for more war? Space peace for all. No, Vertex, if I had it my way, would be peaceful in space, but there are other actors in the world that seem to disagree with that. So, kind of sucks, but it is what it be. But you got to remember, fighting in space isn't like Space Marines going around for the Imperium. That's not how you fight in space. How you fight in space is sending a craft to go over and take your adversary's satellite and point it in the wrong direction. Literally just, and it'll turn. That's how you fight in space. You don't want to make debris. There's this thing in spaceflight called Kessler syndrome. I talked about it just a second ago. I will explain to you what that means. Well, you ever break a pool cue or break the triangle when you're playing pool? What happens? You have the white ball, the cue ball, and you hit the triangle, right? And it's all the balls shoot out in different directions. Kessler syndrome is what happens if two pieces of debris hit each other, much like the cue ball hitting the triangle. It'll hit it, and it'll make a piece of debris. And that cloud of debris will find other debris. And each time that debris finds more debris, it's like the cue ball hitting the triangle, and it makes a gigantic cloud of debris, and eventually Earth is surrounded by a gigantic cloud of debris. You can enter a cascading effect, in which case you're screwed. This is why we don't fight in space like we fight down on the ground. Because guess what? If you take your buddy's satellite and you take your adversary's satellite and you shoot it and you hit it with a missile, guess what? That debris cloud comes and finds your satellites, and now no one has satellites. This is part of the reason why in 1967, the US and the Soviet Union, amongst other people, the two primary spacefaring nations of the 60s, who, might I add, didn't really like each other at the time, came together and said, no guns in space. That's really stupid, because then, then nobody can launch anything into space, and we're literally stuck here. The reality of that situation is that everybody wants the spy satellites, and no one wants to be the guy that makes it so everybody else can't launch spy satellites. Think about it. Make sense? That's why we don't fight in space the way we fight on the ground. Fighting in space is like akin to a game of tag. Instead of like, you know what I mean? So hear me out, a really big magnet in low Earth orbit. You're going to need one heck of a magnet, Lincoln. Yeah. So, and see, the funny thing is that this still happens to this day. Everyone that's smart enough to be able to get a rocket into space knows that Kessler syndrome is real and knows that Kessler syndrome can absolutely happen. Everyone that's smart enough to be able to get something up there knows about this. So the peace is kind of inadvertently maintained here. And it has been that way for, well, since 1967. No one wants to be that guy that ruins it for everybody else. This is why when anyone fires an ASAT weapon, they receive international condemnation from every nation, even the ones that are adversarial with each other. So I'll give you an example. India tested an anti-satellite weapon and shot out one of their old satellites, and that did make debris. And the Space Force had to track that debris. And now we have to take that stupid debris into account every time we go to launch something. Because you don't want to launch and have your rocket on the way up essentially get hit with a shotgun blast of debris. And, I say shotgun blast. The debris up there that's going orbital velocity while your rocket's going up into space is going 4 times the speed of a rifle cartridge. So it's essentially a shotgun blast on steroids. I'm talking like 8-gauge shotgun here, okay? That's not how shotgun gauges work. It's not akin to muzzle velocity, but you get the idea. The gun nuts just went, what? So they received international condemnation from even people that are more friendly to India. The US said that's stupid. Russia said that's stupid. China said that's really stupid. We all said, what are you doing? No, stop that. Stop it. What are you doing? Don't do that again. Yeah. That was only a couple of years ago. Kind of funny how that works, right? What about using satellites to deorbit titanium-plated rods and just use them like precision-guided hypersonic vectors? Rods from the gods. Offensive weaponry in space is not permitted per the 1967 treaty, Alex. They said it was stupid and then proceeded to do it anyway. Yep. Are you going to stream to the test? Yeah, of course. We should limit the number of Teslas floating up there too. Yeah, just to 1, Rick. No more Teslas in space, unless it's a moon rover, and then in which case I'm okay with that. I mean, Rick, you'd be surprised, dude. You want to know what the battery packs are? The batteries that make the rocket, that power the electrical systems on board SpaceX rockets? Guess what batteries they are? You'll never guess. Do you own a Ford? I own 4 Fords. We don't want Tesla syndrome. That's right. No, the Tesla is in what's called a heliocentric orbit, Gex. It's in an eccentric heliocentric orbit with aphelion above Mars and perihelion below Earth. Long story short, it's in an egg-shaped orbit. The lowest point of the orbit is near Earth, and the highest point of the orbit is near Mars. It's like kind of egg-shaped. They weren't, when the Falcon Heavy test flight went in February 2018, Earth was not in the proper phasing with Mars. We basically weren't in the sweet spot to shoot at where Mars is going to be. Because if you think about it here, you know, Earth is closer to the sun than Mars, right? Earth has a smaller, what's called semi-major axis, right? We're literally, our like, if we're off, like, judging our altitude relative to the sun, right? Relative to, like, the surface of the, or the center of the sun to the center of Earth. That's called the semi-major axis. It's basically how high you are above whatever you're orbiting, right? Earth has a smaller SMA than Mars by a pretty long shot. Well, it's not small. It's not a lot on a solar system scale, not comparatively like to the outer rim planets, but I digress. Basically, because of that, because Earth is further in the sun's grav well, our days are a little bit shorter than on Mars. Mars has sols. Earth has days. Sols are like 24-hour, 30 minutes or something. It's just a little bit longer. But because of that, because we're closer to the grav well, Earth's actually moving faster than Mars. So because of that, you know, every once in a while, they'll get close to each other. You know, they'll both be on the same side of the orbit. Relative to the sun. They'll both be close to each other in their orbit. That is the ideal time to go when they're close to each other. You basically have to shoot off a rocket at where Mars is going to be when the two planets are the closest. That is the easiest way to get there. Unfortunately, that's every 26 months. That's called an ideal phase window. Now, don't get me wrong. We could launch something to Mars right now. Even if it's on the other side of the sun. You could launch something over there. No problem. If you had enough delta V. Now, what's delta V for the people that don't know? Delta V is basically your change in velocity. It represents the total characteristic energy expended of the vehicle in terms of velocity, meters, or acceleration, meters a second. Long story short, the more delta V you have, the further you go. Spacecraft range is not measured in distance. It's measured in velocity, or particularly acceleration, okay? The more delta V you have, further you go. Name of the game is speed. To orbit around Earth, you need to reach a certain speed. If you don't have enough energy to reach that certain speed, you're not going to get into orbit. It's pretty straightforward. Physics doesn't have any... There's no loopholes in physics unless we somehow get a flux capacitor here and attach it to a DeLorean for good stainless steel flux dispersal during time dilation. You got the reference. It was weird, but you got it. Don't lie. So, because of this... I mean, we could go to Mars when it's on the other side of the sun. No problem. It's just going to take a lot more delta V to get there. You're going to need something that, like the Starship Enterprise to get over there. Even on impulse, like the Enterprise, it would still take a lot of fuel. Even with the Enterprise, let's take the Enterprise D, a Galaxy class. It would still take a second to get over there if they weren't in warp. You know, warp 9, they'll be there in a couple hours, right? But if they were just flying on impulse motors, they'd have to orbit around the sun. You'd have to use the sun's gravity to intercept Mars. And then when you get to Martian periapsis, you'd have to do an insane, like 30 kilometer a second retrograde burn to circularize and capture in Mars's grav well. Yeah, it would just cost insanely high amounts of delta V. It's basically easier, and it costs less fuel and less delta V to wait until the planets get close to each other. Warp 9 would be seconds? No, Warp 9 with the distances, Thrawn would probably take like, I said a couple hours. It would be, let me think, what's Warp 9? Yeah, you're right. It would be a couple of seconds. Even if it was on the other side of the sun, it wouldn't be too long, maybe 15 seconds. It's humid here. Please help. How much delta V boost is it by doing it at the right time? Does days have anything to do with orbit around the sun? Isn't days only dependent on the rotational speed of the planet? No, days have to do with the orbital period. Days have to do with the orbital period. Well, it's spinning rotation, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the rotation of the planet, yeah, but because Mars has a bigger orbital period, and it does spin at a different rate. The days, I mean, even if it was spinning at a lower rate, I mean, there'd be less days per year. But yeah, I guess you're right. But still, the point still stands. Everything, everything except for that. You found the one thing that I didn't get exactly right off the top of my head. Is there a theoretical method for cleaning up Kessler syndrome? I don't know. I'm sure there's something. I'm sure there's a way to do it. Yeah, everything is going good. We're 3 hours out. The home and transfer window investigator would be right. Yep. OLM vent. Here we go. All right, guys. So let's dial it back into Starship. You see that thing right there? The OLM vent is indicative of them starting to chill down the lines going to Starship. Now, what does that mean? Would chill down the lines? Why do the lines need to chill? Well, it's 420, first of all. They got to chill, all right? Got to just chill. No. All right. Jokes aside, meme jokes aside, what you have to do when you're using fully cryogenic propellants is cool down the pipes that go to the vehicle. Why? Well, in order to get methane, which exists down here usually as a gas, and oxygen, which definitely exists down here as a gas at 1 bar, right? In order to get those two to be liquids, they have to be extremely freaking cold. And they have to be stored at a relatively high pressure. Because of this, the propellants are just kind of naturally boiling. Now, don't get me wrong, you can increase the pressure enough inside of the tank farm, like what they do, and basically attach a refrigerator to it to prevent it from boiling. Now, when it gets inside of the rocket, adding all those extra refrigeration systems is extra mass, and that screws your delta V. So you have to deal with propellant boil off once the propellant gets out of the pad, or gets out of the tank farm and starts going into the rocket, for instance. Now, once again, these propellants, because they're so cold and they're at a very, very high pressure, right? They boil, like boiling a pot of water on the stove. Same idea. They are boiling like that. If you take your extremely cold liquid oxygen, for instance, and you run it through, which is, what's LOX's temperature? Liquid oxygen is... Or oxygen is a liquid at minus 182 C. So if you're at minus 182 C, which is minus 297 Fahrenheit, and you put that into the pipe, which is at ambient temperature in Texas at night, which is like 20 C or about 70 Fahrenheit, you're talking about, in centigrade, you're talking about pretty much a 200-degree difference in temperature here. So what's going to happen? These super cold propellants are going to start absorbing the heat in your lines. You don't want that. And if they start absorbing the heat, well, the oxygen, remember, it needs to be at a really cold temperature at pretty high pressure. It'll start absorbing that heat and it'll basically evaporate. It'll turn into a gas again. You don't want that because the rocket's designed for liquid fuel and liquid oxidizer, not gaseous fuel and gaseous oxidizer. It's a rocket engine, not a jet engine, right? And if you put anything into the liquid fuel rocket engine that's not liquid fuel and liquid oxidizer in the form of methane and LOX, well, bad stuff happens. So, what the orbital tank farm is doing is it's chilling down the lines to thermally condition them. And basically that requires having a vent. All right, this vent is for GOX. That's a GOX vent, gaseous oxygen. And yes, you could just say GOX out loud. It's very satisfying for whatever reason. GOX. So what's going on here is they're chilling down the liquid oxygen line, okay? The liquid oxygen line, right now, they're starting to flow liquid oxygen, slow flow it through the line, and it is evaporating, and it's going out that vent right there. See, it's going, all the evaporated liquid oxygen is going out of that vent. Now it's going to keep doing that until the pipe gets down to the right temperature. When the pipe gets down to the right temperature, the outside of the pipe will start to condense. Basically, it'll get so the pipe gets so ridiculously cold that it condenses the relatively humid air around it, and ice actually builds up on the outside of the pipe. That ice basically works like a nice insulator. It works kind of like the opposite of an igloo, so to speak. And then you can flow liquid oxygen through the pipe without it evaporating, which is why what SpaceX is doing right now is flowing LOX through that pipe, slow flowing it through the pipe till the pipe gets down to the right temperature. When that vent closes, that means the pipe is down to the right temp. Gox. Yeah, right? Go Gox. Liquid igloo. Got it. Did you see the SpaceX fuel dump over Alaska? I did, Electrocutor, with the Aurora in the background. Yeah, they dumped the propellants before re-entry. Really cool, actually. Isn't it cheaper to just till it with nitrogen? Driados, yes and no. Nitrogen exists as a liquid at a lower or at a higher temperature than liquid oxygen. But here's the thing. They do purge the lines with nitrogen before they start flowing propellants. The reason why they do that is because you don't want an anti-geysering effect. You get an anti-geysering effect like that. They basically use cold gas nitrogen to purge the pipe out to make sure there's no, there's no reactive gases other than oxidizer in there. They do that to, yeah, basically, so basically they fill up the line with liquid nitrogen. The liquid nitrogen gets the pipe cool to an extent, and then the pipe kind of pressurizes, and then they'll open the vent and they'll start putting liquid oxygen into it, and it displaces the gaseous nitrogen. And also some GOX does come out. You don't want to chill it with liquid nitrogen and then run, chill the whole pipe down to the right temperature and then run LOX through it. Because you could, you could have the mix. I suppose you could do it that way, but here's the thing. SpaceX doesn't do it that way, I'm pretty damn sure. And if they don't do it that way, well, chances are there's a good reason why you shouldn't do it that way, if that makes any sense. Hey, class, what's going on? Metroid, 66-month resub. I don't mean to sound like I don't know, but yeah. They do purge the lines out to make sure there's no contaminants in the lines. And then they open up the vents when they start flowing liquid oxygen. I'm pretty sure, keep in mind, pretty sure, just a Twitch streamer. But that doesn't mean that if I'm going to talk about this, that I can be wrong all the time either. If I'm going to claim to sit here and teach people about this stuff. I'm pretty sure the reason why they don't do what you're saying is because the liquid oxygen can actually geyser with liquid nitrogen in there. Basically, it'll cavitate. With them both evaporating, you could inadvertently pressurize the line and make a liquid oxygen geyser. If you flow too fast into the liquid nitrogen, I think. I could be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure that's what they do. And that's why they would purge it with nitrogen first and then slow fill with liquid oxygen. That's why they're doing that at 3 hours out. You got to do it slow, because if you do it too fast or you have liquid nitrogen in there, it could mix with the liquid oxygen, and if they combine and then they ignite, then you have nitrous in the lines, and that's probably not good. That's probably not what you want. Nitrous in there is probably not a good idea. I'm just putting it out there. Nitrous is very flammable. Don't get me wrong. Pure liquid oxygen, well, I'm not going to say that nitrous is flammable because in chemistry, that's not exactly true. It's an oxidizer, which means it makes other things really, really flammable. That's the truth. Liquid oxygen is not very flammable by itself. It's very flammable when it combines with something. Yeah, like gasoline or kerosene or methane. I think it's more the mixing. LN2 readily dissolves. Yeah, Jock, I'm pretty sure it's them mixing and then causing, it's going to create nitrous, and that nitrous could overpressurize the pipe. You could geyser the pipe, and it'll just explode. Yeah. Fast and Furious Mitsubishi Eclipse style. You're literally making nitrous oxide. I think. I'm pretty sure, my chemistry is not the best, but I'm pretty sure you don't want nitrous in the lines. How do they chill down the liquid methane lines? Same idea, Neonite. Yeah, same exact thing. Liquid methane is... I have to look it up. I don't have this memorized off the top of my head. Liquid methane has a temperature range from 91 to 112 Kelvin. That nearly compatible with liquid oxygen 54 to 90. Yeah, that's minus 200 C. Yeah, minus 200 C. How do you actually manufacture liquid oxygen? You put oxygen under a lot of pressure? Well, the atmosphere that you're breathing right now is nitrogen, mostly nitrogen and oxygen. You have to... I'm not sure what the exact process is to refine it from the atmosphere, but basically they have... They pull the nitrogen and oxygen from the atmosphere and then separate the nitrogen. That's how they make liquid nitrogen and liquid oxygen. They're made in the same factory because you could just pull from the atmosphere. Hey, Jebtrix. Thanks for the Prime sub, dude. WD-40, what's up, man? Yeah, Forge, everything's looking okay. They started chilling down the lines here. Lindy Procedure? Yeah, no problem, Jeb. I got you. I'm trying. Now, keep in mind, my chemistry is a little bit... But I'm pretty sure that's how that works. And CH4 freezes solid at minus 182 C. Careful dance with super chilled liquid oxygen around. Yeah. You show a phase diagram? Yeah. I'm pretty sure they just freeze it until it separates from the nitrogen. But that doesn't sound right, but that sounds right, but it doesn't sound right. So... I've heard that one of the goals of going to the moon is being able to use natural resources on the moon to make rocket fuel. If this is true, and if so, what fuels can be made? Well, there's ice on the moon, friend. There's ice. There's ice in the craters on the north and south pole of the moon. The reason why is those craters have been in perpetual darkness, so water accumulates there and it freezes. There is millions of tons of water ice on the moon. And if there's water on the moon in the form of ice, well, what's water? Hydrogen, 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen. You can make rocket fuel with that. You can make liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen with the right equipment. You can also make water. Well, you also have water, so humans can drink that. And then here's the thing. Here's the crazy thing. You bring some food with you. You bring some snacks. Humans are breathing out CO2. CO2 has carbon in it. If you have enough CO2 scrubbers that capture that carbon, you can take that carbon, and now don't get me wrong, it's going to cost a lot of energy to do this, but you could take the carbon and you combine it with your hydrogen, you make methane right there on the surface. You have to be sustainable up in space. Use every resource to your advantage. And if it's all solar powered, well, solar panels work way better up there than they do down here because there's not an atmosphere in the way. They're literally in direct sunlight. They don't have gas from the atmosphere diffusing the light, right? So solar panels actually work way better. So if we had a solar powered refinery up there that's constantly refining the ice into, water or liquid hydrogen or liquid oxygen, it would be really easy to keep that stuff cool up there in the shade. You basically have a vacuum, great insulator. You could make tons of this stuff. You could make water for people. And if you're capturing the carbon from like humans or something, or you brought some carbon with you, you can make methane. It's actually pretty damn sustainable. There's enough water ice up there for a small city to survive for a very long time. How long would it last? Millions of tons of it. It would last a long time. There's basically something up there like akin to like one of the Great Lakes worth of water. There's a lot. I'm looking on ADSB right now. I do not see the WB57. So you can see that the tank farm right now, the reason why it has all this condensation is because they're moving the propellants around. The GOX vent is still on. But yeah, I have ADSB over up on my other computer here. Yeah, I'll let you guys know. Yeah, that's right, Central Time. Yeah, the WB57 is still an hour out, dudes. Did you see those Hydrolox RCS thingies Blue Origin posted yesterday with a bunch of other extra cool stuff? We did, Salyut. Yeah, I showed that on stream a little while ago. More than just ice, there's also the recent discovery of H2O embedded on glass spheres that should exist over most of the lunar surface. Yep. So did SpaceX figure out why that valve thing froze? Did they say if they resolved it? They would not be attempting a launch drummer if they didn't resolve that. They literally had a bunch of like 30 or 40 people out on the booster today, literally like digging into the thing, finding that valve and fixing it. Didn't Boeing have the same type of issue? Boeing's valves Jeb tricks were with hypergolic pressurization systems, so monomethylhydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide. That is not really the same as the valves that SpaceX are using for their fully cryogenic propellants, so liquid methane, liquid oxygen. So here's the thing, guys. The valves are obviously made out of metal, right? They're obviously made out of metal. But here's the thing. It's tough to get the valves to work. You run into sticky valves all the time with fully cryogenic propellants. It happens. It happens. It happened with SLS. Now, why? Why does it happen? Well, everything's made out of metal. The valve isn't going to work unless it's at temperature. And sometimes when you chill that valve down, like what they're doing, sometimes when you chill that valve down, the metal tolerances get all screwed up and it basically... the metal contracts and it sticks the valve into position. And then you're screwed. Then you can't close it. The only way to close it would be to wait till the line cools, wait till the line heats up. And if the line heats up, that means the propellants inside of the rocket have boiled off anyway. Once the propellants are inside of the rocket, you either go or you don't. There's only a finite amount of time before all the propellants inside of the vehicle boil off. Like I said, the vehicle doesn't have the refrigeration systems on there to keep propellants inside of it for a long period of time. It's only really designed to have propellants in there for about 8 minutes. First stage and second. Well, why is that? Well, Starship probably could do it for more because it's designed to go further into space. And refuel, etc., etc. But Super Heavy, Super Heavy and Starship in this initial configuration is only designed to have propellants in there for about 10 minutes because that's how long it usually takes to get up into space. 8-9 minute ascent, depending on your thrust to weight on your first and second stage, usually takes about that long. Hey Dragon, what's going on? Yeah, getting valves to work, getting metal valves to work with fully cryogenic propellants is difficult. Because you got to remember, when that thing cools down, right, when it gets cold enough, it's going to condense on the outside. It's going to start freezing the water vapor in the atmosphere. Unless you have a vacuum insulated valve, which now you complicated the design even more. Now ice is going to build up on the outside of that valve. Ice could build up on it and it could freeze the actuator in place. Happens all the time. Oh yeah, this happens a lot more than you think. Now, why? Okay, so if they know what's going to happen, why the frick would they do that? Okay, you know the valve's going to freaking freeze. Why use them in the first place? Everybody asked this question when SLS's valves kept freezing and they kept having hydrogen leaks. The reason why they do this, guys, it's not because the valves don't work. It's the propellant flow rate. If the ice accumulates too fast on the valve, it's going to freeze it in place. If you flow your propellants at a slower rate, the ice doesn't build up as fast. And your overall temperature of the line stays warmer, right? Not by much, just a little bit. Remember, we're talking about nominal ranges. Liquid methane exists in a nominal range of temperature between 90 and 112 Kelvin, which is freaking freezing cold. That's like minus 190 C or something like that. I'd have to go look it up again. So the valves do work. You just have to flow the propellant in the right way. Now, sometimes, you know, when you're testing all these new things on a booster, right, you go to do it the first time, this kind of stuff happens. You didn't get the flow rate right, which, once again, that was the problem with SLS. They never got the flow rate correct until they did, and then the thing freaking worked. Crazy thing about using cryogenic propellants too is that, guess what? If you have a bolt that's torqued down that's holding two pipe flanges together, you know, you usually have a lot of bolts to hold it together, this whole thing contracts, the bolts contract, right? And if the bolt contracts, right, and it's made out of something different than what the pipe is made out of, it could contract at a different rate. Different metals react to temperature differently. Different metals are more or less conductive of heat. And now that means your pipe flanges could literally come apart because the bolt didn't contract at the same rate as the pipes. You got to be very careful about this stuff. Now keep in mind, on the ground you can just make everything out of steel, so it's not that big of a deal. Rhymes. But on the rocket, you might have aluminum parts, you might have steel parts. In SpaceX's case, you might have stainless steel parts. Right? But what about the interface between the ground systems and the pad systems? Now you have steel over here and then stainless here. Two different types, two different things. Those are two different... stainless steel is an alloy, and so is steel, but you get the idea. Those are two different alloys, and they can all expand and contract at different rates. Once again, that's the problem that they had with SLS. The ground umbilical carrier plate was expanding and contracting at different rates because of hydrogen pressurization problems, but that's... Long story short, cryogenic valves are annoying. They're really annoying and they're really hard to get right. But if you get them right, then you can do stuff like that. Like launch that into space. Could they install a heater on the valve? You could. Then you heat up the propellants inside Hadja and you risk overpressurizing the line. The propellants are constantly boiling. Because they're cryogenic, they're constantly boiling. And they're at high pressure already. And if you boil it too much, you can get a geysering effect and literally turn your rocket's fuel lines into Old Faithful at Yellowstone. It's very important to get that temperature right. Yeah, Adrianos, there you go. Yep. It's not that simple. Everything has to stay at the right temperature and everything has to expand and contract at the right rates to work when you're at like minus 200 C. That's really difficult to do that right. Very difficult to do that right. And extremely difficult to do that right on the first try, as we saw on Monday. Backroom Talk says the GSE had water vapor in the lines and it built up in the helium lines and freeze. This was later confirmed by Yusaku Mizawa. Helium will be filled in the COPVs and will be used to spin up the engines for boost back and landing. The pad takes care of that during liftoff. Backroom Talk says the GSE had water vapor in the lines and it built up in the helium lines. Well, yeah, there you go. Condensation. It happens. It freezes stuff in ways that you don't know until you go and do it. Surely seeing every gram you carry has a cost associated with it. The only material they would use would be titanium. Titanium is super expensive, Big. It's super expensive. Titanium is also pretty dang heavy for what it is. And it is a rare earth metal. It's hard to come across. So what they do is to get the line thermally conditioned, Hezwa, is they do a slow fill, which is what we're seeing right now. They slow fill it. They slow fill the line. So they flow propellant very slowly because you don't want to create a geysering effect, right? You don't want your propellants to evaporate too much and then overpressurize the line with gaseous oxygen. That absolutely can happen. It's called a geysering. So they slow fill, or they do what's called an anti-geysering fill. Basically where the flow rate stays very, very slow just to get the pipe down to temperature. That takes time, which is why we're seeing them do that right now, 2 hours and 38 minutes away from the launch. Falcon 9 does this. Terran 1 Relativity does this. Atlas does this. Vulcan will do this. Delta does that. You got to slow fill first. And once the line is fully down to temperature, and it's at the nominal operating temperature, that's when you initiate fast fill. And that's what will happen here once we get inside of the, I mean, what is it, like the hour mark or something? I have a theory. Hear me out. When the morning sun came up and delayed the chill down in the lines the other day, maybe they upped the flow rate to try and cool the lines a little bit quicker and then started having valve issues. I firmly believe, Miller Time, that the sun coming up is what screwed them. Yeah, that's what caused that valve to stick. I agree. I think you are absolutely spot on. But that's just totally viewer speculation on my part. That's right, Payne. Yep. Mm-hmm. Did they do something different when they tested the engines? They filled during the day, Deep Days. Tetron, how you doing? Why not launch earlier than before the sun comes up? I think they're... so, Friend Cam, I have another... This is another personal theory as to why they're doing it now and why they've been going for the early morning. My personal theory is that they want to launch it in the daytime so you can actually see the thing going up, right? You ideally want very clear conditions for a test flight so your engineering cameras can physically see the rocket, and you can use footage of the rocket ascending to go with your telemetry from the vehicle on the way up. Pretty straightforward stuff. That's the reason why SLS has all those had all those checkerboards on it on Artemis 1. There was a bunch of checkerboards all over the place. That is to have video footage corroborate your instrumentation. Basically, at this point, it's, one of the SRBs kind of moved just a tiny, tiny bit to one side, right? And then you'd see that on the video footage, right? So you want ideal lighting conditions. The best time to do that, the best time to launch a rocket, the best time to film anything is called the golden hour. Right at dawn or right at dusk. Like right as the sun is down on the horizon, because you get great lighting and you get great contrast. That's the best time to do it. So I firmly believe that SpaceX is targeting early morning to get really, really nice footage of the thing ascending. And also, what they're trying to do is, if it launches in Texas at 9 in the morning, it's going to land in Hawaii at 6 in the morning. The sun isn't going to be up just yet. Right? It's not going to be up just yet. If I was going to do a re-entry for the first time on my vehicle, I'd want to do it in the dark. That way, if you were imaging the landing, so if you're taking pictures of the re-entry, you'd want to re-enter when the sun's not backlighting it, basically washing it out. Which is why I believe SpaceX is trying to launch in the morning. Because they want to launch in daytime and land at nighttime, or at least descend during the nighttime so they can get some good instrumentation and good video footage of the thing going through re-entry. You'd want to do it at night. It'd be easier to see. Right? It's just a theory, though. I could be wrong. I'm just guessing. But that does make sense. Thanks, Darth. I'm a STEM streamer. I teach people about rockets. That's what I do here. I'm EJ. Hello. Thank you for watching, everybody. We're about 2 hours and 34 minutes out from a potential Starship launch attempt. If this thing goes, it will be the most powerful rocket ever. No one's ever made anything more powerful than this. This thing, if it lights and it leaves the pad, will generate 15 million pounds of thrust. That's 68,000 kilonewtons for the metric folks. And that's not, the booster isn't even at full throttle because Starship has no payload in it. That will eclipse, let's see. Well, let me give you some comparison here. The Saturn V that the Apollo program used to get people to the moon, the liftoff thrust from that was 7.5 million pounds of thrust from 5 engines. This thing is making 15 million pounds of thrust from 33 engines. This will be by far and away the most powerful rocket that's ever taken to the skies by a long shot. The only rocket that even came close was the Soviet moon rocket, the N-1, which did launch from the pad but didn't make it very far after that. That had 10 million pounds of thrust. This thing has 15. Okay, so you want a little bit of an idea of how much force 15 million pounds is? Think about a 15 million pound block of concrete. And think about if you parked a car underneath it and then you dropped it on the car. There would be no car left. You'd find some specks of dust. That's 15 million pounds of force. That amount of force that the concrete block pushes down onto the surface, if you dropped it, that it squishes that car with, is the amount of upwards force this thing is going to have if those 33 engines ignite. Basically N 1.5. Jesus, Marty owns Fords. You shut your mouth. Is there a near future replacement for the fuel that we use? How to make locks. The Hampson-Lindy cycle is a process for liquefaction of gases, especially for air separation. Introduce regenerative cooling in a positive feedback system. Oh, okay. They basically refrigerate it. I'm going to read this real quick. Okay. Yeah, I gotcha. People say that NASA doesn't like Starship. They fail to remember this. Starship is officially funded by NASA, which is hilarious. And Keel, I have the link for the Hampson-Lindy cycle. Thank you. They basically refrigerate air until it separates. Told you, really big fridge. Yeah. History trivia. What American history event happened yesterday in 1775? Boston Massacre?
You'll be watching this coverage from work as well as myself. Thanks for the coverage. Well, thank you, Robert, for grabbing something from the store.
Start is in about 2.5 hours, Wayne.
Let's see here. Bum bum bum.
The Civil War. The Civil War in 1775. No. 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 Civil War was 1863 to 1865.
So the second stage.
You're off by
has
pretty good amount.
3 sea level raptors and 3 vacuum raptors.
Lexington and Concord.
Raptors, as the name
Yeah, that's
suggests,
good.
are more optimized to perform in the vacuum of space, whereas the sea levels are more optimized to perform well on the ground. Now they have those kind of mixed engine configurations.
Oh well,
for
glad I'm not
eventually down the
American.
road when they need to do
Makes
a
sense.
landing of Starship, they can.
So that would be the start of the Revolutionary War, 1775 to what, chat? 1789, something like that. What's the go-to breakfast for astronauts? Whatever they want, Deep Days, actually. When astronauts, before they leave for their missions, can basically, NASA has a 5-star restaurant at Kennedy Space Center. You can basically get whatever you want. If it was me, steak and eggs, baby. Steak and eggs. That's what a lot of astronauts get, steak and eggs. 1783. Thank you, chat.
Backburn, and a smaller number of those will also be used again for the
or a gas station corned beef sandwich. Yeah, they did that. One astronaut did that once, and he's my favorite astronaut for doing it. How long is the full flight plan to be? Hey, Teep, what's going on? About 90 minutes, probably a little bit less, if it makes it that far. Do you have any idea where Starship is planning to splash down? A little ways north of Hawaii in the Pacific testing range. Coast Guard fast boats are deployed in the canal. Good news. I see why you're doing an all-nighter with these streams. Couldn't sleep for the life of me. Yeah, Gold. If I had waited to go on until now, I wouldn't have slept anyway, dude. I'm not gonna kid myself. Let's just get it out. Let's bust this stream out and let's go, man. Let's sit here and talk about rockets. It's great. Is this the waterfall mod? Oh yeah. No, this is KSP3. A car crusher uses 150 tons of force to crush a car, or about 300,000 pounds of force. Yeah, one Raptor produces more power than that, Payne. Or more thrust than that.
Some buoys have cameras. I don't know if there are any that will be exactly looking
All right, so
splashdown zone, but we will keep an eye on that as we see a
So
lot
see how the
of
vent now is
like
putting more out there in
the
fast
bottom of the
flow,
orbital
I
launch
think.
mount on screen.
I can't really see which vent is going there.
Looking good so far. Let's see, test channel, thank you very much.
So also, guys, just in case you're wondering where I'm getting this stream from, these are my buddies over at NASA Spaceflight. I am a contributor for them now, which is actually pretty cool. And I do have permission to restream this here. NASA Spaceflight is a space news outfit that that's pretty damn good at what they do. They give us all these live stream cameras. And this is how we're able to kind of monitor what it's doing. PMRF, my old stomping grounds. There you go, Victory. Yep. Yeah, Thomas, thank you for linking the NSF feed. Yep.
Major usable.
The United States will be truly undivided if it added 3 more states to the Union. Do you know why? Senators, if I had to guess.
Need or the want to have anything deployed on it.
Don't get me wrong, I'm pretty good at civics, but not the best.
So if it did
I know
deploy
rockets,
anything, it
but
would
I'm
be
pretty
coming
good at
down
civics
about a half hour
because
later.
it's kind of
in
my
the
job to
Pacific
be as
Ocean.
an American citizen. I have
So
to be
not a
pretty
very
good at
good test of anything there. Now, future ships will be carrying payloads. We don't know exactly which ones are going to demonstrate this, but that should be coming a few ships down the line.
EJ, what is the meaning of the title? Is this the same type of launch as the earlier attempt? Yes, it's the same, which is why it has the same name. 53 is a prime number. Yes, prime number. But it's because 53 is a prime number and would make United States trillion divided. But can't divide by 53. But you don't have 53 votes in the Senate, fellas. That just because there's 53, well, if there's 53 states, that would mean there's 106 senators. Is 106 prime? Don't think so. Or you threw a joke over my head and I didn't realize it because I've been awake for an extremely long period of time, which is probably what just happened. In which case, ha 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 ha, I still don't get it. I still don't get it. I still don't get it. I still don't get it.
28 at the opening of the window.
Sorry.
It should be about 75 degrees.
You're totally having a peanut moment. Yep. Just disregard. I like rockets.
Off some of that extra fog, and we should get a good view, fingers crossed,
making my face hurt.
liftoff.
Countdown is going good. They started chilling down the lines.
Continuing along here with more questions. Here's a question from Master IVO asking, what altitude will we expect to reach on this flight? Ian?
Yeah, so according to SpaceX, we are expecting to get around 250 kilometers for the apogee. That's, of course, going to fluctuate a bit depending on how the vehicle performance goes, but we're not expecting it to go incredibly high. Now, for reference, the space station is about...
If Hawaii has 100,000 soldiers, would it not tip over? Very smart senator quote. That was Guam. Sun Temple. That was Guam, not Hawaii.
SpaceX always does double check and make sure that there are no satellites in the way for when they do go to launch.
Exactly.
And yes,
again, that is a question we get asked a lot is why is there even a launch window? And a lot of that has to do with, keeping the airspace and the sea space clear for as little time as possible.
Hey, Thorne, what's going
and
on?
then, of course, keeping an eye out for other satellites that might fly overhead. So there is potential for cutouts in this 62-minute window where you can't launch because of a satellite overhead.
Back alley, do you know why SpaceX chose Boca Chica for their Starship location, and do you agree with it? They chose it because it's basically their own private spaceport, dude. So yeah, for testing, yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah. But they are building a Starship pad at 39A. Keep in mind, progress is a little bit slow because they've been focusing on this. But yeah, they're building another Starship pad is already being made at 39. It's actually pretty close to being done. Hey, 10, what's going on? Any idea how much the fuel costs for this launch? Latte, if I had to guess, probably like 300 thou, 400 thou, something like that. That's a lot to you and I. That's peanuts for SpaceX. That's nothing. Why not launch from Australia?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Because the factory for Starship is like 3 or 4 kilometers that way, and Australia is like 16,000 kilometers that way. Too long of a commute.
Splashdown.
Yeah, usually if we use, for example, the Falcon 9 here as an indicator, the FDS will be saved or disarmed before anything is getting close to a
What would
splashdown.
protocol for an in-flight abort look like? Basically blowing the rocket up, salute flight termination system.
Getting into similar territories, I would imagine the flight termination system will be saved and not saved and disarmed by the computer before splashdown.
There you go.
Guys, I'm going to go outside here for a moment, take a quick stretch break here. So listen to my buddy Sawyer and Adrian and Alex
Discovery, go at throttle
talk
up.
here. Nilshan, give this up to Latte the Dev. I'll be back momentarily.
Lift-off that it cycles through.
That's a good way to say it. Brady Bunch style cameras. I mean, it really is.
It's a way to get all of the views.
Big break? Nah,
Check
tea break.
all the views. As the
Be right back.
ADC.
You think Maine is going to do launches for Polar Orbit? If Blue Shift gets a launch license triple,
we'll
sure,
find
why
out
not?
as we get further along to the count, that's for sure. And Jason G with the generous support here asking, did they ever do a full stack static fire? And are there any concerns or differences static firing while fully stacked versus just the booster? Ian, when was that full test that we had recently?
Yeah, so there was not a fully stacked static fire. The closest they ever had to that was just super heavy on its own. Of course, they did also do, at this point now, 2 wet dress rehearsals. They had one dedicated wet dress rehearsal test. I believe that was around a month to a month and a half ago. Now, they also did on Monday, kind of bittersweet, have an unintended wet dress rehearsal. Of course, like we said a few minutes ago, there was a valve issue when pressurizing the booster, the super heavy booster. So they weren't able to go ahead with flight, but they decided to scrub the launch and just do a wet dress rehearsal instead to get some extra data. So they've done 2 wet dress rehearsals, full stacked, and a few booster-only static fires. There's not a major difference if you do a static fire with a ship on top versus no ship on top. The only real difference would be getting some vibrational data on the ship itself, which is something they could simulate, and it seems that they've realized that is not that much of a priority to them.
Exactly. Paul, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Chris P. Bacon, first off, nod to Jack. Second, I love the reference to the old news clip. Thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Julianne with a really good question here while getting something from the store, asking, what is used to pre-cool the pipes for propellant loading? Adrian, what do they use? I believe you're on
Talking
mute.
while I'm muted.
Yep.
They use to pre-chill liquid nitrogen usually, at least for the methane side. For the oxygen side, it might as well be oxygen, but I would also speculate it's also liquid nitrogen there that is used for the pre-chilling.
It is indeed liquid nitrogen that is used to cool a lot of those lines down, including with Falcon 9, I believe, as well. They use the same. It purges the lines and cools it down. Let's see. NNA, thank you very much for the support, as well as the 1979 Camaro. I know mentioning a bunch of things with Jack and his camera lenses. And then Schlomster with the $72 tip. Very specific, but very, very much appreciated. Saying kudos to all of your dedicated work. I'm an addicted tank watcher hoping for no low altitude RUDs. I think all of us are hoping for that right now. So thank you very much for that support. Let's take some more questions from chat here. And I will send this one over to you, Ian, from Tom, asking, will Starship make any interesting pre-launch noises like Gemini Titan did?
Yes, and I tossed that one in the queue because that's an excellent throwback to the early space program. So for those who are unaware, the Titan II booster, the way that its engine was designed, is that right before ignition, you would hear the pump spool up, and you would hear it. It sounded like kind of just like a grinding noise as the pump started up. And Raptor actually does have a somewhat similar mechanism. Now, I was actually going back on the static fires because I was wondering this exact same question a few weeks ago. You can't really hear any big noise from Raptor on startup. That's more something that you could hear on the test stands down at McGregor. So on YouTube, if you search up Raptor test firing, you'll see some test firings from the stands at McGregor. You can kind of hear the pump spool up there. Unfortunately, it might not be that noticeable today for liftoff, but we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens there. But a good throwback there. I really like that Titan II reference.
Absolutely, and those who watch our engine tests on McGregor Live 24/7, many of you will know what we call the Raptor honk, and a very interesting noise that they occasionally make too. So we'll keep our ear out for that. Here's a question from Aditya, and Adrian, I'm going to throw this one over to you. Is there going to be water beneath the launch pad like we see at Falcon 9 launches?
There will be a bit of water involved in this. Mainly supplied by the Fire X system, which is more of a making sure that there's no fire and no gas and development below the pad system. There is no classic deluge system yet in place for Boca Chica. That will come down later with future flights. The hardware for that is already stored in Boca Chica at the production site, but they have not yet fully installed it. So I believe, it's coming later down the line, and hopefully they don't need it for this one.
Yeah, let's definitely hope not, and let's hope that we don't have a massive crater from the 33 Raptor engines firing at liftoff, although again, that could be used as a potential flame trench in the future. Gotta find the positives in it, right? Here's a question from Raymond, and Ian, this one's for you. Will the booster and ship disconnect after engine ignition or before? And I guess thinking kind of Soyuz-esque with the hot fire.
Yeah, so at T-minus 8 seconds or T-minus 6 seconds, we've got some conflicting info on that. They're going to go through with engine startup. Now, the engines are going to begin to slowly ramp up to full power. If everything looks good, then right at T0, when everything looks good and the engines are commanded to full power, the quick disconnects will quickly disconnect from the vehicle. Now, those will happen, like I said, after engine ignition and right at liftoff. The thing is, you don't really want to separate that too early, because in a worst case scenario, if you can't get those reconnected, you now have a fully fueled vehicle on the pad with no way to get those propellants out. So they separate those quick disconnects right at the very, very last second they possibly can, just to eliminate that possibility and always have those connected in case they need those. So be sure to keep an eye out on right at T0, if we get to T0 today during the count, for the immediate quick disconnect, quick disconnecting, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. The quick disconnect with disconnecting. It makes sense, at least. Taking a look now, we have almost 50,000 people watching, which is fantastic. If you are watching, please give this a like. That way people know that you enjoy this, and hopefully it recommends it to more people as we continue to get closer to T0. It's a great way to help support the stream, even if you can't support us monetarily in any way, because we love bringing this to you guys, and we want to share it with as many people as possible. So it's as strange as it seems, a like goes a long way, so thank you.
Makes the YouTube algorithm gods very happy, and really helps us out in a major way.
Exactly. We also have people that are continuing to send us support through super chats, including Franklin saying hope all goes well, as do we. Anonymous coming in with the store message saying been watching since Starhopper days. SpaceX leading the new space race is amazing to watch. It is fantastic to see progress continuing so quickly. Jacob getting a mug, saying amazing mug, watching from the beautiful Black Hills of South Dakota. Wow, enjoy the weather over there in South Dakota. Hopefully it's beautiful as we continue to count down to liftoff here. let's see. We have Jeremiah's with the store message. Watching your videos a long time. Love what you do. Let's light this candle. Exactly. Aussie C, thank you for the support. Cartoon Club, thank you for the support as well. And Mazda 530, thank you from the support and the finger crossed from Australia. As you mentioned, we know Max Q is a big moment. Here's a good question added onto this, though. What do the teams actually get data-wise from Max Q? We all talk about it's so important, and they're really looking forward to that. What is so important about Max Q from an engineering standpoint? Adrian, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, of course. It is the moment where the vehicle is under the maximum mechanical stress. So it's kind of also the moment where you want the vehicle designed for. You need to make sure it passes this moment. Everything before or after that is not really fully pushing the vehicle to its limits. So this is really like the point where you see, did we design it correctly? Does it make it through this high point? Or does it fail at that point? So that's why this point is incredibly important from a design and engineering perspective.
Exactly, and it also proves your design in this case of their manufacturing technique that they use with all the different segments being welded together. It proves all of their welding techniques. And again, just shows that something this large and built this way is actually sustainable and can fly. Like from the intro, we say water towers can fly. In this case, all of the towers can fly. Let's see. Here's another question we got coming in from Lucas asking, how many engines are used for the boost back burn? Ian, do we know how many?
Yeah, so unfortunately, we really don't know the exact number of engines that they're going to use for the boost back burn. That's something we're going to have to really find out during flight today. Now, the maximum number that they could use are 13. So the inner 13 engines on the Super Heavy booster, those are the only ones that are hooked up to the booster's restart system. So those are the only engines that can be spun up again during flight and reignited. The outer 20 engines cannot. Those are ignited and spun up by the ground support equipment. So the maximum they can use is 13. However, I would kind of be surprised if they did use all 13. We know for the landing burn, however, that they're going to use the inner 3 engines. It's just the boost back burn that we're not entirely clear on today. So that's something we're going to have to, unfortunately, as much as I say it, I hate to say it, we're going to have to wait and see exactly what they choose to do in that regard.
We will indeed wait and see. Here's another good question from Adam asking, will we see the vacuum engines in action today? Greetings from Sweden. So, Adrian, will we see the RVACs and maybe even the Raptor C levels?
Yes, from what we all know, they will ignite. They will, if they get to that point, I should clarify, they will ignite 6 engines on the upper stage, which means 3 sea level and 3 vacuum Raptors. The reason why they also ignite the sea level Raptors is, for example, they are the only one that gimbal, so that's how they can steer it on its way to suborbital but the desired trajectory. And also, it helps if you have more thrust at the optimal moments in burns, even if the engines are slightly less efficient, if it helps you burning closer to this optimal moment where you should burn.
Exactly. Very good there. Thank you for the question as well. Lucas, thank you very much for the support at the store at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Andrew, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Reminder, Capcom and above gets access to the NSF Discord, and Red Team and above gets access to the multi-view stream where you can see a whole bunch of different cameras all at the same time for this launch. Eric with the store message saying he was stationed in Orlando in 81 and saw the first shuttle launch, so had to drive down from Portland, Oregon to see the first Starship launch. That is fantastic. And we just passed the anniversary of STS-1, which is April 12th, 1981. Just see April, I guess, a month for innovation. You had the first ever human launch to space in Yuri Gagarin, launched April 12th, 1961. First shuttle launch, April 12th, 1981. And now Starship first orbital test flight here, hopefully.
Will the flaps and grid fins help during the ascent, too? Not really. I mean, maybe in a minute capacity, Salyut, but they're making more drag than anything.
And here's an interesting question
I have
from
the
support as well
combination.
from David Willis asking, if the engines start and then scrub, what's the next launch opportunity? Do we know what that would be, Ian?
Yeah, according to SpaceX, it would be at least a 48-hour turnaround. Now, from Monday, it's been a 72-hour turnaround. We don't know the exact reasoning on that. Maybe just taking a little extra time to do some engineering, check out what happened with the valves, but a minimum of 48-hour turnaround if they do fully tank the vehicle. So that's something to keep in mind as we go into propellant loading coming soon.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly, and yes, according to the schedule, we should be getting into propellant loading, I believe within the next 20 to 30 minutes or so. Keeping an eye on that timeline, and of course, the one thing that we're going to keep an eye out for that will be a big indicator that fueling
Tony
is
Casey's
underway
post,
is the
Thomas.
sort of smoky type thing you're seeing with the venting from the orbital launch mount, the bottom part of the rocket there. Will go into a big waterfall mode and then stop. Once we see that venting stop at the base of the orbital launch mount, that is usually the indication that fueling will have begun on the booster side as well. And again, that will be followed shortly after by loading up of the ship. Let's see. Let's get some more questions going in here. And I will pitch this one to Adrian. CJ is asking, will Falcon Heavy be retired when Starship is fully operational? So what's the plan with the Falcon fleet?
Oh, it won't be retired immediately. You have the situation where there are certain payloads where, for example, the Space Force or NASA basically designed a vehicle, like a satellite or a lander, for certain requirements. And also they want certain margins and certain certifications to be fulfilled before they attach it to a rocket. That happened with Falcon Heavy for multiple missions, which are many years in advance. They are Falcon Heavy missions very far in the future. Down the line, SpaceX plans to replace everything with Starship. Will that happen in the next 5, 6, 7, 8 years? Probably not. It will more be probably a slowly decline of one and then an increase of the other. Especially these high cost missions for the Space Force tend to be on very reliable rockets, as they don't really care that much about like the final cost cost moment, because if your satellite is like 1 or 2 billion, why would you care if your launch is 50 million or 20 million? It's more about getting the satellite there where it needs to, because that's the most important thing.
So, the Department of Defense wants to launch their spy satellites into space, right? They want to launch their spy satellites into space. Now, here's the thing. The Air Force encountered this problem in the mid-1980s. In the early parts of the 1980s, the Air Force phased out all of their launch vehicles to launch all of their satellites into space. They phased out Titan. They phased out Delta 5000. They phased out Thor, Aegina, Atlas, all of them. They phased all of them out. And the reason why they phased all of them out is because the Department of Defense would just use the space shuttle to launch all of the payloads from now on. And then the space shuttle broke. Challenger happened. And the Department of Defense said, okay, are you going to launch we're going to launch spy satellites into space? And NASA basically said, well, we got to take some time to figure out what happened. And the Department of Defense goes, hey, we're doing this whole like Cold War thing right now. We kind of need to make sure we know what the Soviets are doing. So we're just going to go restart our rocket program. Thank you very much. And they promptly pulled out of the shuttle program, which they had been a part of since 1972. They pulled out in basically mid-1986. Since then, since the reactivation of their kind of more conventional rockets, since the Challenger program, they basically replaced the space shuttle doing all the DoD missions with what's called the Evolved Expendable Launch Vehicle, the EELV program, which was overseen by a colonel in the Air Force named John Insprucker. You might know him. The Evolved Expendable Launch Vehicle program was basically the idea to make launch vehicles that were conventional launch vehicles, not reusable, just regular rockets, one-time use rockets, and have two of them. Have two different providers for EELV. The reason why? You never want to get caught with your pants down. You don't want to have one rocket malfunction and then not be able to get it into space. Not be able to get anything into space before an indefinite period of time. Turbo. For an indefinite period of time. You don't want to basically have downtime with your vehicles. So since then, the Department of Defense has always yielded two vehicles with two completely different architectures to launch their spy satellites into space. Hey, Envy. Bless you. Thank you. So, the Air Force always, now the Space Force, always will have two launch providers regardless of cost. One launch vehicle could cost $1 million and the other one could cost $100 million. It does not matter. They will always field two regardless of cost. Because they don't want to get caught with their pants down again like they did in 1986. We couldn't launch anything into space while they were trying to figure out what went wrong with the space shuttle O-rings. That's the reason why Adrian was saying the cost doesn't really matter. And he said it's about getting the satellite to the right spot. Well, that's half of it, yeah. The other half is that they will always have redundant dissimilar architecture. Regardless of cost. That's very important to understand. How much time left? 2 hours on the dot.
In the shape of a polygon is because the zone is kind of
I
built out
acknowledge
of a
your
series
sneeze.
of a
Thank you,
few coordinate checkpoints. So it's not like, hey, this huge circle of this radius or this oval of this radius. Instead, they use, okay, between this point, this point, this point, and this point, do not go in there. And if you actually read out the note Mars and the NOTAMs, they are written in that format, saying like between this area north, this area west,
Yeah,
this
I got
area
a lot
north,
of that.
this area west,
Got a
and
lot of
so
that up
on,
here.
keep out. So that's the reason why it's a polygon shape, is because it's made up of around like 6 to 10 points, if I had to guess.
They look
And
okay,
that's the
Ned.
reason for that really wonky look.
Just a little froggy. Not a big deal.
Exactly. And a reminder to everyone
90
that is
minutes,
out
Tom
there that
Pond.
is trying to see the launch, please check the Not Mars, which is the Notice to Mariners, and the NOTAMs, which is the Notice to Air missions for pilots,
Z-Man,
to
we
make
saw
sure
it.
you stay out of the exclusion zones, as we do not want a scrub because of a boat or plane in the range. Please, please, please.
Yeah, Sile, yeah, hope John is hosting the webcast. John Innsbrucker is there. Well, he's the guy that sounds like this when you host the SpaceX cast. That's John Innsbrucker. He oversaw the Evolved Expendable Launch Vehicle program. That is the program that gave us Atlas V and Delta IV. True story. He's a colonel in the Air Force before he retired, and then became the principal integration engineer at SpaceX, and he's been doing that for like 20 years. Yeah, that John Innsbrucker. He oversaw the Evolved Expendable Launch Vehicle program, and then before that, he worked on the Titan program before it was replaced by the Space Shuttle. Yeah, pretty cool, huh? Yeah, look it up, Colonel Innsbrucker. He's a full-bird colonel. He was a full-bird colonel in the Air Force. Oh, yeah.
Still, very
Pretty
good
cool,
point.
huh?
Thank you for that.
Small world.
Arjun, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Nathan saying, really enjoying the members' multi-view camera. Getting some items here from the store from the UK. Just starting my journey into astrophysics, studying to a degree. Boy, words there hard, but still, good luck with your astrophysics degree. That's fantastic. Here's a great question from Zygote. And Adrian, I'll put this one to you, asking, what would be the color of the flames on Starship when this lifts off?
Yeah, it's actually an interesting question, because we have seen methane flames now with Terran 1. So we expect like this purplish blue, probably in flight.
That's why John Innsbrucker has everybody's respect, dude. That is some talent to scoop up for SpaceX, huh? Pretty cool, right? Yeah, he worked on Titan IV, ELV, DoD shuttle missions, dude. He's got a pretty lengthy track record.
If you look at any of the street shots from that launch, you will definitely see a distinct bluish color, and that is because, physics-wise, methane burns blue. So that's why we see that, as opposed to something like a carbon-based fuel. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, but the
Please do.
transponder is active on the WB-57. It is sitting on the runway, or sorry, the taxiway at Ellington Ellington Airfield in Houston, Texas. It is currently taxiing at 6 knots along the taxiway, and we're going to definitely keep our eyes on that in the coming minutes.
The ADS-B transponder
Thank you
is
for
on
interrupting me for that. We're always worth the interruption for something like
on
that.
November 926.
And yes, for those who are unaware,
I'll explain this. So, November 926 MA is a NASA high-altitude reconnaissance plane. Now, why does NASA need to do reconnaissance? Well, it's not really a reconnaissance plane. The WB-57 is a high-altitude imaging plane. It's really designed for imaging vehicles on ascent, launch vehicles on ascent, doing high-altitude weather observations, and imaging vehicles on re-entry. If the WB-57 is flying like this, and they've turned the transponder on and it's getting ready to take off, that's a pretty damn good indication that SpaceX is going to go for it. SpaceX is using NASA's services here, specifically with November 926 November Alpha right there. They're using the WB-57's imaging to be able to image the ascent. There's a camera built into the front. There's a big PTZ camera built into the front of these WB-57s, and that's used while the plane flies around. It can loiter at like 60,000 feet, no problem. Kind of like a U-2 light almost. It can loiter up there, and it can just take pictures of stuff and video of stuff flying up into space and stuff coming back from space. If you've watched a Dragon re-enter here with me, you've probably seen images from the WB-57. It's a modified chem barrel. That's right, Joe. Baby. Sun's starting to come up over there in Texas.
And great answer there. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Let's take a look.
We have a tweet coming in from SpaceX here. Starship team is go for propellant load. Team is keeping an eye on the weather.
Got super heavy thrust. Do we know how much thrust? I've also seen a bunch of questions asking about the Delta V at liftoff.
Super Heavy makes 15 million pounds of thrust in its current configuration. It will be launching with the engines at 90% throttle because Starship doesn't have a payload inside. Each Raptor can generate up to 2,200 kilonewtons of thrust, or about 500,000 pounds. Of thrust. So if we go into our calculator here and we do 500,000 times 33, 16.5 million pounds of thrust. That is about 72 meganewtons of thrust for the metric folks. That is an insane amount of power. Keep in mind, with this mission here, the engines will be launching at 90% of rated performance, because Starship has no payload inside. It's just empty. The payload bay for Starship is basically sealed off. So they're not going to go full bore on these engines. They'll be operating at 90% power, which equates roughly to about 15 million pounds of thrust, or about 68 meganewtons. The crazy part is that those engines, even at 90%, 33 Raptors at 90% is still 5 million pounds more powerful in terms of force than the highest thrust rocket to ever fly previously, albeit not very far, the N1, the Soviet N1. Once again, for some reference here, Saturn V has 7.5 million pounds of thrust at liftoff. The N1 had 10 million pounds. Starship, down throttled, has 15 million. This is by far and away, if this thing launches, it is by far and away the most powerful rocket ever flown, if it flies. By a long shot, by a pretty good margin. And that margin, that record ain't going to get broken for a little while. Everything is good, Chief. Yep.
The methane or methane and the liquid oxygen, or loxygen as we sometimes call it, whereas the ship will begin loading the methane first, followed by the liquid oxygen.
So how does this stack up to Nova? Barak Nova would have had 12 million pounds off the pad with 8 F1 engines, producing 1.5 million pounds of thrust a pop. I guess as long as the engine ignite, at least parts of it will fly. Well, excitement will be guaranteed, Croydon. Yeah, excitement will be guaranteed, per SpaceX. See? The NASA spaceflight has a copy of their mission timeline here. And at T-0, excitement guaranteed.
And again, really great look at this timeline here. So after the header tanks, they will have to chill down the Raptor engines, also around 17 minutes before liftoff. With propellant loading, once it begins, will continue all the way till about 5 minutes before liftoff. As
What's
we mentioned,
Nova?
there is a lot of propellant, about 4,600 tons that needs to be loaded into the two vehicles combined. That's followed by the fluid interface vent down, and then hopefully T0 at the opening of the window at 8.
So, what's Nova, Hydra? Mission Control Audio is live for SpaceX. Thank you. What's Nova? Nova is, you know how there's the Saturn V with 5 engines? Nova is the Saturn VIII. It was the Saturn V's bigger brother, and NASA was eventually going to build it as a follow-up to the Apollo missions to go further into space. Yeah, Saturn VIII. Yeah. Saturn VIII with a, I don't know, 50-foot core. That's a 15-meter core. 8 F1 engines in the first stage. They never built it. It's ADS-B exchange. ADS-B. WB-57 is in the air. That's why I had the double box up. Let me go ahead and get the SpaceX Mission Control audio working. Let's see. Let's see if that audio ends up working here. We are at T-1 hour, 52 minutes on the dot here for Starship's integrated flight test, the first test of SpaceX's next generation launch vehicle, Starship Transportation System. Nova was a pre-Saturn concept, not the C8 design. Common mistake. Someone have the tail number of that aircraft. November 926, November Alpha. Takeoff footage. Did Tony post some takeoff footage? He did. He did. That's awesome. Oh. There's just some takeoff footage from the cockpit of the WB-57. I just want to point out that the guy that's flying Tony Casey, who's he flies the WB-57. He's a WB-57 pilot. Literally is tweeting from the cockpit of it as it takes off. Dude, you know what, man? You know, it's pretty funny. Like sometimes, it's like, oh man, this isn't the future we were promised. But also at the same time, stuff like that exists. That's pretty neat. That's pretty cool. We have live updates from the cockpit of an airplane that's going to image a rocket that's fully reusable in the future, not this one. The future's all right. That's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Dude in a car and his phone is bad enough. Less traffic up there though. When there's that implies that when there's less traffic, it's okay. Don't text and drive. Yeah, Jeb, I'm with you on that one. Can I show the WB-57 you made in KSP2? Do it. Yeah, link it up. WB-57 is now turning south, heading 201.9, 202, 205. Basically turning for a straight shot at Brownsville, Texas. Current altitude is 8,400 feet. And ascending past 10,000. Here you go. Let me see. Hey, all systems. What's going on, buddy? Wow. That's a pretty good WB-57, Monastery. No joke. That's pretty good, dude. Hey. Not bad. Not bad at all. The WB-57's a 2-seater. But other than that, though, that's pretty damn good, dude. Neat. How long till launch? We are at T-minus 1 hour and 48 minutes. We should have started propellant load here.
The backup launch opportunities here.
Yeah, they have a lot
Look
of
in the
windows
bottom
over the next
right.
few days, basically every day of the week. However, we have learned from the mission control stream after the last scrub
Nice.
that if they scrub deep into the countdown, which, well, we are getting right now very close to, it looks like they have at least a 48-hour recycle. We will, with this one, we had a 72-hour
nice.
recycle, so we will have to see what exactly the implications are if they would scrub right now.
Sounds good. Let's see. Here's a question from Gabs GH. I hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Asking, does the Super Heavy have a heat shield to survive re-entry? Ian?
Yes, so not in the same sense as Starship has, but Super Heavy does have its own somewhat heat shield. Now at the base of the vehicle they do have some steel heat shield panels and probably some other thermal protective systems. There's nothing like the tiles on Starship on Super Heavy, and that's because they really don't need something with that kind of capability. So Super Heavy does have a bit of a steel heat
channel
shield
points
at the
are
bottom,
evil,
kind of
Salute.
akin to the base of Falcon 9 with its own heat shield. That's just to punch through the relatively calm re-entry it will experience compared to Starships.
Yeah, right, Robert.
Much more
One hell of an effort.
Very good point there. David, thank you very much for the support. Talking about the importance of Max Q there. Kale, thank you as well for the support. Hopefully they fixed the stuck valve. And thank you as well for becoming a Red Team member along with Chris and Cody. Reminder, that means you now get access to our multi-view stream for Red Team and above. Adam, thank you for the support. Luke, thank you again for the support. I believe we answered that question, but the support is very much appreciated. Andrew, getting items from the store, talking about Born Too Late to watch Apollo, hoping to live long enough to watch Artemis 3. We're all hoping to see that day, and Ad Astra indeed. And Rip Plays, thank you for becoming
The
a
WV-57
member.
is the most tracked plane being tracked by
Here's a question from
4,000
ZD.
people.
How do you think SpaceX plans to deal with fuel boil-off en route to Mars? That's an interesting question that we'll have to think of as we continue to go forward. Oli, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. And an interesting question from Adam asking, would the drone ship be useful for Super Heavy or Starship for landing? So, Adrian, why are we not using a drone ship for landing on something like this?
Well, they they think about using maybe marine assets down the line, like how I'm missing a word, oil rigs they had at some point, but they sold them because maybe it's too early to talk about this at this point. However, a normal drone ship, this is a much bigger rocket than Falcon 9, like much bigger. So I guess it's also like you need very special constructions to land it on sea. But down the line, this is very much planned. Like this is not.
I don't think the oil rigs are so much a waste of time, Cube Jam. If you really want my honest opinion, I think they repurposed components like the drilling rig pulleys are what actuates the carriage and the chopsticks. Yeah, there's oil rig parts all built into this design. If you guys remember when the chopsticks were being fabricated at this pad here, they all came in and they were all painted yellow. Now, no factory that makes tube stock like that is going to paint it yellow and then ship it to you. No steel mill does that, to my knowledge. They ship them and they let them oxidize. So because they were painted yellow, that tells me that they were repurposed. I can't prove it. There's no way to really know for sure. I know that the pulley system and the winch system is borrowed off of an oil rig. But I think they took the derrick off of an oil rig and they partsed it out to make the chopsticks. I'm pretty damn sure. Yeah, because they were all painted. They were all painted yellow, like you'd see on an oil rig, high-vis yellow. Nobody ships freshly manufactured steel painted like that, to my knowledge. So I don't think the oil rigs were a complete waste. I think they parted them out, and they took the parts that they needed to make this. No paint on any steel out of the factory ever. Yeah, Hydra. I think they recycled those parts from the oil derrick from the oil rigs that they bought. And there's plenty of oil rigs in South Texas, Gunna. Yep, use what you have.
Just yet. They need to worry more about, can you actually fly this thing?
Oh yeah, that. Being able to fly it.
It's pretty important because you can't land if you can't fly.
Yeah, minor detail there, that's all.
Yeah,
TK
Stefan, I
Midnight,
remember
thank you
that.
very much for the support, as well as Greg and Spencer both becoming Red Team members. That's much appreciated. Instant Ace with a good point here that worst case scenario, if there is a RUD, SpaceX will have a chance of breaking the Soviet record for the largest RUD. Slightly unrelated launch question, but what's your pick, pancake or waffle?
They ended up selling the oil rigs for scrap apatoxin after taking all the parts that they needed off of them. This is the part that what Adrian was saying. I think he's 100% right. I think that it's too early to kind of think about and consider like landing on the oil rigs and whatnot. It's probably best to get Starship operational and then worry about that stuff.
In them, or how do they at least keep track of the flight then once it's in the air?
I don't know
Oh,
how
they for example use tracking difference.
So Virgin Orbit, how are they still doing launch rehearsals with Cosmic Girl? I thought they went bankrupt. They filed for Chapter 11, not Chapter 7. So Chapter 11 is restructuring. Chapter 7 is insolvency, if I'm remembering right. I may have gotten those backwards. So they did the restructuring thing. So if somebody bought them in their restructuring, like somebody paid off their debts, they now own the company. So it's very possible that, somebody, they did a restructuring and whoever paid off their debts now owns the company and wants to keep it going. Yeah, they filed for Chapter 11, which means they're not dead. I'm not dead! Like that. I feel happy. So they're basically on life support right now. They're using a bare minimum force here. They did lay off they did furlough most of their technical personnel, which is not ideal.
A bit on that because we have seen a lot of big hardware arriving for that system. Any form of deluge system, that's probably building off of their experience with
this
ship
is
static
not
fires
live.
as well as other booster stack fires, and realizing
this is not live. You say while watching a live stream. Bernito, just got a job order to CNC Raptor engine throttle bodies. Cool.
Begin on Booster 7. That will be followed shortly after by Ship 24, beginning its fuel load. There is the view from the Margaritaville Hotel at the moment. You can see it is a bit foggy at the moment.
Go check their Twitter.
Those two flashing lights you see are the launch tower going on at that moment.
So the WB-57, quick update here. It is ascended completely out of Ellington, heading 216.6. November 926 November Alpha is currently at 37,100 feet. And ascending up, and it's about, I don't know, maybe an eighth of the way to Brownsville here. The WB-57 getting down to Brownsville gives you a good indicator of when this thing is going to launch. So right now, that WB-57, November 926 November Alpha, is headed over here. They're going to fly down here. They're going to change the heading, make way heading 180, and then basically circle around here until Starship launches. When it launches, it's going that way, and they'll be basically flying with it as it launches, which is really freaking cool. And they should get us a good image on the way up. Maybe they'll even stream it. They've streamed it in the past. SpaceX has streamed footage from the WB-57 on Dragon Recovery, so maybe we'll get some live stream action from there. Who knows? That would be nice.
Load. Julian, thank you very much for becoming a Red Team member. Caden, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Sumatra, thank you very much for the support. And then Lisa, thank you as well for becoming a Red Team member. Cole with the really kind words with the store purchase there, saying Starship Project has reignited, pun intended, my love for space and rocketry. I appreciate a good pun and appreciate the love and support there as well. Lords of Gaming asking for a shout out to his friend Cactus, who loves Starship and is taking classes trying to become a Canadian astronaut. Good luck. Crafty with the support at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. The time of launch weather forecast that we've looked at still has an annoyingly high humidity. Is the fog still thick from the Margaritaville roof views? Well, as we saw, yes. And Adrian, what is the view from where you are at currently?
Not really improved. I have to say here, Sawyer. Based on what we've seen so far, we can see the launch site, but barely. The sun is out at this point. Like we see light, so there's hope that the conditions improve over the next 1.5 hours. But right now, it's hard to see the launch site.
Hey, I found something that backs up what you were saying about the nose cone that Elon said. Could I send you the link? Yeah, just get perms from the mods. Mods, can we get perms for Gaza? Will they launch in this weather? Yeah, sure.
Hotel info in the ! Hotel command.
South Texas, Sanjo. Yep.
Anonymous picking up some items for their dad and themselves, both watching along eagerly. Thank you for watching and thank you for the support. Vincent becoming a Pad Rat member there as well. Astro95 saying,
right,
go
let's
start.
Hear this YouTube short.
You literally told them to make the Starship more pointy because of the movie Dictator.
Yep.
It's too round on the top. It needs to be pointy. Round is not scary. Pointy is scary.
Pointy is scary.
Smile on the faces of the enemy.
And they know it too. It's not like they haven't, they're unaware of it. Everyone thought it would be funny if we made the rocket more pointy, so we did.
Did it have any effect on the aerodynamics?
No.
Nothing.
No, we can make it way blunter and be fine.
But is it better to be pointier? Or like if it wasn't for the
it's
movie?
It's arguably slightly worse.
You literally told them.
I don't know how that corroborates anything that I was saying, but all right, cool.
More questions for people just getting interested in Starship. Karma
it is not
asking,
pointy enough. We're supposed to inspire fear into the enemy.
Is there a difference when we say fuel versus propellant?
Actually, the funny thing is guys, is that when you're getting into hypersonics, a blunt nose design is better. And you know what? We'll go for it. We'll go for it. A blunt nose design is better because, well, that's what capsules use. The reason why this blunt nose, like kind of hemispherical design is good. The reason why you want to do something like this is because if you have a pointy design, basically the nose cone, because see these two lines? Those two lines are where the reentry heating goes for the most part. Those two lines being extremely close to the very pointy rocket, it is not pointy enough, actually will melt the nose cone at a very high speed because this thing is absorbing crazy amounts of heat. Right? You see the lines there. That's why capsules have this blunt body design right here. And once again, these images are called Schlieren images. They're basically it's wind tunnel footage. See how the black line right here is thicker, so it's a lot more reentry heat, right, than what the point is going to make. But that reentry heat is far away. That plasma is far away from the capsule. See what I'm talking about? A blunt design is favored in hypersonics. It's actually more hypersonic dynamically accurate. That's probably not the right word, but you get the idea. Starship's design is like this. So the nose cone doesn't really matter if Starship is going to be re-entering at 90 degrees to laminar flow like this. The nose doesn't really mean anything. I mean, it's going to get hot. Probably not as hot as the rest of the vehicle, but also blunt. Yeah, 420. Yeah, I know. Some of you looked at that and said, blunts.
Once again, let's light this candle. I'm with you on that as well.
All right, Baron.
MR with the
Vent
support
closed,
from North
locks
Wales.
load is started.
Godspeed, SpaceX. Marek, do you think shooting Starlinks from the side can make the Starship spin? We'll have to see once we get to payloads on board, which is there a payload capability with this current booster Ship 24, Ian?
Yeah, so it's kind of a rough question there. There is technically
No
a
problem,
capability
DC.
like
My
ship
pleasure.
24,
That's what I do.
ship 25,
Kinda
not ship 26.
cast a
but
line
like some
out
ships
and
around
reel
this
it back
area
in and
do
see
have
who ends up liking
some
space.
Starlink
It
satellite
works.
payload capability. They do have the PEZ dispenser installed in their payload bay. However, they do not have the ability to actively use those. Those have been welded shut. So the Starlink deployer hatch has been welded shut, meaning that they are
Prop
not planning
load
to use them on
has
any of
commenced
the
on
upcoming
Starship.
flights. Ship 24's, for example, is welded shut, and we
That's
don't
why I
believe
prefer
there are any
blunt heavy
satellites
joints.
on
I
board.
mean,
If there
it
were any
hooks, yeah,
satellites on
once
board,
every
they're
day
not
of the
getting
week.
out. So,
Come on.
no,
Joints.
there is no way to
Too
get
much
any
work.
deployable payloads on these ships for at least the next few flights.
And along those lines, CJ Foxy with a question here asking, Adrian, this one's for you. Is this rocket going to be reusable, or because it's a test flight, they plan on building a new version?
Oh, there's already new
I don't
versions
know the answer to
built,
that,
kinda. With Booster 9
Oh,
and
no
Ship
problem, guys.
24, 25, 26, 27. They are
Yeah, right,
not
Jonathan.
planning to reuse any of this. The booster will perform a soft splashdown
Yes,
in the
it's
Gulf
pretty
of
nuts.
Mexico, while the ship will hopefully perform a hard landing, as in smack into the ocean in the Pacific. Both stages
What's
are
that
not able to be reused after that.
Yeah, they can't really see much.
There
How high
are
will the
upgrades
Starship
coming
go?
down the
Pretty much
pipeline
the
as
parking
well,
orbit.
so also interesting to
A
see
very low
how
orbit,
many of these
random.
ships have their payload dispensers, PEZ dispensers.
SpaceX says they're tracking the weather, Salud. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but who knows? I only see it fit that 420 is a very foggy day. I mean, that makes perfect sense to me. Like, I don't know. It's like SpaceX has launched in these. They did a couple of Starship suborbital tests. The conditions for launching SN-15 were actually kind of similar to this, so you never know.
Separated inside the booster and the ship.
Yes, so for both the booster and the ship, the tanks are separated by what's called a common bulkhead.
11 launched into the fog, and so
the
did
bottom
15.
of the
Yep.
bottom of the liquid methane tank is also the top of the liquid oxygen tank. That actually saves a lot of mass, so you don't have two completely separate tanks with a bit of structure in between them, like some older rockets do. So yeah, they use that common bulkhead to separate the tanks, meaning that it's basically one big tank structure with a divider in the middle, so you don't get any mixing in there. You can do that on this
There's
vehicle
wind shear, but it's
because
gradient,
the liquid
not
methane
sudden,
and
so
liquid
yeah,
oxygen
maybe it's
are
okay.
roughly the same
Do
temperature.
they take
Of course, they can
visibility
differ
into
a little
account?
bit.
Well, I mean, Two Dogs, ideally you want to get good conditions, right? Now, keep in mind, guys, when the sun starts to get up in the air, this is a marine layer. This is just fog from the ocean being right there. It could evaporate it all off. And by the time they, in an hour and 30 minutes, it could clear up. But to answer the question, yeah, Two Dogs, visibility absolutely is a thing. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's more about wind shear. Those upper level winds, because there's lower pressure up there, can really blow. Like literally, the wind speed up there, the wind shearing forces. So as the rocket's going up, this is the wind that's pushing on it sideways, causing shear forces. Shear forces kills the rocket. Yeah, not good for it. Very much not good for it, especially when it's 33 stories tall. Yeah, it's a 33-story building flying into space. Yeah, you don't want it to blow in the wind. So it's more about wind than anything. Do you have a podcast? DC, this stream basically is my podcast. I'm here answering questions about rockets, playing Kerbal, and covering launches. My schedule's been a little messed up this week because of this, but I generally stream about 50 hours a week, Monday through Friday, 10-hour streams, starting at noontime Eastern. That's generally the case. That's like par for the course for me.
Official Chris Bergen there saying, go Starship, go SpaceX, go Elon.
T-minus
Talking
90
about
minutes.
the aspirations for 5 to 10 years from now.
Sawyer,
And I do want
sorry
to
to,
point out, we have Frost. Yes. Go ahead, Ian.
I was about to interrupt you, but you took it right from my mind. Yeah, right from my mouth. Yeah, we do have a liquid oxygen
Checking
frost
the
ring.
NOAA's models, the wind is switching
Visible,
from
but you
south
can
on the
kind of
ground
see it
to
there on
west
the
at
bottom
max
of the
Q.
booster.
That's
Of course,
the
it's kind of
problem.
tough to
Okay.
see through this
Hey,
fog that's been
Hypersonic.
developing.
We have
Hopefully that
frost
begins
on
to
the
burn
booster.
away as the sun continues to rise down there in South.
That frost basically means that propellants, the lines are all chilled down and ready to go, and SpaceX is starting to load the first stage up with liquid oxygen. See the slight frost that's happening right there? As they fill up the booster will get colder because the propellant's cold. And when that cold propellant hits the stainless steel will get cold too. It'll basically displace all the heat out of it. And what happens is that, well, there seems to be a lot of water vapor in the atmosphere today because of all the fog. We get it, Texas, you vape, all right? And what happens is when that humid air hits the cold stainless steel, it actually condenses. It's the exact same type of phenomenon that happens when you take a cold snack out of the cooler on a warm summer day and it starts condensing on the outside. It's literally freezing the vapor in the atmosphere. That's why you get this condensation on the side of the booster. Fortunately for us, we could pretty much tell what fuel load the booster is at. Now, SpaceX is going to start by fueling the first stage, right? And then midway through fueling with the first stage, they're going to start filling up the second stage. Ideally, you want to make it so Starship and Super Heavy both get topped off at the exact same time, and that time should be approaching liftoff. Time to wake up.
Photographic tracking squares on the
The WB-57 is in the air. Bad Demon. It is currently flying due south towards Brownsville, heading 202 at 45,000 feet.
So that might be their preferred method of
Hypersonic. Everything's looking good. They seem to be they're tracking the weather. It's a little, it's not the idealist of conditions.
For that. And I think once it doesn't happen on the debut flight, it's getting increasingly unlikely on like further flights. So I would at this point not expect any of these marks.
Here's a good question from Chad asking, we know Booster 9 has electric TVC. Do we know if any ships have them? And I'm going to broaden this a little bit. So, Ian, what is thrust vector control, and is it electric or hydraulic used on this particular mission launching today?
Yes, so to answer your second question first, this is using hydraulic TVC. Now, what TVC, or thrust vector control, is a method of moving the engines or gimbaling them and changing their direction. Now, the reason you want to do that is so you can actively change the direction that the ship is flying in. Now, that is the vehicle. Now, of course, some other rockets do have things like RCS, or
no violent. Most of the ice gets blown off. But that's only for more
in the first
maneuvers.
For the first stage
10-20
of the vehicle,
seconds of ascent.
such as super heavy here, and the second stage of the vehicle as well,
it just
you're going
falls
to want to
off
have your
when the rocket engine
actively
ignites.
moving to correct your course. Now, like I said before, Booster 7 and Ship 24 here are making use of hydraulic TVC. Now, what that means is they have a hydraulic power unit pumping around hydraulic fluid that is used to move these engines. They basically have pistons on them to move them around. Now, like Sawyer said, on Booster 9 and later boosters, and likely some later ships as well, we don't know the exact ship numbers, they will implement electric TVC rather than hydraulic. So that's what we're looking ahead for in terms of TVC.
All right, a reminder, you are not looking at Vandenberg right now. This is a live look at Starbase near Boca Chica, Texas, where we are less than an hour and a half away from the scheduled liftoff of Starship. Have to throw a little West Coast acknowledgement there. TK Midnight, thank you very much for the support there. Okay, thank you for the support as well. 941 Matt, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Rai, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Reminder, Capcom and above gets access to Discord as well. Sagan, thank you very much for all of your purchases there from the store at shop.nasaspaceflight.com. Methane Man gifting 10 Red Team memberships. If you receive a gifted membership, make sure you thank them. And if you do have that Red Team membership, like Joganda there as well, or like Scooby-Doo, then you get access to the multi-view stream, where we will rotate through 27 different feeds that you can look at. 9 per screen, rotating through, of all the different views of launch, some of which we won't even show on air here, and some of which
Surprised they never
are not
tested
live on our Starbase Live 24/7
before a launch
feeds.
like this. They static fired Booster 7, Terra.
Gregor, thank you for the support. Dave saying, I love the smell of rocket fuel in the morning. Same.
But
excited
methane is
for
odorless.
The, history that we're
Hey, Agent Smart gifted out 25.
Thank
you. And then Wiser with the 29 in there too. Thank you very much.
Coverage. They are the best. We appreciate
Thanks, Agent.
those kind
I appreciate
words.
it, man. I hope you guys enjoy
we
this.
are now getting
is this
official
guy
confirmation.
Is this guy also streaming on Twitch? Johnny, who's this guy? You talking about me? I'm here on Twitch. The stream that I'm watching is my buddies over at NASA Spaceflight. I am a part of NSF. I do contribute on their stream from time to time. And when I'm not, I can restream this. I can restream it over here, which is pretty cool.
Here's a question from Ariel, and I'll pose this one to you, Adrian. Do both the ship and the booster have an FTS, a flight termination system, in case of a failure?
Yes, that is the case. The flight termination system of both stages is on the
Pretty much,
common dome.
They probably have a
of
lot of
the,
flight time with Falcon 9 to
corresponding
understand at
stage,
least somewhat
because
what this
that
thing
would
is going to
be
do.
the place where you want to break the tank structure to make sure
Goes
that
eight.
both vehicles are destroyed
13 months.
as you want,
Have you
because
heard of
a
the
flight
high
termination
elf? No.
system is mainly about destroying the vehicle.
There you go. Hopefully we don't need to use it. You can see it looks like another frost ring forming there around the methane tank. So with that fueling confirmed underway, let's take a look at the countdown timeline of where we are at and where we still have to go. So we now have the confirmation there that the liquid methane and liquid oxygen loading is underway onto the booster, not only from that confirmation tweet, but the fact that we can see those frost rings starting to form on the booster itself. So next up will be fueling of Ship 24. First beginning with the liquid methane, then followed by the liquid oxygen. After that, the ship header tanks will start to be filled up too. So again, the next thing that we'll be keeping an eye out for on that timeline is the ship fueling. That will be indicated by a vent coming from the tower. And as mentioned, it's staggered with the liquid methane
Hey,
first,
Cartoys,
then the liquid
88
oxygen,
months. We don't have
followed by
enough
the
road to
header
get up
tanks
to
about
88
50
roads.
minutes after
We're
that.
going. We don't
Booster
need
engine chill scheduled for about
roads.
17 minutes before liftoff, and this propellant load is expected to continue for quite a while, finally finishing off and going into top-off mode about 5 minutes before liftoff. So just keeping that in mind and wrapping up between 5 and 3 minutes there to have
Unlikely,
everything
Max.
fully fueled and ready to go for that T0 currently scheduled for 8:28 a.m.
You can't
Central
legislate
Time.
your way into space, dude.
Here's a really interesting question
It's on
and
Gold Candle,
something fun
indeed.
to think of here.
Thanks, Wanagi.
Do we know if Starship has the capability of docking to the ISS like shuttle, Ian?
Ship fuel load has started.
Ship fuel load has started.
Call out on the internal comms that the fuel load on the ship has started.
I'm good,
right
Raven.
on time, actually.
What do you think?
There we go. Just as we
What do you
saw
think
on
about
the
what will
timeline
happen
there.
today?
Beautiful.
The weather. I think they'd be tracking the weather, but guys, here's the thing: they might launch it anyway. They did do that in the past.
Fuel load has started.
Okay. Fuel load has started on Ship 24. There was the call right there on the countdown loop. So, guys, even if weather conditions aren't permitting, Ship 24 and Booster 7 are highly outdated designs at this point. The newer starships have electric thrust vector control, amongst other things. These are basically the oldest ones in the Starship fleet, aside from SN-15, right? SN-15 and SN-20, and then what is it, Booster 4? I think is what's in the rocket garden. Rag, thanks for the bits. Good morning. Hey, Annie. So, even if the conditions aren't ideal, SpaceX might just send it. They might just let it fly. It's entirely possible. SpaceX did launch SN-11 just to get it off the pad so they could put SN-15 on there. True story. And then it blew up in the air, but whatever. Maya with the bits. Thank you. Yeah, see, now that the sun's coming up, it's starting to evaporate all the fog. So the views should be clearing up here.
Fort Lauderdale, potentially landing around T0.
Is there a payload?
It
No
depends if
payload
we're
on
talking 9
board for the
o'clock
first
Eastern.
flight here.
If so, then yes,
big
again,
one,
the
Dot.
liftoff is 8:28 Central or 13:28 UTC. Let's see.
Baby pearly.
Brian saying, let's rock this monster. I'm with you on that. Let's rock indeed. Is it a monster or is it a pencil? I guess depends on who you ask. NNA saying for Padre Island, it's a pencil. And James saying hopefully Elon had the team serenade Starship with some TLC today because we don't want no scrubs. And I won't even say the rest of the lines at this point. But yeah, there's plenty of songs that you can go along with today. You've got the Scrubs one. You've got Starships Are Meant to Fly. Take your pick. Here's a question from Trigue. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Adrian, I'll send this one over to you. How long could Starship theoretically contain its fuel in case of a hold? So what's the deal with fuel topping off?
We don't actually fully understand that yet. We know it has more holding capabilities as a Falcon 9, for example, because it can actually hold, which is an ability Falcon 9 doesn't have. Once Falcon 9 is on countdown, it's locked in. Starship can wiggle around in its countdown. However, that might come down also to the fact that it's not like fully optimized yet and fully like there where it should be at. And they are not really on tight on margins.
Into the ground.
Right now, it is like
we watched when they
it seems to be that that there is hold capabilities.
The 6 legs for the tower go down about 30 meters, about 100 feet. What they did was they used an auger. They used an auger machine to dig a 30-meter hole, and then they put a 30-meter lattice or about 100-foot lattice of rebar in, and the hole, as soon as they drilled it, it filled up with water because the water table's really low because the ocean is right there. So what they did to cast the legs of the concrete into the ground is used what's called a concrete slurry. And that basically means what they did was they put a concrete hose all the way down to the bottom of the, well, I guess. And they started pumping concrete in at the bottom. They sunk the lattice in there and started pumping the concrete out. And as they poured the concrete in, it displaced the water out. Concrete slurry. That ended up making basically 6 pillars that go down about 100 feet or 33 meters into the ground, and then built the pillars for the table off of that. Yep. They used the slurry mixture. Pretty standard operating when you're dealing with a high water table. That's pretty standard thing. Pretty standard construction.
Why use methane instead of something like Falcon 9 and Falcon
Shuttle
9 which
booms.
uses
Thanks,
RP1 or refined kerosene?
Yes, there's actually a few reasons to use methane. First off, and pretty much the main reason that they've chosen methane, according to Elon, is that methane is producible on Mars. Actually, we see right here the tower. Oh, sorry, I misread that. But the methane is much more efficient as well. So you could produce it on Mars from the CO2 in Mars's atmosphere, as well as the H2O or water from Martian ice. So you can produce methane on Mars. In addition to that, methane is much more efficient than kerosene. It's not quite as efficient as hydrogen. It's kind of like a middle child there. It also is much cleaner in terms of producing less soot, so it clogs up your engine less.
Well, actually, they froze
great
the
if
ground
you want
to
to
do
worry
that,
about reusability.
and then they use
now
the
with Falcon 9 with the Merlin engine, because they're burning kerosene, you have to worry about soot not only building up on the side of the rocket, but also slowly clogging up the internals of your engine. Now we haven't seen that.
As the sun comes up, Max, it'll burn off. It'll evaporate all the fog, dude. It's just a marine layer.
Reuse like they hope to do with Starship down the road. So there's a lot of different variables in play there, and a lot of reasons why methane is favorable for a vehicle like Starship.
There you go. Hopefully that answers your question. Chantel, thank you very much for the support. And a shout out to David Cook there. Huron, talking about hopefully we'll get some onboard views like Falcon 9. I think we will. Commander Krim Bowman, thank you very much for the support. Best way to test your favorite equation about Delta V. Thanks for the coverage. Appreciate that. UK Hudson asking about the super heavy landing, which, again, not really expecting on this flight, so we'll keep an eye down the road on that. Peter, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Kim, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. And Bin Chicken, thank you for becoming a Pad Rat member. Here's a question from...
How much automated machinery would they have to send to Mars before humans can actually get there and be able to survive? During the Constellation program, Hypersonic, they would have sent all the equipment needed in one transfer window, and then 26 months later would have sent the people right after it. So it really depends on the architecture that you choose. Constellation was the most conclusive Martian exploration architecture that I can think of, and it would have taken two ideal transfer, or two transfers to Mars with proper phasing. So that would have been 26 months.
I'm more optimistic that we might see the launch site soon. Maybe this is me hoping, but I feel like we are also starting to see a bit better at the launch site. That's maybe just me, but I feel like it's getting a bit better.
Yes, and I do want to point out what you heard there in the background. That is the SpaceX launch team confirming that LOX load is underway on the ship. So ship 24 now being loaded up with supercooled liquid oxygen, or Loxygen as we like to refer to it
It really
here.
depends on what you're trying to do, but
So,
I mean, understand that most of the planets that have NASA missions on the surface have relay satellites out there. So, like, take Perseverance and Curiosity, and Insight. Insight doesn't work anymore. The solar panels got all jammed up. Perseverance and Curiosity and Ingenuity, they work through a relay. They work through multiple relays. Actually, there's two of them. There's Maven and the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. So there is satellite networks around Mars. It's just one or two. Yeah. I mean, even the moon. The moon has the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, or LRO, right now. That's how they figured out that there was water ice on the lunar poles.
When do I think that will happen? I could see it happening around the end of next year, maybe even the middle of next year. But we are still a while away from them needing that capability. It seems like for the first
how do they control the fuel temp whilst in
they're gonna be
space?
doing a,
Well,
Starlink
thermal
payload
protection
deploy
systems has
rather
why I
than,
usually do it.
Say,
How
comms
time?
deploy, where you would need
1
those
hour and
larger
12
payload
minutes.
payloads.
fantastic. Thank you for answering that as well. And thank you for the question. We are keeping an eye, obviously, looking at the weather at the moment right now. A little foggy, but finally starting to clear. Hopefully clear enough that once this flies, we'll be able to see views of it from the WB-57, which is en route. Now, we've mentioned the WB-57 a couple of times. Adrian, what is the WB-57 and what's its purpose? Wayne is asking.
It's a former bomber that was repurposed as a tracking and camera
1
plane,
hour and
basically.
12 minutes. Launch time is up there.
So it has a very fancy nose cone with a lot of cameras that can do very, very cool tracking and all kinds of different tracking, actually. And it serves, for example, for these kind of events as a possibility to perform some extra visuals for engineering
base
use.
on Mars, Big C, if I had to guess.
I like
SpaceX
that.
Stream should be coming
Camera
online
plane.
in
It
about
sounds like a
25
transformer
minutes,
almost.
Yakvi. Maybe a little bit more.
Let's see. Saturnex, with the support from Germany. Adrian, you're actually at Starbase right now, but not in Germany.
Time,
But Germany
really,
is
man.
keeping its fingers crossed.
So T minus 1 hour, 11 minutes, 20 seconds is time. So time to launch. Every spaceflight mission that gets conducted works on a timeline of sequenced events. And those, basically, the rocket getting into space is a careful choreography of sequenced events. And depending on how well those sequence of events goes is how far you're going to get into space and how close you're going to get to completing your mission. There are critical moments in the timeline where you have to get stuff done. Like, you have to fuel at a certain time. Basically, if you don't start fueling at the right time, you have to hold the count, because the fueling step in the timeline is designed to fill at a fill rate that's going to get you a full tank of gas pretty much right at T minus 0. T minus 0 is basically the point that the vehicle leaves the pad. That's what we're trying to get to today. Everything after that is a bonus.
Go at throttle up.
Who does this guy think his audience is? Toddlers? Who, Lau, me or them? I mean, it is rocket science, man. You kind of have to be careful with getting into details, you know? Like, or else you're just going to confuse everybody. I might be mixing the fuels, but Starship is not using a fuel that seeps through the hull. But on a path to Mars, will you have not lost all your fuel? Violent, Starship on a mission to Mars will be using liquid methane and liquid oxygen. Exactly what it's using right here. Inside of Starship's nose cone, there are two tanks, spherical tanks that are stacked on top of each other. And those tanks will basically be, because they're inside of the hull of Starship, will basically, for the most part, be vacuum-insulated tanks. And they'll be in the dark because the outer skin of Starship is going to be blocking out the sunlight. You have a vacuum-insulated tank that you can, provided you can keep it at pressure, at the right pressure, you can basically prevent boil off for the entire trip. And keep in mind, all that Starship needs to land on Mars is those 2 tanks. Just needs enough to land down on the surface. And then Starship's design from there is basically to refine materials on the surface for the return flight. So yeah, SpaceX has the tanks inside of here. They're inside of the hull of the ship. And that gives you basically a sun shield, and you have a vacuum-insulated tank. Anybody here that has a vacuum-insulated thermos knows what I'm talking about. Vacuum is a great insulator because if you have nothing, you can't convect stuff through air, so that's actually pretty good. So they can prevent boil-off because they have the outer skin of the vehicle protecting the tanks from being heated by the sun. Hey, Sierra, what's going on?
That is role in the human landing service. So you've got Orion getting crews out there, and then Starship that will land the crews on the moon. So it's not that one is better than the other, and I really enjoy pointing this out. They are both super intertwined with each other.
How is there any space for people? Well, Starship up top, basically about half of that thing is fuel tanks, and then the other half, with the exception of those 2 what they're called, there's header tanks up at the front, it's mostly empty space. So basically from about halfway through the forward flaps right here, down to about, well, of course it fogs over right when I'm trying to explain this here. Let me get a stock picture. Okay. There's a picture from the attempt on Monday. So you can see the vents to the 2 header tanks. The 2 header tanks are stacked on top of each other. There's a LOX tank and a methane tank. Now, why are there fuel tanks up in the nose cone? Well, that's for balance during re-entry, right? Because if you have all your fuel and all your engines at the back, that's going to be extremely hard to get it to stay on literally on an even keel going through re-entry, right? So basically from about here, see this bulkhead line? From about there all the way down to where the frost is payload bay. That's just empty space. Now, okay, once again, you want, that doesn't look like much, right? But then you got to remember that Starship has a 9-meter core diameter. That's 30 feet wide. It's huge. And that payload bay segment that Starship has, that area of open space is probably, I don't know, 15 meters tall. So that's about 50 feet. So it's 50 by 30. The payload bay, it's like the size of a swimming pool. That's quite large. It's quite big, dude. If you want some reference, right? Skylab, the largest thing ever launched into space by humans. It was launched on top of a Saturn V right there. There it is comparing to SLS, right? Skylab is absolutely gigantic. I'm just trying to find a good picture that conveys the scale correctly. Here's a good one. This is right off of NASA's website. If you see Skylab right here? So Skylab had the Apollo telescope mount, the multiple docking adapter, the airlock module, and then the wet workshop. This is basically a converted Saturn V third stage. And instead of filling it up with fuel, they've just put a space station inside it. Because it turns out the same thing that contains fuel is a very good airlock for making a space station. So this is what's called a dry workshop. Basically, it was a converted stage on the ground that you put a space station inside and then sent it up into space. Skylab is by far and away the biggest thing ever launched into space. Skylab can fit inside of Starship's payload bay. Yep. You'd have to take the Apollo telescope mount off and then part of the airlock. Basically, this checkerboard part, all the way back to there, that can fit inside of Starship's payload bay easily. Easily, with a lot of room to spare. That's the scale that we're talking about. That thing is absolutely gigantic. You don't realize how big it is. I would, in the future, when we see more Starship launches, I would invite you guys to go check it out. Go down there and look at a launch. The vehicle is absolutely frigging gigantic. Thanks, Aqualex. I appreciate it. Skylab would be about this, I don't know, about out here to my mouse cursor and maybe to here. Yeah, it could easily fit in Starship's payload bay. Now, keep in mind, this is Aqualex, this is an older render. There's 2 header tanks stacked on top of each other here. There's 2 of these. They put a LOX header tank here and a methane header tank stacked on top of each other. That's Yeah, basically means that you'd have to get rid of the ATM, the Apollo telescope mount, and maybe part of the docking adapter. But basically from about here back, that can all fit inside of Starship's payload bay very easily. It is gigantic. Nader, the volume is about 35,342 cubic meters. It is a monster of a vehicle. Yeah. Basically from about here to about there is payload bay. It's huge. Way bigger than the Space Shuttle's payload bay. And on top of all that, guys, Starship has 100-ton payload capacity. You could fit 100 tons of lead in here, and it could get it into space. 100 tons of steel? Whatever. 100 tons of titanium? No problem, provided it can fit inside of that volume. Sure, why not? Skylab is the ancestor of the ISS. Skylab was the U.S.'s first permanent outpost in space. Well, permanent. It was part of the Apollo Applications Program, or AAP for short, basically a follow-up to the lunar missions. And it had 3 crews serve aboard on the Skylab 2, 3, and 4 missions, and then the last crew was there in 1974, I think. They placed Skylab in kind of a parking orbit, hopefully to be retrieved and upgraded with the Space Shuttle in 1979. Space Shuttle got delayed 2 years. Skylab re-entered in late 1979. It crashed into Australia. Believe it or not, parts of it rained down on Australia, and the Australian government gave NASA a littering fine. True story. NASA never paid it. Also true.
Thank you for becoming a Red Team member as well.
Yeah, that actually happens. The Australians did it kind of as a joke.
Roots.
NASA said,
Johnny, thank you
no.
for becoming a Red Team member. Amaro, thank you for the support as well. JP, thank you for the kind words about the content. Glad you appreciate it and enjoy it. Chris, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Donald Brent, thank you as well for your support. Valuable Damage, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Amy, thank you.
So there was a second Skylab module cupcake that's actually in the Smithsonian. But yes, there was also the Gemini MOL program, the Gemini Manned Orbiting Laboratory program, that after the 1967 Space Treaty, Gemini MOL and its astronauts got folded over into NASA. One of the first pilot of the space shuttle, Robert Crippen, was part of Gemini MOL. Yep. It was basically a space station module riding on the back of a Gemini capsule. And I say space station module, it's basically a spy satellite. It's basically a manned spy satellite with a Gemini capsule attached to the front.
I have a theory that it's the turbopumps spooling down as they spool down at different speeds. That's what I believe what we're hearing.
Yeah,
and to hear, you know,
how many bananas
I'm
would it fit?
Gonna say
A
this
good
is
amount.
I hope not to hear that today, because then that means the rocket didn't launch. So I'm hoping we don't hear that. I hope we just hear the sound of a Raptor, which is even just one listening up in McGregor.
Bill, do you think it would be more economical to build a space station out of components launched by many starships, or a few number of Starship wet workshops like the ET station proposals? Well, you know, if Starship plans to do what we plan on it, if Starship plans to basically be the economical, fully reusable vehicle, yeah, just you could do both of those things and it would be fine. It really depends on what you want to do at that point. Need Forge. Didn't a radio show raise the 400 and pay the fine on behalf of NASA? I think so, Lewis, yeah. That's correct, Cucumber.
And 42 plus an additional 0 cents. Happy day. Let's go Starship.
The first stage Voicey has done a static fire, and that's about it.
For the very generous $50 super
we are
chat.
1 hour
Hoping
out,
the fog
guys.
lifts
Weather
and you
looks
guys can
to,
have this
I mean, it
great
looks to
view
get
of
it
the
be getting a
test
little bit
launch
clearer
this
out there.
Morning. Let's hope so. And as we mentioned, this is a test launch, and there has been quite a bunch of testing that has gone on to get to this point. So let's take a look back at what it took to get
We're doing good,
to
JSP.
this point, going all the way from Starhopper to Hawaii.
An average banana weighing 118 grams would be 847,457 bananas. Thank you. They did the math. Thank you, Drucker. I don't know, Opie. It really depends. If the weather clears up, I think we're gonna be good. 5. I remember that. Had to Google it? It doesn't matter.
Oh my god, it lifted off. Oh my god. Folks, it's going. Look at that.
We watched all this live, including that part. Yeah, Illard, it's a big one.
Now this is the part where SN8 reached
Right?
successfully.
That's
as
cool
well.
that
The
you've
next
seen it
step
up
will be
close,
that
man. That's
landing
really neat.
flip maneuver,
I
hoping
just
for
caught
a
your
better
message
outcome
before
on
it blazed
SN9's
off in
flight.
chat. Whoops. I hope so, Ellen.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
He's in 27 subs. Thank you.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh my god.
There you go.
There's your methane leak.
Yes.
There's your...
Folks.
Boom.
Yeah, Ozone, right? Good times. I'm trying, dude. I'm trying.
Did it.
Our camera,
It hit the ground. Okay.
our camera flying debris.
Not yet. This is the live shot over here, Helipilot. We are just inside of 1 hour.
Heading
Dude.
back to the landing zone.
Yeah, it was on.
Look at this.
It's no joke, man.
Right here.
It's so cool. See what I mean? SN15 launched in very similar weather to what we've seen here. Now, don't get me wrong. Full stack is not just a Starship, but also the weather wasn't trending that day either, and they still sent it. Same with SN11. Everything's looking okay, Geek. So, you know, SpaceX said they were eyeing the weather, so I'm not 100% sure what that exactly means, but it seems to be clearing up. Weather conditions seems to be good, but just because it's clear doesn't necessarily mean it's okay to launch.
I love that video.
Really got to check
that
those
was so
wind
much fun for me
conditions.
to edit and to go back through all the history to get to where we are today. I absolutely love that. Still gives me goosebumps.
Absolutely, Sawyer. I'm
Discovery,
100%
go
with you.
Dude.
By the way, visibility still
The
improving. I just wanna point
WB-57
it
is
out.
actually
It
on
is
station
getting
and circling, Mab.
Like hearing that. And I do want to just point something out here really quickly. As you can see, we have temporarily made this a member chat only. That is due to a 6-figure audience and to protect the chat from being unreadable due to how fast it's running. So just putting that out there so you are
Nothing
aware.
concrete right now, Winky.
Now, I believe...
Winky, although I will say, NASA's latest class of astronauts that they recruited a couple of years ago did have a petroleum industry drilling engineer on it. No joke. One of the members of the newest class of astronauts worked in the petroleum industry in Alaska. Drilling. So, I mean, it's just no particular relation to asteroid missions. We haven't heard anything about that. It's most likely for drilling on the moon, but also at the same time, Armageddon. Yeah. Don't want to close my eyes.
Give you permission.
I knocked on plastic table.
Thank you.
That's right,
Thank
Spooty,
you for
yes.
that.
It was not Ben Affleck.
Excellent. Well, what have I missed? Is there any sort of notable commentary I missed while I was setting up cameras and whatnot?
Only the best commentary team
I think
in the
it's
biz,
cool too,
which,
Winky.
you
We'll
know,
get there. We just need a
I
good
guess
ride.
add you in as well. But no, everything has been good. As mentioned,
Coast Guard
Yep. There it is again, keeping the airspace clear. A reminder, if you are planning on viewing this launch from the air or from the sea, please triple, quadruple check your NOTAMs and your Note Mars. We do not want any wayward boats or wayward planes in the launch zone preventing a liftoff.
My raffle
So
copter
please
goes
double check those keep out zones.
Professional cast here, by the way.
Yeah, no thank you to that, that's for sure.
But otherwise, as you missed,
Hey, Bruno.
fueling is progressing. It seems
Notice
like
the
as
chat
planned up
missions,
till this
the
point.
notch,
We're starting to see frost rings of both methane and liquid oxygen on ship 24 and booster 7 as we approach 54 minutes till the opening of the launch window.
Nice shot.
Excellent. Looks like someone's trying to dial in a tracker there.
You know that's Das.
That's
Das
gonna be
just
sweet
proving out
for
his camera
launch.
tech. Das sees the helicopter and says, yeah, I can track
All
that.
right.
You know
But-
that's Das.
I was going to say, I wonder who that could be.
Adrian, were you about to say something?
No.
Oh,
See?
okay.
This is
There we
Das
go.
all
This is what's
day.
Love it.
Everything seems to
Love
be
frosty
trending in the
gear.
right direction.
All right. The Oddest Nebula is asking, what is Starship's thrust to weight ratio? That's TWR.
I believe it's... You got it, Adrian?
Yeah, in theory it's 1.5-ish. For this, however, it will be more closer to 1.35, as they are only throttling the engines to about 90% thrust. So they will not reach the thrust-weight ratio that they will probably have on operational flights. So, yeah.
So those white stripes right
So,
there
yeah, we would sort of
are
expect
indicating
it
that
to
propellant is
come
inside
off
of
the
ship
pad a
24
little
and
bit
they are filling
slower
it.
than subsequent flights. Like, we were sort of thinking it would leap off the pad,
Yeah,
but
nobody
at
wants to get the number
1.35,
to call,
that's
Edmund, right?
about the same as what? A Falcon 9,
Sardinia,
an Atlas?
4 month resub. Enjoy the launch. There you go.
I think Falcon 9 is also around 1.5, so...
Okay, so a little bit slower than a Falcon 9. Excellent. Kind of help you guys get
Yes,
your
they are, Mike.
expectations dialed in.
Yeah, I don't think it's fully SLS slow, but kind of
Praying for
that similar
warm pressure
gradual
valves.
climb, and then it's just gonna shoot, hopefully.
There is a low cloud deck, but it is patchy. So I'm hoping that we get some good views should we in fact get to launch today. T-minus 52 minutes
It is aerodynamic.
to go.
D-Pick.
This is
Give
what
this
we
up
like
to John
see.
Mams. Thank you.
Thank you to everybody. You know what? I'm just gonna say just a broad thank you everybody so much
Thank
for
you,
choosing
chat.
to watch our stream and for helping out everyone at NASA Spaceflight
I don't
to
know. It depends
bring
on the
this
weather,
event to
Ray.
people around the world. Everyone that's buying the patches. I see a patch order right there popping up. Everyone that's doing their thing, becoming a member,
me.
even if you're not contributing monetarily.
No, thank you, Mr.
If you're
Strimmer.
just hitting the like button and telling your friends about us,
It's our
we really
window.
appreciate
It's a
it so
62-minute window,
much.
Geek, and it starts
Thank you
in
so much
51
to everyone
minutes.
for watching our stream. Now,
How's
let's
your
get into some
F100
more
going? I blew
questions.
up my
If
motor.
you have a question that you want to
Later,
ask,
I'm working
just
on finishing
at
up
NASA
the
Spaceflight
exhaust.
in chat, and we will see it, and we'll pop up, and maybe
Red
we'll
Bullets
answer it.
should be okay. I mean, they wouldn't be fueling if there wasn't at least a chance.
Let's see.
So you're
Moss
saying
fails
there's
here.
a chance? Yes.
They're asking. My question is if this
No.
Starship was a test flight, then when will SpaceX send an astronaut to
I
Mars
do, Jack.
after this test? When do we think we will see Boots headed towards Mars? Sawyer, I'll let you go first.
I think we may still have a little while
I
to
think
get
if
to
the
that
weather
point,
trends in the
especially
right
the fact
direction,
that
Spartan, they'll
the
send
first
it.
step is going to be the Human Landing Services Program,
How's the view
HLS.
count?
So
I have
it's
no
going to
idea.
be
I
moon,
haven't clicked on it. I
moon
haven't
first,
opened it
in your words there. So once they get that lunar program up and running, then I think we can start considering sending people to Mars. So as of right now, Artemis 3, hopefully before the end of the decade. So hopefully Mars sometime next decade. So I'll go
10
the end
bajillion.
of the 2030s. Hopefully, fingers crossed.
Is it harder to launch from Earth and Mars?
Adrian, what about you?
Earth.
Yeah, SpaceX has
Mars
been
has less gravity
more
and there's less
conservative in their
atmosphere in the
timelines
way,
for Mars
Shifty.
lately.
But there's that whole thing about Mars. You can't live on the surface without a spacesuit. So Earth is, I mean, one could make the argument that it might be, despite having little to no atmosphere and not nearly as much gravity as Earth, that it might be easy. It might be harder to set up a launch site on Mars, right? Because you have to do everything in a freaking spacesuit. Here, you don't need the spacesuit. You have the meat suit, the meat mech suit, and that's all you need. So, I don't know. From the physics standpoint, it's way easier to launch something on Mars. But also, building this on Mars would be very, very difficult in spacesuits. It's like wearing the spacesuit gloves, right? Because they're inflated, because it's pressurized, right? It's like astronauts have described using the spacesuits as like trying to work on a car with boxing gloves on. So, I don't know. Take your pick.
So Raptor engine chill will begin, which is where they prepare the engines below the Super Heavy booster and precondition then for lots of cryogenics that will flow through them at ignition. And once that is done, they will start to get really ready for the count for the final steps, and hopefully we get a liftoff shortly after that.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Guys got to I mean, the other thing to kind of take into account is that the cranes like if we're using cranes on Mars and on the moon, I mean Mars has 1/3 the gravity, the moon is 1/6 the gravity, right? Cranes are going to look completely different than what they look like here on Earth. They're going to look totally different. They're going to look flimsy to us. They won't look like the big chonker of a crane like that Liebherr 11,000 that's over there, right, to the left. You can't see it. It's inside of that fog cloud. You could just barely see a piece of it. You could barely see a piece of the boom or the mast right there, excuse me. You just barely see it over there. It won't look like that, that's for sure. It'll look like a piece of playground equipment compared to that thing.
So, very, very happy about that. Hopefully, it continues to clear.
It will.
48 minutes now left in the count. And that's just more and more time for the weather to improve.
And important to note that is to the opening of the...
That Liebherr crane, guys, it's a lattice crawler crane. The Liebherr 11,000, the thing that they use to move starships around right now, other than the chopsticks right there. It's a Liebherr 11,000. Because it's a lattice crawler crane, you actually have 3 components when you're configured for heavy lift for the most part. Now, don't get me wrong, the crane is infinitely configurable. It's literally a big erector set. It's a big mechano set. That's what it is. You can configure it for moving different things around or trying to move different payloads around. The Liebherr 11,000 that's over there is configured with a mast, with no derrick, and a main boom with a jib. If I saw that correctly. Now those cranes can actually have 3 different parts. You can attach up to 3 different types of moving bits to the crane, so to speak. You have your main boom, obviously, and then you have a derrick boom, and then you have your mast.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And depending on how you move those components around is how the crane will articulate. It's literally completely configurable. If they show another picture of it, I'll be able to tell you.
Necessary upgrades for the next
Get Joe, 38
hopefully
months.
This year as well.
Fingers crossed.
Can't see it in this picture.
We all want to see this thing get off the pad, launch into orbit.
When does the SpaceX stream go live? Actually, very close to now.
And then
when SpaceX's stream goes live, I will switch over to their coverage, and we'll go from there. The stream that we've been watching for the past 7 hours and change here is my buddies over at NASA Spaceflight. If you do like the cast and do like all the cameras, go over there and support them. Go buy a mug. Do something. Trust me. I know the guys that go down there and set up all these cameras. They do a lot of work. If you're feeling limber, go over there. Subscribe to the channel. Buy something. A When Hop shirt maybe, or a When Sleep coffee mug, or some of the metal prints. Very good stuff. And guys, you know me, I don't shill for nobody. All right, I'll do that for them because they've been able to give us this great content. You know. DJ said doo-doo. Strimmer said doo-doo. Yeah, doo-doo. More on that later. You said more on. So, yeah, go over there. I'll post the link to the stream in chat. Check them out. Awesome Spaceflight channel. They have 24-hour live streams of Starbase. You can literally click and see what SpaceX is doing at the Boca Chica launch site at any time. They have a 24-hour Cape Canaveral camera, 24-hour McGregor. It's crazy. You can literally see what SpaceX is doing in their prototyping like at any particular time, which is bananas. I mean, it's pretty unprecedented access. So, yeah, go over there. Go over there, at least subscribe to the channel if you could. They've been kind enough to let me restream this over here, and I really do appreciate it. And I wouldn't go and say go buy something from them if I didn't absolutely mean it. It's all you can get it through the YouTube link. I don't have a merch link off the top of my head. Scruffy, 8 months. Thank you for all you do. I've enjoyed your content and knowledge for years now. I'll continue to be here for every launch. Thanks, Scruff. Appreciate that. Hey, Lois, diarrhea. Oh, Peter, stop.
Good answer.
Good answer indeed. All right, keep your questions coming, everybody. Thank you for joining us once again. This is getting very serious. Just under 45 minutes to go. We are keeping our ears open, keeping our heads to the ground, listening for any updates from SpaceX, and hoping to hear more positive news. Definitely,
hey Barry, what's going on, man?
Looking like they are going for an attempt.
Can't believe I've been watching for about 10 years.
$500 super chat from Justin.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow.
SpaceX is going live in a moment here. Let me see here if we can get their stream up and running. Should be going live pretty much now. Please, a greeting to my classmates. We are watching you from class, Canary Islands, Spain. Liederman, hola, ¿cómo estás, amigos? Buenos días. Can SpaceX achieve same view count as the first test? Maybe. Wife is watching and wondering if you'd be willing to do the Zoidberg impression. Only once and only for you, my friend.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Huevos rancheros? You're just saying random words. That's a damn good Zoidberg. Oh, thank you very much, my friends. I'm so into you. I haven't slept in about a day. It's fine. Hi from the UK. Hopefully they can light this candle. I hope so, man. I hope so. Send it. I just found you out today and been watching for like a couple hours. I'm really glad I found you both informative and funny. You know, I try. I try, buddy. I try. You know, because it's rocket science, man. You got to spruce it up a little bit with some fart jokes. You know what I mean. It's a lovely sunny afternoon in the northwest of the Netherlands. I hope the same hits Texas so we can get a good launch and a clear view. It looks to be clearing up, guys. Once the sun comes up down there, it basically evaporates all the fog. I went to sleep shortly after you went live this morning. Yep, still here. Hi from Canada. Just snowed 1 foot. Send help. Ah, yeah, Sparks. I hear you, bud. That damn Canadian water falls out of the freaking sky there, guy. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, you know, it falls out of the sky and it just kind of sits there on the ground for a little while. Not good. Hey, Marcel gifted us up to Genocia. Right on. You're Canadian, almost bled into Scotland? I don't know. It all sounds the same to me. Okay, let's pop over and see if SpaceX is good to roll. Yep. Nope. Stream ain't live yet.
Good deal. We have a question from Wicked Clown.
Seems to be okay.
Thank you for the question there, buddy. They say, what ship and booster units are complete and could be used for the next launch test after this one?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
We're looking
no bad
at
words
ship
in my
24
chat.
And booster
Stop
7
it.
here.
Hey, C-Tro.
Booster 8 was built but then scrapped.
Bye. What's going on?
So the next booster in line is booster 9. I swear I didn't mean for that to rhyme. Oh God, it's still going.
Oh, you.
Whenever anyone says "oh you," I just picture that GIF with the guy and the dog.
Okay, so we're going to put NASA space flight down there, and we're going to load up with the official SpaceX stream here. Prepare to fast forward. Preparing to fast forward. Fast forwarding, sir. Fast forwarding.
Ship in line. Well, okay, so this one's tricky.
The hell am I looking at? When does this happen in the launch? Now, chat. You're looking at now. Everything that's happening now is happening now. Then, oh, you missed it. Just now. You're at now. Soon. What's all that churning and bubbling? You call that a rocket ship? No, sir. We call that Mr. Coffee. Care for some? Yes. I always have my coffee when I watch rocket launches. You know that. Of course I do, sir. Everybody knows that. Of course we do, sir! Merchandising. We put the company's name on everything. Merchandising, where the real money from the launches are made. SpaceX the rocket ship. SpaceX the flamethrower. The kids love this one. And last but not least, SpaceX the doll. Me. May the Schwartz be with you. Adorable. Sorry, Breezy. Nader, I will say Mel Brooks is one of my personal heroes.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Spaceballs is probably like my favorite, like one of my favorite movies. Don't forget, yeah, we'll all be around for SpaceX 2. The search for more money. Yeah, I heard. I'm hoping, man. Elon tweet. Meme Lord has tweeted. Starship on track to launch in 37 minutes. All right. I agree, Wanagi. Yep. Delamuka, thanks for the bits, dude. No tweet. We're just waiting for the cast to go live. Lord Disease, 37-month resub. No, Nasmas. On the contrary, Starship is on track to launch in 36 minutes. That's from Elon himself. 46 seconds ago.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Deckmaster, finally get to catch stream from the other side of the world. Dama, 32 months.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Diagonalizer, 5 subs. If it clears the tower goalie, I see it as an absolute win. I like Spaceballs more, Teflon. Just saying. I want you to comb the beach. Comb the beach! How many people are teed in on the SpaceX stream? How can you tell the view count here?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Not necessarily just yet, Bree. Okay, gift to the 7 Teflon Mike. 327,000? Yowza. It's in the description. Oh, baby, here we go. Hey, Weiser. I'm doing alright, man. Slept in 24 hours, but I'm doing just fine. Oh! Hi, Dish. There's the spin starter. Cool. More launching. More reuse. That's the power of space. Whoa. I didn't have time for a second. It does sound like the Home Depot song, dude. It totally does. You want to launch something into space? Choose SpaceX. More launching, more reuse. That's the power of SpaceX.
Good morning.
Kate.
On your screen is a live view of Starship as it awaits its second attempt at our first ever integrated flight test
drone
from
shot,
Starbase,
though.
Texas. If all goes well, we hope to see our Starship spacecraft and Super Heavy booster, which we collectively call Starship, lift off together for the first time in exactly 33 minutes from now. Thanks for tuning in. I'm Kate Tice, Quality Systems Engineering Manager here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California.
And I'm Shiva Bharadwaj, a space operations engineer here at SpaceX. Now, if you've been following along, you'll know that we stood down from our initial launch attempt on Monday, and that was due to a frozen pressurization valve on the Super Heavy booster.
SpaceX teams investigated the issue and determined that this valve had some moisture in it, which caused the valve to freeze up when we were loading super chilled liquid oxygen into the booster.
They don't want to
these valves
recover
are super
it,
important because we
That's why
actually
they're
need a
expending
pressurant
these.
to
They're
go back
outdated.
into the tank as we
Bring on the
consume
new designs.
propellant. And we actually use a pressurant that comes from the Raptor engines. It's heated down there and then put back in the tank. And so a frozen valve there would be a problem during the launch.
Yeah, and that's important. You can think of it like drinking out of a thin plastic water bottle. If you're chugging that water, it crinkles if you don't let air back into it. So we use that hot exhaust gas from the Raptor engines to refill that consumed volume as propellant is depleted. So it was a great find by the countdown, and that's why we have a countdown, is to allow us to find those issues prior to liftoff. So
Look at
all of
this
that being said,
frickin'
our
thing.
teams learned a lot over the last 48 hours, and we are ready to give it another go.
Guys, you want a sense of scale? Look at the staircase on the tower. See the staircase right there? That should tell you everything you need to know about how big this thing is. Okay.
Of the Saturn V rocket. But the key breakthrough with Starship is that it will be fully reusable and capable of carrying up to 150 metric tons of payload to orbit in a reusable configuration and up to 250 metric tons when expendable.
Now, for context, Falcon 9 is only partially reusable.
What is a
we
spin
recovered
starter?
the largest part of the rocket. That's called the first stage. But
Some of the all the Raptor engines need to spool the pumps. They need to spool up the turbines before they turn the engines on. You basically got to do what basically amounts to an anti-lag system in a car. Basically, they have to spin the turbine wheels, which spins the fluid impellers, which pumps the fuel into the rocket, right? What they do is basically the equivalent if you took like a keyboard duster and a computer fan and went and it'll start spinning the fan. They have a pneumatic pneumatic actuation to get the RPM on your turbo pumps up to snuff before you actually turn the rocket engine on. That's what the pneumatic spin starting is.
Purposes for today's flight,
T-minus
we will
30
consider
minutes.
any data received that helps inform and improve future
There's
builds
no
of
fairings
Starship
on this
as
thing,
a
damn it.
success. From a milestone standpoint,
Starship has
our
a
main
payload
goal
bay,
is
or
to
would have a
clear the
payload bay,
pad.
but there's no payload
Every
bay on this.
milestone
It's
beyond
just
that
sealed.
is a bonus. The further we fly, the more data we can collect.
now, if it does all go well,
Maybe,
then we'll
Winky.
expect the Super Heavy to light up its 33 Raptor engines at the base of the vehicle and lift off, clear the pad away down from Starbase in Starbase, Texas, and then it'll go into ascent. About 3 minutes into its ascent, we're going to expect to see Super Heavy separate from the Starship. It'll perform a flip maneuver, and then it'll execute a boost back burn, and we're going to be targeting a hard landing in the Gulf of Mexico.
And while that's happening, we hope to see Starship's 6 second stage engines ignite and watch as Starship coasts for about an hour at altitudes ranging between 150 and 250 kilometers before re-entering Earth's atmosphere and make its own hard landing in the Pacific Ocean about 250-ish kilometers offshore. Now, We are not really expecting many camera views after separation. That is to say, if we even make it that far. But we do promise that whatever views we do have, we will bring them to you live.
Maybe, Francis.
Yep. We have a couple of ground stations along the way, so if we are able to get good telemetry, assuming we make it that far into the ascent, then of course those will be available on the stream. And also worth mentioning today, like the whole just getting the vehicle off the pad is a complex endeavor. We are going to be trying to reduce complexity by attempting those hard water landings instead of trying a normal landing like you're used to on Falcon 9.
Exactly. We are not attempting to recover these vehicles, so yeah, hard landings in store for both.
Now, in a little bit, we'll take a closer look at the vehicle and the launch pad. But first, the teams have been doing a tremendous amount of work over the last few months.
Jamie came in with the crowd shots.
Our Hawthorne team up here bright and early to watch the launch.
Hey!
Really for the last few days, especially to try to get in today's launch attempt.
And here you can see a live view of the South Padre Amphitheater, where both SpaceX employees, friends and family, and members of the public are gathering to watch Starship lift off. And we can see the crowds are gathering there as well. And of course, we want to give a shout out to the SpaceX team. You see them there on screen, members of our launch command, our Star Command Center. That is our Starbase Launch Control Center.
Yep, those are the operators today who are going to be reviewing all the data and, of course, giving us the go, no-go poll, checking the status to try to get in today's launch attempt just around 27 minutes from now.
And one thing I do want to mention, I misspoke. It's not the South Padre Amphitheater. It's the Cameron County Amphitheater.
Now, the entire Starship structure on your screen is made from stainless steel. When it's stacked, it stands about 120 meters tall. It's about 9 meters around. And we have this awesome video that shows you just how big that is. You can see one of our technicians there doing some final prep work in advance of today's test. And man, there's the 120-meter monster.
The person just keeps getting smaller and smaller.
Guardian,
now, just like Falcon 9, Starship has 2 stages, which we'll talk more about those in a minute. In addition to those 2 stages, Starship actually has a third stage, which we call Stage 0. It consists of all the launch pad infrastructure built around the rocket, as you can see there on your screen, and it's truly an engineering feat in its own right.
Yeah, we've got a great shot there of the various different components of it. The pad, the infrastructure, all that is required to get into filling the tanks. Now, let's talk about the Super Heavy. Its name says everything. It's super, it's heavy, it's super heavy. When it's operational, it'll be responsible for providing the power to escape that mighty gravitational pull of Earth that we've got here and take Starship into orbit.
The booster itself stands about 70 meters tall and is roughly the same height as a fully integrated Falcon 9, which is just so crazy to me. But this super heavy booster has a diameter roughly 2.5 times that of Falcon 9, and with 33 much larger engines. We have a beautiful view here. This is one of my favorite views that we're going to get today. Those are our 33 Raptor engines at the base of the super heavy booster.
That's the business.
And you can see they're in a couple of different rings here. So we've got the outer ring of 20 static engines. They're going to be providing a huge amount of thrust today to lift off the entire stack. But then we've got the 13 gimbaling engines in the middle, and they're going to be providing the tilt maneuvers and also helping to reorient the booster as it comes back later in today's flight.
Yeah, and when we say gimbal, it's basically tilting or almost wiggling the engines a few degrees and in either direction to allow the booster to steer itself, just as you said, Shiva.
And we'll get some great shots later of actually a wiggle test that we perform ahead of liftoff, just to make sure that all of those engines are able to control their full range of control authority.
One thing to note, those Raptor engines are completely designed and manufactured in-house. They are, as many of you know that have been following along, they are a reusable methane oxygen staged combustion type engine. It's a lot of words there. And ultimately, that staged combustion means that we combust the propellant in stages. That we
looks like it
kind of pre-combust them in a pre-burner. And by doing so, it allows the engine to be more efficient, i.e. more powerful.
Yeah. Now, like Falcon 9, the Super Heavy has 4 grid fins to assist with orienting itself in its return back to Earth. We got a shot of them there beneath the Starship's aft flaps.
Oh, it's a drone.
Now,
I was going to
as we
say.
talked about earlier, Super Heavy is not going to be attempting a land landing today. But with this flight test,
It's
we're still trying to
condensation
get as
from
much
the cold
data as we can.
propellants.
We're focusing on the fundamental systems and
21.
operations, so that's the liftoff portion. But we are going to try to get some data on how the fins work and
It's
for
only
that
venting
water
liquid,
landing that
gaseous
Super Heavy is
oxygen
going to be making
methane
after
gets
this.
recirculated.
I love
into
that
the fuel
great view
pump,
of the fins
or
there.
into the fueling
Now,
tanks.
Starship, or the spacecraft, is the second stage, and it makes up the top portion of the vehicle. It's designed for carrying passengers and cargo to
What a
Earth
shot.
orbit and beyond. It stands about 50
there, I
meters
got you.
tall, which is
Trying my
a
best to
little
keep up with you
taller
guys.
than the Statue of Liberty. It's comprised of 6 Raptor engines, 3 sea level, and 3 vacuum engines, which are optimized to operate in the vacuum of space. And they provide a maximum
Yeah,
of
Mark.
258,000 tons of thrust
That is
in
a
vacuum.
big
Spacecraft
Falcon
is also
rocket.
outfitted with 4 flaps to help aerodynamically
a
control the
absolute unit,
vehicle's
man.
attitude, which you can
Dude,
see those 2
look at
forward
this
flaps.
fucking thing.
They're on
You
your
gotta
screen
be
now.
kidding me.
So they help control the vehicle's attitude during atmospheric flight and enable precise landing
Dude.
at the intended location. Now, one thing we got to mention, the heat shields. They are iconic. Starship is wrapped in a heat shield, which is composed of 18,000 hexagonal ceramic tiles designed to insulate the vehicle during that atmospheric entry. And that's really important because the temperatures can be as high as 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit. The hex-shaped tiles, like the ones that Shiva and I have, roughly make up about 2/3 of the vehicle. We can see that we have some different shapes. Mine is slightly curved. As you can imagine, it sits on the curved portions of the Starship vehicle.
Now, the one that I've got is a hexagonal tile that's more flat, and it's really used for the flatter structures on the vehicle. And we need a heat shield because when you're coming back in from re-entry, we're going supersonic,
boy.
we're compressing all the air ahead of us.
Damn, boy,
That
those
ends up
tiles
causing
are
a lot
thick,
of heating
boy.
along the surface, and without a heat shield, that would go straight into the structure.
Yeah, one thing that's amazing to me, especially when I first picked up one of these heat shield tiles, is that they're so light. They almost feel like they're made out of foam. They're that light, and they kind of sound like it too. And one thing that we do
By
want to
about
mention,
33% ascended.
in order to reject the
Ow.
maximum amount of heat during that entry, like Shiva was just saying, they're black, and that's because black helps reject
forward,
that
big
heat
feet.
that is building up on the exterior of the heat shield.
Now, Starship is designed for vertical takeoff and landing as opposed to taking off and landing like an airplane.
It gets
and that's
warmer than
because
nuclear.
that's really important because we don't have runways on the moon or Mars. Fortunately, at those destinations, the gravity is not as high as it is here
It
on
must be
Earth.
toying
On
with
Mars,
the
the
different
gravity
flow
is
rate
just
hinks to
1/3
not
of what it
freeze
is
the
here
valve.
on Earth, and on the moon, it's
Told
just
you it's
a
about
sixth.
flow rates.
So in both of those cases, Starship with just its engines can take off without needing the super heavy booster like we do need here on planet Earth.
Now, for today's test, Starship does not have its landing legs attached because, like we said before, it won't be returning anywhere. Starship is expected to make a very hard ocean landing, which, if we even make it that far and manage to get any views, it will certainly make for a very exciting end to today's test. At this point in time, we are 20 minutes or just
20 minutes out. I'll try to give us a little bit of a fast forward here. We're
How's it
basically
looking?
caught up.
Thanks, Kate.
Johnny!
I'm John Walker, Principal Integration Engineer here
Johnny!
at SpaceX. We're currently loading propellant from the ground system into both the first and second stages. Now, both vehicles use the same 2
First and
propellants.
second
That
stage,
commonality helps build the
got it.
reliability. And the fuel today is liquid methane. And that's at a temperature of just over 100
dude.
kelvins.
Was this here
That's
before?
about minus 272 degrees below zero on the Fahrenheit scale. Now, liquid methane
Weather
is
is
a
go,
different fuel
guys.
from Falcon 9. That booster uses RP1 kerosene. However, our oxidizer is liquid oxygen, and that's the same
Winds
as
are
Falcon
trending
9.
downward.
Because there is no oxygen in space to support combustion, we have to bring our own. Now, leading up to where we are right now, we had a go-no-go poll. That was conducted just after T-minus 2 hours. And once the team gave their goes, we started loading propellants onto the booster at T-minus 1 hour and 39 minutes. At T-minus 1 hour and 22 minutes, we began propellant loading of the ship. The second stage you can see on your screen right there. Now, propellant loading of the Starship's second stage main tanks completed at about the T-minus 27 minute mark. at which time we then began loading the 2 header tanks in the nose of the second stage.
It's
Now,
pretty
at T-minus
expensive
3
latte,
minutes, when the first stage super heavy propellant loading completes,
Want to break an omelet?
that means
You gotta
we'll
make,
have all the propellant on the rocket.
make an omelet, you gotta break
The
some
vehicle
eggs.
will be fully loaded with over 10 million pounds of
Yeah,
propellant.
Mutter, I noticed that.
Now, right now, at T-minus 19 minutes and counting from liftoff, the weather and winds are looking good. We have been watching the ground level winds. They're at 18 miles an hour.
10, Tara.
As the morning continues, they will increase, but that is below our limits right now. We're also looking at upper altitude winds. We're waiting for one more balloon,
Sure,
but
Guardian.
we believe that we're going to be go. On the launch vehicle itself, the teams, the good news, they're not working any issues right now. But if for some reason we do not make our test flight today, if we have to hold, we have a backup launch.
One of the people did a Q&A on Twitter about wanting to improve the stream. Jim, that's not one of the people. That's Jammy. she's SpaceX's principal video engineer. All the awesome views that we get in the cast are her. That's not just a person. That's the person that runs SpaceX's casts.
To make life
She does a damn good
multi-planetary,
job.
we need a fully reusable vehicle that's capable of carrying a huge amount of cargo and a lot of people to orbit and have a pretty quick turnaround. The idea is to
Raptor
effectively
chill has
reuse
started.
launch vehicles just like airplanes.
Yeah, imagine if you had to wait for a new airplane to be constructed every time
That's right,
you
Cookie.
wanted
That's
to
what Jim
fly.
was talking
You'd
about.
rarely go anywhere, and for most of us, it would be completely unaffordable. In order for us to get to Mars and back with lots of people, lots of cargo, multiple times, reusability.
I know one. I've done that 3 or 4 times. We're pretty much caught up, dude. We're only a couple seconds off live.
Both
So
cargo and people, starting with Earth orbit and eventually
everything is
expanding
trending
to
go
the
right now,
moon and
Urbanus.
beyond.
Now,
Guys,
in the near term and a bit.
I'm pretty dang sure, and sorry, I don't mean to talk over Shiva and Kate so much. I try to shut up during this time so I can listen. Guys, it's pretty obvious that they're going with a slower fill rate on Super Heavy because Super Heavy isn't completely fueled. They tanked the upper stage first. So Starship is fully fueled. Super Heavy is not. And, you know, on Monday they scrubbed because of a frozen valve, right? Frozen valves happen when you flow propellants too quickly. You basically flow these cold propellants through the valve too much ice accumulates and it jams the valve. Note that first stage is actually flowing a little bit slower. They slowed down the flow rate a little bit. They tweaked it. They tweaked the flow rate of the pumps to not freeze that valve. Pretty sure.
The initial test flight or hop reached about 20 meters in altitude. That was
Maybe
followed
Fang.
by the one that you've got on your screen here. This was our 150 meter altitude hop. We went up, took a little jaunt away,
Pretty
about
much,
100
man.
meters or so away from the launch pad, used that Raptor engine
Hoppy!
to fly and actually land. And actually, this hopper is actually down at Starbase now.
Yeah, I love this shot. It's just so fun to see it fly. After a series of 150-meter hop tests with earlier
Can't wait,
prototypes,
Paul. I'm
the
a little
Starship
busy right
program
now.
saw a major breakthrough during a test flight of the vehicle known as serial number 8, or SN8. You can see it there on your screen now. In December
Probably
2020,
Monday,
SN8
Barbara.
demonstrated a first
Depends
of
on
its
what
kind
caused it to scrub.
controlled
Everything
aerodynamic
looks good,
descent and landing flip maneuver. 2 words,
It's all good, man.
belly flop. The SN8 prototype rose
Snake?
to an altitude of 12.5 kilometers or 7.8 miles and conducted a belly flop maneuver, which you see there, during its descent. While it
That's
didn't
so cool.
stick the landing, the test was a major milestone in the development of Starship.
I love the 2 engines doing this.
In fact, we should be able to see that
see that
unfortunately
point?
failed landing.
That's the
Boom.
point when the engine failed, when it blew out all that
It was
black
fun to
smoke.
watch, though.
Rapid unscheduled disassembly, but learned a lot of data. Now, the testing continued on to prototype serial number 9. It took a 10-kilometer flight. That's about 6.2 miles up in
Everything's
February of
looking good,
2021.
Stasis.
We had a nominal ascent. We executed the engine cutoffs once we got to the top of the altitude window.
When green comes out of the engines, there's a problem. So just watch the motors. When they turn green, something bad has happened.
But unfortunately, we had a dramatic end on this flight as well. We had a failure on
Like right
one
there.
of the engines that resulted in another pretty large fireball. But what was really cool about both of those flights was how much we learned just between serial numbers 8 and 9.
I'm sorry, it's
and how
funny to
quickly
watch
we were able
now.
to achieve our primary objectives in those 2 flights. In addition to that, we got so much data that demonstrated control of the vehicle in that subsonic regime.
Ultimately, we performed 9 Starship high-altitude test flights in total. Cool. And then, as you see on your screen there, in May of 2021, SN-15 launched from Starbase, reached an altitude of about 10 kilometers, performed a number of maneuvers, and safely returned to the launch site.
Dude.
This was the first Starship
I've watched this
prototype
footage 1,000
to fly,
times. It's still
control
cool.
its descent, safely land, and be recovered in one piece.
And people were cheering like crazy
I was
after
one of
that
them.
test flight. Now, having achieved those successes in our suborbital campaign, one of the next big challenges is for the upper stage when it comes to reusability and surviving the hypersonic, really high heating phase of entry. Combined with the later ability to refill Starship's tank with propellants, the fuel and oxygen, while we're on orbit, that will enable us to have a fully reusable transportation system that's designed to carry both crew and cargo on long duration missions, interplanetary flights, and will help humanity get to the moon, travel to Mars, and beyond in our solar system.
This is all just basically our
Not on
path
this one, or does it, but in the future,
progress.
yes.
Basically, an iteration on each vehicle, and that iterative process is a core part of how we work here at SpaceX. We like to test early and often.
Could I elaborate as to why green is bad? So Tunson, with SN8 and SN9, what happened with the engines is that the engines ingested methane. Or not methane, they ingested gas. They ingested basically helium gas from the tank ullage. So inside of the tanks, you use a gas to pneumatically pressurize the tank. Major Postal gifted out 10 subs. You use a gas to pneumatically pressurize the tank so all the propellant stays at the bottom, right? And it's also to hold the integrity of the vehicle. You want your tank pressure to ideally stay the same so you can get the same feed rate into your rocket motors. What happens is, because the vehicle was sideways, when the Raptors ended up firing, they ended up ingesting some helium, and that screwed up the ratio of liquid fuel to oxidizer because there was some helium in there instead. And basically, instead of ingesting methane and liquid oxygen, it ingested methane with some helium and a lot of liquid oxygen. This basically ended up making the engine lean out, and the temperature started getting way higher, because if you know anything about combusting fuel, if you are oxidizer rich, when you combust fuel, temperature goes up. You get a more complete burn and your engine gets more powerful, but that's also at the behest of temperature. Because you get a cleaner burn, you're burning more things. And when you burn more things, it gets hot. So what happened is that the Raptor actually overheated, and that green was basically the engine eating itself. They were getting what's called nozzle burn through, basically because of it overheated. Warning, danger to manifold. Shut up! And it ended up melting the inside of the engine. The green flames are the flames that copper makes when it burns. Yep.
It reaches out from the tower to the base of the second
T-minus
stage.
10 minutes.
The SpaceX team.
Guys, I'm going to run ads here so nobody gets pre-rolls during the launch. So we'll run the ads right now.
Counting, everything continues to go well for an on-time launch.
Now, today's test flight is taking place out of our Starbase facility in South Texas.
I wouldn't want to click on this stream while the rocket's actually flying and pop in and get an ad.
Over the last couple of
we'll disable the pre-rolls here.
One thing I want to point out, this is a great view from our drone. Not only can we see the pad, but in the fog, kind of in the distance, in the background to the left of the pad, you can actually see our production facility, which is the other part of Starbase in addition to the launch pad.
Of course, as part of rapidly iterating with our test program, we're also rapidly iterating on our production system to produce Starships and Super
10 minutes.
Last year, the Starbase team produced 4 Starship Super Heavy boosters and 5 Starships, along with their 200th Raptor 2 engine, and they're only scaling up from there, Kate.
Yeah, it's incredible to think that for 2023, production has 5 boosters and 8 Starships going. So
yeah, I see that, Forge.
Incredible,
959
and it's important
November
to have
Alpha.
that system fill in basically the manufacturing line so that we have product ready to go as soon as we're done
NASA's out there flying
with this test.
Muffin.
Yeah, exactly. And ultimately, I mean, we talked about how Starship is an order of magnitude more propellant.
10 subs. Merci beaucoup, Laserman with 2.
But if
You
you're
guys are
going to
going
go set up
bananas,
a base
man.
on the moon or Mars, you're going to need thousands of metric tons of
Elon,
propellant. So you're going to need a fleet
I
of
can't
vehicles
click on it.
capable
I can't
of
click
doing
on it.
that.
I'm trying. I got it.
Yeah, one thing to note, Starbase directly employs more than 1,800 employees. It's the largest employer in the area, in fact. And we're very thankful to Cameron County for being so supportive. This is a view from the Cameron County Amphitheater. And there's a crowd there, and you could tell by the energy here in Hawthorne as well that everyone's getting really exciting. I feel my own heart rate going up and up.
I know. It must be really, really exciting to go see this. And I mean, just the sheer amount of power on Starship, you're going to feel it down there.
I'm ready, Drees.
When this thing
Been
lifts
waiting
off
for this
from
for
the
a long
pad.
time.
We've actually got a great shot here of the natural surroundings around the pad. Oddly enough, most of the pads end up being around sort of wild locations like this.
Blitz, it'll happen in Florida
wild locations
sooner
like
rather
this.
than later.
But coming up on T-minus 8 minutes, I think it's another good time for check-in with John.
Swag.
Thank you, Shiva.
Passing gifted 20, dude.
Just over 8 minutes to the first test flight of Starship. Currently, we are pressurizing second stage. We are also closing out liquid oxygen and fuel header loads on the second stage. We're also getting ready for propellant load tank pressurization.
Guys, we are
on the
further
first
along
stage.
in the count than on Monday.
In fact, we are just now closing out header tank load on the second stage. Now, with the header tanks loaded and closed out, that means we're down to just the first stage to finish loading. That'll finish about T-minus 3 minutes. And at that point, when both stages are loaded, we will have the 10 million pounds of liquid propellant on board. Now, in the next few minutes, the guidance system will begin its final alignment for flight during a quiet period when the rocket's not doing anything. The automated flight termination system will be armed, and a final TVC checkout will be performed. Those are the engine wiggles, and hopefully we'll be able to see that with the cameras underneath the vehicle and maybe even the second stage engines.
8 minutes.
And there's a view looking underneath the super heavy first stage with the 33 Raptor engines. Now, a reminder as we continue counting down, if we do need to hold, the point where we hold the clock would be at T-minus 40 seconds. We can pause there. Typically in the past, if we need a little bit more time to finish final checkouts or do some pressurization of the onboard storage tanks, that's where we would hold.
Gifted subs, dudes.
But currently, we're not hearing a need to hold.
I'm glad I could share this with you guys.
6 minutes, 27 seconds, everything looks good.
I'm
and
getting a little nervous.
Shiva, as we
Straight
get
up.
close, we're going to get into the
this ain't
engine
even my
ignition
rocket.
sequence of 33
I'm a little
Raptors,
nervous.
and that's going to be something new for everybody.
I cannot wait for that moment. So for those of you that are familiar with how we launch Falcon 9 rockets, you probably know that we light all 9 of those first stage Merlin 1D engines all at once. It's pretty different than what we do, what we're attempting to do today. We're actually going to be igniting those 33 engines in banks or clusters, and that sequence starts at T-minus 6 seconds.
Yeah, and the ignition sequence is a little bit different, both in terms of the timing and also the ignition method. So on Falcon 9, we use a chemical called T-Tab. It's a pyrophoric material, so that means when you mix the two together, it produces a flame that kicks off that green characteristic spark on Falcon 9 missions. But actually on Starship, we use electrical ignition systems. Many of those are integrated on the ground system here. And the electrical ignition, we start lighting the banks at T-minus 6 seconds, and then over the next 4 seconds, the 3 sets of banks will ignite and eventually bring the booster up to a thrust to weight greater than 1, and hopefully ascend.
Super exciting. Like we said, pretty different from our Falcon 9 launches, and so this will be the first time that any of us have gotten to see this type of integrated test flight with both the Starship and the Super Heavy booster.
Everyone's cheering as we get into T-minus 5 minutes.
We want to remind everyone that success today is anything.
This is dope. This is so much fun.
For today, success is anything something that we learned that helps improve the future builds of Starship. If we lift off and clear the pad, we're calling that a win.
WB-57 is on station. NASA has
A great
T-38s
shot
on
of the
station
pad
too,
there.
from what I can tell.
Great shot of the quick disconnect on the second stage. You can see the frost line on the booster where that methane is fully topped up. I think we're just coming up on the last few minutes here of propellant fill on the booster. Now that quick disconnect is going to separate away as we actually get into the ignition sequence, but it's providing electrical connections now.
Already
and
done,
also providing the propellants that we're loading into the vehicle.
Yeah. We're just now under 4 minutes until liftoff of the Starship flight test. We've been following along for
Why is it leaking?
Honestly
it's
seems like
condensation because the
days and
propellants
days
are
now,
cold,
but
BB.
really it kind of comes down to years. It has been a long time to get to where we
5,000
are today. Now, fast forwarding a little bit, we have the opportunity
SpaceX do
to
built-in holds, by
hold,
the way.
if necessary, at 40 seconds, and we are able
Except
to
at
hold
40
there
seconds.
for about 15 minutes, or up to 15 minutes, and still be able to lift off.
Yeah, and that's a little bit different from Falcon for the propellant sequence on Falcon that we don't have the opportunity to hold. So that's a cool new capability on Starship.
Right now, T-minus 3 minutes, 10 seconds and counting. We got some great views from the drone. It's nice that the fog is slowly lifting. We get some of the blue skies, hopefully good views.
3 minutes.
What we're waiting for right now is closeout of propellant loading on the first stage. That should be wrapping up here shortly. In fact, it looks like fuel fill and drain valves are coming closed. That means first stage is fully loaded, second stage fully loaded, and at 10 million pounds of propellant on board the Starship launch vehicle.
I want to take a quick moment to say that the crowd energy here is electric. I feel like it's Falcon Heavy test demo all over again.
And hopefully you'll hear us as we get into the plus count. But right now, next activity is coming up. The flight termination system arms at T-minus 2 minutes. Thrust vector control checkouts at T-minus 2 minutes. And then after that, major activity will be the T-minus 40-second gate. There's a view looking up at the 33 Raptor engines. There are 20 engines in a circle on the outside, and as Shiva said earlier, 13 engines on the center. Those are the ones that gimbal and steer the vehicle.
Ground gas closeout on the first stage. She's fully fueled and ready to go.
I don't think I've ever seen someone so excited for TBC wiggles.
Love this view. These are the 33 Raptor engines at the base of the Super Heavy booster.
There goes the
I
thrust
think we
vector
can see
control
those
system
wiggles now.
checkout. Dude. Yeah, that's how they steer it. You see the engines move?
Next major activity, T-minus 40 seconds. That is a gate, a decision point. We're waiting. Possibility the propulsion team may need a few minutes. Flight termination system is armed for flight. We're getting ready for T-minus 1 minute and counting.
60 seconds.
T-minus 1 minute and counting. Next, we'll see as we get past T-minus 40 seconds for final checks of the vehicle.
They are past the planned hold, 35. Oh, count recycled at 40. Hold on.
Okay, you can see the clock is recycled. Flight director has called a hold.
That's not totally bad.
They're recycling.
They're recycling.
For the moment, we'll see where they move the clock
Just
back
chill.
to. They could
Just
hold
chill.
at T-minus
Just
40
chill, dudes.
seconds. They could go to an earlier point. Give us a minute to listen into the nets, and we'll see if we can get you more information to share.
The launch window is about an hour long. They said that if they go into the planned hold, they have 15 minutes to make a decision. Okay? So we could still see the launch sooner rather than later. So just chill. Starship is chilling. You should be too. I'm fine, Forlorn. I'm good. The grid fins are actually fixed, Max. They don't move. They actually stay in this position, and they can only do this. Yep. Any news on the Twitter wire here? They're at T-minus 40 seconds, Zuckerman. They are in a planned hold. T-minus 40 seconds in Starship's count is a decision moment. Basically, it's the last chance before you start the onboard computers to command the ascent, basically to launch the thing. So they did hold at 40. They have 15 minutes to figure out...
Innsbrucker again here at the Hawthorne webcast desk. We're holding a T-minus 40 seconds. What we've heard so far is we have a couple of issues we're working. One is the booster tank pressurization. Final pressurization was just a little bit long. That's not unusual. We've held at T-minus 40 seconds before to pressurize. That appears to have been resolved. At the same time on the second stage, they're working some final purging. We should know very shortly if that is cleared and if we'll continue the countdown.
Everyone, especially that person, is excited to keep going. Like John said, we should know shortly if we are able to continue. But as we mentioned before, we are able to hold up to 15 minutes and still be able to lift off today.
Yeah, on Falcon 9, it's a little bit different. Once we start propellant
have
loading,
15
we
minutes
pretty
to
much
make
have
the
to go
decision,
at the
Gary.
targeted time. Otherwise, the propellants can warm up, and we may not have the performance for that particular mission profile. It's a little bit different on
And
Starship.
folks, if I can interrupt,
Yeah.
it looks like they're clearing all the flags, and we're going to release at T-minus 40 seconds.
That is amazing news.
Amazing.
Team
Here we
working
go.
quickly through their issues
Buckle
on first
up.
and second stages.
And I'm sure all of the rehearsals and simulations that they've been doing have prepared them to evaluate this data quickly to try to get us in for today's launch attempt.
For those of you just joining, we have a brief hold at the T-minus 40 second mark. The team is resolving one issue with the bleed purge on the stage 2 Raptors. Like John just said, the teams are quickly working that, and it looks like the flags are being cleared as we speak. So we should be able to resume the launch countdown any moment now.
And it's worth noting on Starship that once we resume the countdown, it restarts from the 40-second period, and then we keep going unless another condition pops up. So stick around, because Starship could be going here real soon.
Don't walk away, that's for sure. Amazing views here coming to us from Starbase, Texas.
We have
Cheering to close the start again.
T-minus 30 seconds.
T-minus 15 seconds.
15.
Flight director. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3.
Mission. We have a liftoff. A new era of spaceflight has begun. 33 minutes past the hour. Starship is in the air. Oh, wow.
Booster upper chamber pressure is nominal.
Oh, lost one.
33 seconds into the test flight of the inaugural Starship vehicle. Tower cleared, we're into pitch over.
Roll program
Propulsion
complete.
reports first stage engines nominal. What a sight from the ground cameras at
Booster upper
Starbase.
chamber pressure is nominal.
We're flying at twice the thrust of the Saturn V heading to space.
Acquisition of signal, surface proceed.
We're throttled down and throttled back up. Going through the period of maximum aerodynamic pressure.
Some engines shut off. They lost some.
As the velocity increases, the density of the atmosphere is decreasing, lessening stress on the vehicle. The call out, max Q now.
Maximum dynamic pressure.
Continuing to watch the first stage as we head downrange. 100 seconds.
Another engine shut off. TWR is decreasing, guys. Vehicle is kind of slewing a
Our
little
next
bit.
major activity is going to be shutdown of the first stage.
They have the
Houston
AOS through
tracking
Houston.
station now acquiring the vehicle.
One engine restarted.
With shutdown, we will get separation of Starship from Super Heavy and ignition of the Starship engines.
It looks like
When
5
Starship
engines are out.
separates, we light up 6 engines in a staggered sequence. And if all goes well, those 6 engines will burn for almost 6.5 minutes.
That is a Super Heavy onboard camera. We got an onboard shot looking at the business end of Starship.
On the second stage, as we
Should be
prepare
about
for
20
stage
seconds to
separation.
staging.
Now, after stage separation, the first
She's
stage will
slewing.
flip
She's slewing.
and begin
Big
a
problem.
pushback maneuver
Big
for
problem.
landing in
Big
the
problem. Not good. Not good. They're losing thrust. Oh, if it compensates,
Continuing
man.
to fly. 2 minutes 40 seconds. Let's
They're
get
losing
ready for main
velocity.
engine cutoff.
Losing velocity. Burning radial out. Not good. Not good. Not good.
Beginning to flip for
Very
stage
bad.
separation.
Oh, they're way past staging. Stand by for Biko, I think. She's flipping over. They're good. Okay, there's Biko right there. She's pointing the wrong way. No stage separation.
As of right now, we are awaiting stage separation, where Starship should
Not staging.
separate from the Super Heavy booster.
Vehicle's spinning out of control, losing altitude. Velocity is increasing
Kate,
despite
right
flip
now
over.
it looks like we saw the start of the flip, but obviously we're seeing from the ground cameras the entire Starship stack continuing to rotate. We should have had separation by now. Obviously, this is does not appear to be a nominal situation.
Yeah, it does appear to be spinning, but I do want to remind everyone that everything after clearing the tower was icing on the cake.
Oh! Ho, ho. Flight termination system commanded.
And there, as you saw, as we promised, an exciting end to the Starship inaugural
Pretty cool, man.
test flight.
Pad is still intact, baby. I call that a success.
Everyone here absolutely pumped to clear the pad
Wow.
and make it this
That
far
was pretty
into
cool,
the test
man.
flight, the first integrated flight of the booster and the Starship vehicle.
Live view there of our control center at Starbase, which we refer to as Star Command. As we said before, obviously we wanted to make it all the way through, but to get this far, honestly, is amazing.
Well, if you're just joining us, Starship just experienced what we call a rapid unscheduled disassembly, or a RUD, during ascent. But now this was a development test. This is the first test flight of Starship, and the goal was to gather the data, and as we said, clear the pad.
Dude, they made it to
ready
max
to go
Q.
again.
That's
so
unreal.
You never know exactly what's going to happen, but as we promised, excitement is guaranteed. And Starship gave us a rather spectacular end, but was truly an incredible test thus far.
As we mentioned at the start of today's program, any and all the data that we collected during the test is going to help us with further development of Starship, and it's going to improve the vehicle's reliability as SpaceX seeks to make life multiplanetary. It's really worth noting that the flight path was designed to be over water and all the air and sea space. Along with that flight path and those surrounding areas were cleared in advance of the test. And of course, we're going to be coordinating with local authorities for the recovery operation.
It slewed too much.
But honestly, what an exciting morning.
They lost too many. They lost too many gimbal engines.
We had a successful liftoff from Starbase, Texas at 8:28 a.m. Central Time. We cleared the tower, which honestly was our only hope. We cleared the tower, and all the data that we collected all the way through all those Raptor, those 33, although I think we saw that 3 Raptor engines were out, but we got all that data, and we got so far as to hoping to see the Starship, the second stage, separate from the first stage, the Super Heavy booster, and unfortunately, we didn't make that happen, but that's okay. It was the first integrated launch, and honestly, today was amazing.
Absolutely
Could be anything,
incredible day. We made it through a number of those.
I know, it's pretty strong, Brad, right, dude? That thing survived the flip program. I can't believe that.
All the way through the countdown, working some issues at the end.
Depends on
really
the test.
Got through the gate at T-minus 40 seconds on the second try. Everything released.
It's about
the hold down,
35,
quick disconnect arms, everything moves out of the
beast,
way.
man.
And then we
That was a
got
skyscraper
the vehicle
spinning
off
around,
the pad,
dude.
through max Q, all the way up to stage separation, even starting into the prep for stage sep. And then, as we say, a lot of excitement.
See that, you know?
Honestly, my face has had a smile on it since liftoff, and now my face hurts. Now, since we don't have any insights on the cause of our rapid unscheduled disassembly at this point, we're going to end our webcast here. Teams will continue to review the data and work toward our next flight test. But before we go, a big congrats to the entire SpaceX team on an exciting first integrated flight test of Starship. And of course, a shout out to our viewers. We appreciate you joining us. And as always, we thank you for your interest in Starship, SpaceX, and your ongoing support. Till next time.
No. We're watching that again. We're watching that again, man. No, hell no. No, we're watching this again, dude. No way. We're watching that again. I freaking can't believe that thing actually made it. Dude. They were losing engines all on the way up, guys. I saw one pop right after, like, at T+15. I saw it right away. Oh, man. But seriously, though, hold on. This thing actually did it. Oh, my goodness. Yes. Dude, look at the pieces going everywhere. Oh my goodness.
0 post-launch flight operations.
Yeah, see, they lost 2 of the outer engines there, and they lost 1 of the center. See that center engine? No good. That's a gimbal. That's a motor that they use to steer. Oh, something blew up. I thought that was ice coming off, and there goes another one.
3 seconds into the test flight of the inaugural Starship vehicle. Tower cleared, we're into pitch over.
Lost another one right there.
First stage engines nominal. What a sight from the ground cameras at Starbase. We're flying twice the thrust of the Saturn V into space.
Green, lost another one. Look at all the green. Oh, that's bad.
We're throttled down and throttled back up. Going through the period of maximum aerodynamic pressure.
They lost that one over there. Look, dude, look. Yeah, look, it's coughing and sputtering. But dude, look at that!
The velocity increases. The density of the atmosphere is decreasing.
Max Q.
Lessening stress on the vehicle. The call out. Max Q now.
Look at all those motors! You gotta be kidding me!
Continuing to watch the first stage as we head down range.
Oh my goodness.
100 seconds into flight.
Yep, they lost another one.
Our next major activity is going to be shutdown of the first stage.
So the inner ring of engines and the three in the center, those are the important ones. Those are the important ones because those are the ones that steer the ship. You lose too many of those, you got a big problem.
Engines. When Starship separates, we light up 6 engines in a staggered sequence. And if all goes well, those 6 engines will burn for almost 6.5 minutes. Onboard view.
See, there's an induced roll here. That's no good.
And there's views of the Raptor engines on the second stage as we prepare for stage separation. Now, after stage separation, the first stage will flip and begin
that's
a boost
dude.
back
Yeah,
maneuver
they're
for
losing
landing
engines.
in the Gulf.
It's trying to gimbal to compensate, but it lost it. Too much.
Continuing to fly, 2 minutes 40 seconds. Let's get ready for main engine cutoff.
It looks exactly like Kerbal.
Beginning
It's
the
so
flip for
screwed
stage
up.
separation.
It looks so screwed up. It's exactly like KSP. Dude, it looks exactly like it. It's so stupid. I can't believe that. It looks just like Kerbal. That's ridiculous, man. Come on. Oh my goodness. Quick load, hit F5, F9, please. I can't believe it. So right now it's tumbling end over end. I can't believe that stack is staying together like that.
As of right
Usually
now,
when a
we are
rocket
awaiting
flight starts
stage
to drift
separation.
like that, it usually just blows up.
Where Starship should separate from the super heavy booster.
And then they commit
Yeah,
they
Kate,
commit
right
in the
now
flight
it looks
termination
like we
system
saw
to
the
turn
start
on
of the
here.
flip, but obviously we're seeing from the ground cameras the entire Starship stack continuing to rotate. We should have had
Certoid,
separation by now.
probably.
Obviously, this is does not appear to be a nominal situation.
Yeah, it does appear to be spinning, but I do want to remind everyone that
That's right, Alpha
everything after clearing the tower was icing on the cake.
Oh, see, that's a commanded shutdown right there. That is a termination. They activated the flight termination.
And there, as you saw, as we promised, an exciting end to the
Freaking
Starship
believable.
inaugural integrated test flight.
Does this hurt the rocket? Well, that did, Nate. Just threw a rod, man. Yep.
Everyone here absolutely pumped to clear
I
the
can't
pad
believe it
and
made
make
it,
this far.
dude. It made it. You know that answers that engine out question that everybody had, dudes. So that means it's not coming on then. That answers the engine out thing. That thing was, dude. That thing made it. That thing made it with 5 engines out. 5 engines out, and they tried it. Super Heavy tried to compensate, and it tried to burn a little bit longer with the other engines to take into account the fact they lost 5 on the way up. Was it 6? Oh my goodness! What I just saw good or bad? Aragon, on any other mission, this is bad. That's very bad on any other mission. But this was a test flight. It's okay this time around. I mean, it didn't get as far as they absolutely wanted, but yeah, Super Heavy clearly had some nasty TWR problems. Hey, Dan, thank you.
The Eagle has landed.
Thanks, Bree. Can you check out NSF's views of the launch? Yeah, sure. We could pop over to their stream. Dude, it freaking made it, and stage 0 is intact. There is some very bad coking on the side of the tower. It's a little burnt, little charbroiled, but she's all right. All right, let's see NSF's views here. Conformer, thanks for the bits, man. All right, let's see. Oh, that camera took a dump. That camera took a dump. How much does this thing cost? Look at all the dirt. Oh my goodness, look at all the stuff flying off the pad. Oh, yep, there goes one. trim is covered in sand from the launch. That's awesome. It did an entire slide. Dude, the sound, man! The NSF sound is so good! Power! That's awesome! No, 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 come back. Thanks again for doing what you do. Thanks. Appreciate it. Holy dude, look at that. Yep, there's parts coming off. Yep, see, there's parts coming off. That's generally bad. Oh my goodness. What a clean shot from NSF. It's burning my head a little bit.
Wow, the sound from that, unbelievable. We are getting confirmation on that liftoff. As of this very moment, 5 Raptor engines have flamed out, so they are currently running on
You think Styles time machine?
Pass through max Q,
maybe. Dude, you can tell right there that the TWR is way down.
Gorgeous shots there. The vehicle going supersonic through max Q.
It is. Yeah, that's some gnarly gravity loss right there. They're the first stage is way down on power. It's starting to slew upwards, guys, and this is the reason why you lost aerodynamic control. It's literally when you don't get your TWR right in KSP. Oh, there goes another one.
Vehicle continuing up. 6 engines have currently been out on this flight so far. The next major event would be... sorry, correction, 5. The next major event will hopefully be the separation of the first and second stages, the ship and the booster, and a potential boost back burn on
that looks so much worse from here. Dude, it looks just like Kerbal. I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep bringing it up. It looks just like KSP. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. It looks just like Kerbal.
There's another view.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep bringing it up. Kerbal's the main game that I play here on Twitch. I can't tell you how many times that's happened.
It is continuing on the flight. Although it definitely appears that engines are out. The last confirmation was at least 5 Raptor engines are out.
We can see the vehicle is seeming to rotate.
Gravity aided, Adam. That's what happened.
Yeah, there appears
Why
to
do
be
they need to flip the
spin
stage? There's no separation system on there. So
Raptor
they would
engines appear
pitch
to continue
super
to be
heavy up
firing.
and then separate Starship and use the centrifugal force to separate it. But that's not what happened here. That's not what it was doing. It took a grav loss, so the arrow, and it tried to pitch up to compensate, and the arrows took it. The center of pressure was too high. That happens, man. I can't believe it's in one piece, though,
report
right
off
there.
of the data that we have at the moment.
I can't believe that.
No other speculations at this point, other than we have the confirmation at least 5 of the Raptor V2s went out on Booster 7. And our cameras are showing this spin of Booster 7 and Ship 24.
They were in mission mode, Putspurt. This is mission mode. No reloads, man. I can't believe it's surviving that aerodynamic load.
So there is always the chance that something...
So guys, think about it like this. There's the flight termination system for the booster and then for Starship right after, right? So think about this. Like, when it's tumbling like that, the rocket is really only designed to fly through the air in one direction, with the pointy end up, as Tim would say, right? So when a rocket is basically tumbling out of control like that, it is susceptible to insane wind shear loads. Basically, it's not designed to really drift like that. But Starship did it. That is a heck of a shear load right there. In fact, I'll bet you SpaceX is like combing through that data already. They're probably chomping at the bit for that shear load data. The stage endured an insane shear load before they commanded the termination system. That's really cool, actually. The fact that it stayed together, any Kerbal player knows if your rocket's spinning out of control like that, that's usually not what happens. It usually just breaks into a bajillion pieces. It relit an engine in flight. I think so. We'd have to go back and look at the telemetry, right? Because we did get something, but it may have tried to compensate and relight the booster. But some of those outside boosters, guys, don't have restart capability. Only the inner ring of boosters do. NSF says possible vents were damaged. Maybe, I don't know. I still wonder what exploded at T-5. Well, the overpressure event definitely popped the thing, guys. Zonic, I missed the link. I can't click on that. There's too many people talking. Sorry, pal. I just want to see this again, man. The atmosphere is all the way... Yeah, Tony, yes. There's atmosphere up at 35, dude. 100 is the edge of space for the most part. I'm surprised no Kraken happened. Dude, they got away from the tower. Unbelievable. That was the important part. The second Starship made it to, like, right here. We were good to go. Outer engines don't have restart capability passing. I'm pretty sure that was a glitch in the telemetry. Well, let's watch it again.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3, 2.
That is insane. Look at all the crap that comes up. Oh my goodness. Dude. That's insane. That thing is 35 stories tall. It's a freaking skyscraper.
Booster after chamber pressure is nominal.
Oh, something exploded. Oh, something else exploded. Wait a minute, guys, dudes, is that the HPU box? Oh, it's in the right spot for it, Max. The hydraulic power unit, the thing that basically makes the engines steer. Yeah, it may have popped. If that was the hydraulic power unit exploding, that means this thing can't steer. That means the engines can't turn. But I think I saw some of the gimbaling work, so. But it worked in KSP. It did work in KSP, that's true. Yeah, something really bought it there on the way up. Oh, dude. Can you believe that? Look at that. Well, it was the HPU. The pad hole. I can't click on links. It's going too fast. Check the links. Oh, yeah, let me get right on that. Oh, nope, wait, they're gone already, Barry. Let's just go with what we have here, man. You guys just keep linking it. That's good. That doesn't mean linking it more. Nope, still can't click. Nope, that's not working. I'm just going to keep watching this, okay? I just need to look at it for research in science. Yeah, see, that is major grav loss right there. The vehicle's trying to pitch up to compensate for the fact that gravity is pushing it down this way. So that tells me that they still do have vector control. So that wasn't the hydraulic power unit that popped right off the deck right there. Something just exploded. Something just popped. And I saw a lot of green coming out of there, which means Raptor engines are basically burning themselves alive, which is good. I know, Ashen, right? West Panda, thanks, buddy. So there's an induced roll on the vehicle from that shot. That's not good. It's rolling out of control, probably due to the differential thrust here from losing all these motors. Your center of thrust is no longer lined up with your center of mass, having those 3 engines out on one side. Now, don't get me wrong, it could throttle to compensate, but it doesn't look like it is. Still, though.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Draco, how long do you think it will be before another test flight? It'll be probably, Jack, I'd say 2 to 3 months at the very least. They got to figure out all the data. Got to figure out what went wrong here. Got to figure out what's good data, what data they can use. Shame we didn't get the staging, to be honest with you. But the pad is intact. That is really important because if it blew up on the pad, it would take a lot longer to rebuild the pad and the Starship. So right now the pad has, damage from all those engines lighting all at once and possibly one of them exploding near the pad. But yeah, that's pretty damn impressive, dudes. Unbelievable. Can you believe that? relatively intact. It's still, it looks okay. It's got a little bit of coking. Everything is gone. Yeah, I've seen that picture. Yep, the Lab Padre picture. Nice, nice. Look at this. Yep, you are all linking the same thing over again. You guys understand if I say I can't click on the link and then everybody clicks on it, everybody posts the link, that makes the chat go faster and it makes it harder to click on links, right? Like we're all on the same page here, right? Like we're all on the same page here with this, right? Like what? That would be silly. Is this Kerbal 4? No, this is HSP, Human Space Program. Could they have tried to separate? I don't think the auto sequencer commanded separation because it knew the vehicle was out of control, but it may have just not done it. The attachment mechanisms are, I can't see them here. I think they're behind the motors. I'm not 100% sure. Those are your grid fin actuators. This is the top of Super Heavy right here. Who are the hosts of the SpaceX stream? They're engineers that work at SpaceX. The boom is visible on the radar. Zucal, I got that one. Oh, yes it is. Unbelievable. F's in the chat for the NSF van. All right, is this one of the pictures you guys wanted me to see? Oh, yep, that thing's junk. Oh my, dude, this is not close to the pad, man. This looks like a freaking war zone. Look at this. Oh my goodness, this is coming from Lab Padre. Holy cow. Here, let me give NSF a quick refresh here. This is the picture everybody wanted to see before, I think. Yeah, I think that's NSF's, one of NSF's cameras. Dude, holy crap. That's a big explosion. I mean, guys, the amount of energy that this thing is putting out when those engines ignite is on par with the energy released from a low-yield nuclear blast. Like that. And it certainly looks like it. Certainly looks the part. Pad looks to be okay. The condenser, the pad's still on, dudes. Everything looks to be relatively intact. You got some coking going on there on the inside of the pillars, but that's not bad. Dude, I need to see it one more time. Just I gotta see this again. I gotta see this just one more time. One more time. One more time. I'll check it in a second, Mom. Damn, man.
Booster Raptor chamber pressure is nominal.
Oh, something popped. Oh, something popped again.
3 seconds into the test flight of the inaugural.
How far is that van from the pad? Actually, I can show you real quick. So the vans are over there. They're, I think. Let me take a look at that one more time. Let me see that picture. Yep. So the 2 bucket lifts are right there. This is the twin methane tanks. In that shot, the bucket lifts are right there. That's where those are. So that's what I mean. Those cameras, so Lab Padre, NASA Spaceflight, those cameras are not near the pad. That is a long way away. That's what I mean about nuclear blast, man. That's a long way away, dudes. Here, let me load up Google Earth. I'll show you how far that is away, okay? That second pop was inside of the hydraulic box. I think they may have lost HPU. I think they lost the gimbal, and that's part of the reason why it flipped out of control. But that's not even a problem because it doesn't have that anymore. So, okay, there's the pad right there. That's the camera press site, right? There. That's more or less where the cars are. That's 400 meters away, or 1,300 feet. It's literally a quarter mile away. Yeah. Dude, that's not close. That's a quarter mile, man. I gotta see it. I want to see it again.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 3, 2.
That's absurd. What's that stuff flying upward? Stuff that shouldn't be flying upward, M. Yeah, that's called FOD. Foreign object debris.
Chamber pressure is nominal.
Dude, something blows up right there. Oh! Something popped, man. Something popped. Oh. And something else popped because that first thing popped.
Of the inaugural Starship vehicle, tower cleared, we're into pitch over. Propulsion reports first stage engines nominal. What else?
NSF Stream is doing a flight replay with the remote cams. All right, we'll switch over to that. So, guys, I think that whatever popped right there took out those two engines. I'm pretty damn sure. Something popped on the side of it. I think it's the HPU, the hydraulic power unit. That's where it is on the booster. But let's go over to NSF's remote cameras and we'll see.
And there's just a quick look at some of the cameras that we
I want to
have
see
here.
these
There's
first,
so many more
Belfrix,
that
and
I'll
then
be
we'll
able to
check it
go
out.
through and edit more, but there's just a great look at that flight. And yeah, that audio, very, very loud and still very exciting.
Yeah, and supposedly all of our mics blew
Still
out,
falling
so-
particles in Port Isabel minutes
I was
after
listening
the
to all
launch.
the
That's
sound that we had there, and
unbelievable.
every single one of them is quite blown out.
Excellent work on that edit, Sawyer, before the sound comes in again.
Thanks. Yeah, that was meant to be the quick quick turnaround so you guys get a taste of what we've got for you.
Again, looks like we're going for a bit of a slow-mo replay on this. Again, we got some great shots there from our south camera, then we switched over to the northern camera. Before, it looked like we had a manually tracked camera. Was that towards about like 30 seconds in, Sawyer?
I have to double check if that was manual or auto tracked.
Let me see,
Gotcha. Either way,
yeah,
it was a tracked camera.
Yeah, we
yeah, we had a couple of auto track cameras going there as well.
Excellent.
But yeah, looking through it now in slow motion.
I cannot wait to watch this like 500 more times in the next 2 days and look at everything. It's what? And I already, like, we have some photographers up here and I can already tell you there's some amazing shots coming. It's crazy how good. Oh, it's this is just unbelievable. Everything I think we could have hoped for. Everything.
Yeah, amazing.
By the way, I like how this view shows that kind of slide it did a bit at the end there. And if you keep watching through some of the replays, there is a point you will notice that looks like a big red flash, which we believe to be the flame out on one of the Raptor engines. So you can see some of the Raptor engines flame out if you look closely into the plume.
We saw, yeah,
as it continues
I saw
up.
the debris bunker.
Go and throttle up.
Hey, Crimson Pistol. Welcome to Mission Control. Go and throttle up.
Yeah, again, the shock coming off the bottom there is unbelievably beautiful too. Just coming off the bottom of that contrail, the plume.
And look at the plume. The plume's about twice the size.
Oh, green
that
flash.
Looks like a Raptor out there.
Yep.
Yep, looks like a Raptor had a hard.
So see this? See the smoke right there?
Again,
that's the Raptor blowing up. That smoke, that darker greenish smoke is coming from copper burning. Copper is the cooling channels on the Raptor motors. So if you're burning copper, that means you're burning your cooling system. Yeah, not ideal.
So that might be something else hardware-wise that may have caused that.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
But again, the vehicle kept going, it kept pushing. I believe I heard the call out, maybe over like my internal screaming, I heard the call out for max Q. So the vehicle definitely made it supersonic. Looks like it made it to max Q before it began tumbling. So that was quite a long flight profile that they had there, even though of course it did fail in the end. That's a lot of good data on how, you know, the remaining about 28 or so Raptor engines continued firing. It's going to go great into making Raptor 2 even more reliable for future tests and having a better vehicle overall.
Exactly. Oh boy.
They're a quarter mile away, Wild.
Again, it's a bit of a shame how it ended, but the biggest thing is what you see on the right side of your screen right now. And that is,
okay.
saying it's at the beginning, hashtag stage
hit it with a cannonball?
Absolutely, and yeah, it looks like they did a good job of saving Stage 0, and unfortunately, there's a vehicle being destroyed by the automated flight termination system. Looks like the booster went first, and then the ship afterwards, or maybe in that opposite order, but definitely was a staggered termination there.
Yeah, that. But again, it's a good way you can see there the two different automated flight termination systems there.
Yes,
and there's the update from Elon.
Saying congrats to the SpaceX team on an exciting test of Starship. They learned a lot from this test, and for the next test launch in a few months. So, no solid timeline.
Vanwin Park, no low ballers. I know what I have. Tis but a scratch. It's a minivan. It'll be fine.
And months. Of course, it's probably far too early to get an estimate on the next launch.
It's possible, FB.
Very excited for that test.
It's possible that some debris hit it on the way up.
Again, Stage 0 saved means we can hopefully fly again in a few months, which is unbelievable.
I can't believe it.
Already
Dude, the tower's intact, man.
Ship 26 and Booster 9. So we'll see
Nothing
what,
of value
if any
was
changes
lost.
they end up making to them after this flight as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be worth keeping an eye out. Of course, yeah, like you said, Ship 26 or possibly Ship 28, depending on which path SpaceX chooses to take for the next flight. Both of which sport...
New Elon tweet. Freaking car. I need to see this one. Yeah, see all this stuff bouncing up in the air? That's not good. That's why you have a flame trench. But SpaceX said, nah, bro, I'm good. Dude. Un-freaking believable. Unreal. I can't believe that. It actually launched. Starship actually launched. I mean, it didn't make it very far, but it launched. Do you think they're going to make a flame trench now? A pad deluge system should be able to do that. It should be able to fix this. But, dude, look. See all that? See the discoloration right there? A lot of coking. Yeah, that's carbon deposits from unburnt methane. See that? A lot of coking. That's kind of normal. Also, it blew the doors off of the OLM, by the way. Yeah, that door is gone.
Very interesting as they work to perfect this design and get it fully working. Real quick,
yeah, there was a door there. It ain't there no more.
To support Remy Turk here with a €100 super chat saying #EmptyPad, #when next hop. So thank you very much for that support.
I could fish, yeah.
And again, thank you to everyone who's been supporting us through super chat, stores, tips at tips.spaceflight.com.
Well, so Aqualex, if I heard John say that right, if I heard John say it right, oh, I thought that was live. Okay. If I heard John say that right, they lit the engines and then they let it go. And then they throttled the engines up, and the thing was basically just using gravity to sit on the pad, and then it flew. So that would basically mean it would take a second to get to T0, but basically just they waited until the TWR got above 1, so it appeared to kind of sit there for a second.
I would not be surprised if that was... Reminds me of like back in the Saturn V days and some other
I'd keep it like
rockets
that.
as well, where they pitch away from the pad just to avoid
Starship N1's return. You need a gift from mission control. Yep.
True. We have
I
also
don't know
seen some vehicles
how
that
it
have
would
done
have done that in the time
unintentionally as well. So it could be
between the
either
launch and
or.
now, but yes.
Regardless, though, it avoided hitting the tower, which is a fantastic thing.
Absolutely.
Whether the structure can be reused is a question. I mean,
saying fly Starship, fly with.
So let me put it this way: the booster, the overpressure event from the rocket engine slipping out of the OLM ring, which is normal, blew the doors off. So that means fire got inside of there. Probably not ideal. I saw it. Yeah, it kind of slewed off the pad. Whether that's on purpose or not, I'm not sure. If it was me, though, I would have it do that to, to not land on the pad if it blows up. Do you think the Kraken would view this as a great success? Charlie, I think I would call this good. It cleared the tower. Oof. It's a flight termination system wreck. It's usually made out of det cord or forbidden silly putty. So guys, see right here? See this box? That's the hydraulic power unit. If I saw that footage correctly, the HPU blows up. So a couple of things mounted on the hydraulic power unit. There's some antennas mounted on it. Kind of need those. Also, the hydraulic power unit has an accumulator built into it. And if it blew up, that means some of the engines basically didn't gimbal anymore, which kind of explains why Starship flipped out of control. They lost gimbal, lost control authority. Yeah, that definitely popped. Yeah, that whole thing exploded shortly after takeoff. Yeah, pretty dang sure. Gimbal-int. Yep. Is the HPU also for staging? No, that hydraulic power unit on that failures is for thrust vector control actuation. There is another HPU on the other side, Brink, but yeah, that's about it. Any idea why that would explode? Overpressure. Trying to... Brim, I don't know. By the way, Elon was with John Carmack in Mission Control. I knew I recognized that guy. That's cool. What are the skirts on the side for? Those skirts, pilot, those chines on the side. They're called chines. That's what SpaceX calls them. Those things right there house the pneumatic systems to restart the Raptors for boost back and landing. But I'm telling you, dudes, right after liftoff, the HPU explodes. Yeah, so there's two of them on either side, or one of them on either side. There's two total. If one of them goes, I'm pretty sure you lost control authority on half of your Raptors that do have control authority. John Carmack is the man. John Carmack is the guy that invented Doom and literally first-person shooters. So if you've ever played a first-person shooter, you have John Carmack to thank for that. Watch. Ready? Boop! It just popped. Yep, and that's all the hydraulic fluid leaking out over the Raptors and blowing out one of them.
Test flight of the inaugural Starship vehicle. Tower cleared. We're into pitch over.
And if I'm looking at this right, the hydraulic power unit blowing up took those two Raptor engines out. See those two? It took those two. Because the out engines are right by that HPU. Newer version. This is what I mean. This is why they weren't afraid to expend these guys, and why they were probably going to send it anyway, regardless of weather, because this is an outdated system. The newer boosters have an electrically actuated electro actuated linear actuator system. So it's use electricity instead of the accumulator. Probably was a good design choice given what's going on right there.
Reports first stage engines not on.
Yeah, right, Ashton.
What a sight from the ground cameras.
What about the engine down in the lower left that went out shortly after the HPU pop? I have no idea. That looks like, I mean, we did see a green flash, dude, so...
We're flying at twice the thrust of the Saturn V heading to space.
Acquisition signal, surface proceed.
We're throttled down and
see those two engines out over there are perfectly in line with the HPU. The other hydraulic power unit is over there. He did have his own rocket company, that's right. The two at the top were already out before the pop. Were they? Yeah. Alright, well, Let's take a look. Does one of them go out right when it pops? Let me take a look.
Booster after chamber pressure is nominal.
T+33 seconds into the test flight of the inaugural Starship vehicle. Tower cleared, we're into pitch over.
That one. That one right there. Interesting. Interesting. Sig back, was it righteous? Thanks for the bits, XTC.
What a sight when the ground cameras at Starbase.
I haven't slept in 24
We're
hours.
flying at twice the thrust of a Saturn V heading to space.
What do I think caused the recycle? So 7, they had a bad gas closeout. So they didn't evac all the propellants from the fuel lines and bad tank ullage pressure. Easily fixable. And they did fix them, and it did fly. Yeah, the hydraulic power unit broke that motor right there. I'm not sure what happened to those two.
Down and throttled back up.
Did they try to relight? Well, guys, the outer ring of engines here cannot relight. They don't have the equipment to. The inner ones can. The LOX is going down way faster than the CH-4.
Through the period of maximum aerodynamic pressure. As the velocity increases, the density of the atmosphere is decreasing.
Dude, that is my favorite shot. Unfreaking real. The one on the outside did relight. That could be intermittent telemetry, Moguni, but that thing can't. The engines, I'm telling you, they don't have the pneumatic systems to be able to restart. I mean, were you watching this or were you actually watching this? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, that's right.
Is decreasing.
Max Q.
Lessening stress on the vehicle. The call out. Max Q
Yes,
now. Continuing to watch the first stage as we head downrange. "100 seconds into flight. Our next major activity is going to be shutdown of the first stage. The Houston tracking station now acquiring the vehicle. With shutdown, we will get separation of Starship from Super Heavy and ignition of the Starship engines. When Starship separates, we light up 6 engines.
Yeah, see, I'm not sure what that is. That looks like a LOX leak.
Engines in a staggered sequence. If all goes well, those 6 engines will burn.
But it could just be how the gases are propagating there.
Onboard view from Starship.
Freaking real, dude.
And there's views of the Raptor engines on the second stage as we prepare for stage separation. Now, after stage separation, the first stage will flip and begin a boost.
See, this is what I mean, guys. See the roll imparted on the vehicle? These engines in the center should easily be able to compensate for the roll, because those ones have thrust vector control. But the HPU exploded. But I do see right there. See right there? See the flames? They're going down. You can literally watch the flames change direction, which means they still have partial control of the thrust vector control system. If I had to guess, the engines that hydraulic power unit was controlling for TVC were probably roll. Maybe the roll side of things, or maybe they lost some of the thrust vector control, but you can see it gimbal in the top left over here.
Landing in the Gulf.
Oh yeah, that thing's toast. It's a shame we never got to staging. Right?
Continuing
Penelope,
to fly.
it's gonna be amazing.
2 minutes 40 seconds. Let's get ready for main engine cutoff.
Restriction cutoff.
Beginning the flip for stage separation.
Yeah, see, velocity's going down, and now it's going, yeah. See how it kind of stopped and then started and then stopped? See that? So you can deduce from the telemetry here, because of the starting and stopping of the velocity like this. See how it's going to slow down right here? And then it's going to stop for a second, and then it's going to start increasing. That means the vehicle flipped over. We've used varying speed like that on past broadcasts, not necessarily from SpaceX, to basically get the rotations per minute, and from there you can kind of decipher the degrees radian rates from there. So basically which way it's spinning.
Obviously, this is does not appear to be a nominal situation.
Yeah, it does appear to be spinning, but I do want to remind everyone that everything after clearing the tower was icing on the cake.
It's pretty cool, man. She's bleeding LOX fast. You can see it in the telemetry near the flip and the loss rate. No. Tessa, that might not necessarily be losing LOX. If the vehicle is flipping end over end, if it flips nose down, all the LOX is going to go to the front of the tank. Even if you're under acceleration. If the TWR is bad, all the LOX are going to go to the front of the tank. Wish they could have saved the upper section. Yep. So that, I don't see why your LOX load indicator would be at the top of the tank, right? So that's probably why the LOX amount just goes up and down while it's flipping end over end. How much money did they just lose? I mean, freaking, you lost hardware, and that is a monetary loss. But here, obviously, but that stuff was outdated. But the flight data is literally invaluable. The flight data is equity. It's equity in the company, because now your engineers are that much closer to building the most powerful operational vehicle. So, yeah, probably expensive. That looks a little bit expensive. This is Mike Baylor's auto track. Damn, that's cool. That is a Das Wow if I've ever heard one. Yeah, that's a good point. They triggered the FTS on the first stage, and the second stage, Starship was just like, all right. Oh wait, no, you blew me up too. Looks like a bomb went off, Creeper. Yeah, see, there's something real bad's going on up in there. So, guys, there's an imaginary track, right? So think of like if you took a slinky and you went like this. There's an imaginary cylindric, usually, track that the vehicle goes up in, and it basically shows the launch corridor for the rocket. It's probably about like a half mile in each direction, so we're probably talking about like a mile-wide cylinder that goes all the way up into space, and that's the track for the vehicle. If the vehicle goes outside of the track, it triggers the flight termination system. And you'll see, well, they cut it, but it pretty much went out of the track right after this. Zockley hosted me. Oh, thank you. Zockley, can you believe that, dude? Can you believe that? More damage around the NSF van. Yeah, Creeper, I clicked on it already, bud. Sorry, I can't share every link. There's a lot of people in here. It looks like all the tiles were mostly on there cooking. It's kind of hard to see, though. Oh! Oh, that's toast. It looks like it does, Rensu. Yeah, something really bad. That HPU blowing up really screwed them. Here, I want to see SpaceX's launch again. I need to see this one more time, just because it's that freaking nuts. I can't believe this thing actually launched. I can't believe that. I can't believe it. It actually did it. It went past max Q, Savage, yeah. It went past max Q with like half of its gimbal authority, which is pretty damn impressive, dude. Yeah, that's bits of the pad flying. It was only supersonic, Big M. Yeah.
Booster upper chamber pressure is nominal.
But still, pretty damn impressive.
Like 33 seconds into the test flight of the inaugural.
So, Tomas, the reason why I think it didn't stage is because, well, it looks like Super Heavy and Starship detected that some of the engines were out. So the burn time on the first stage was a lot longer than the original mission time. It seems like Super Heavy was trying to compensate, but there's only so much you can do when you don't have control authority. And once the control authority gimbal locks, there's nothing you can do. The reason why I didn't think they let Starship go is because Super Heavy's onboard computers Starship and Super Heavy's onboard computers were trying to push the stage even more. To get to the proper staging altitude and velocity, and if the computer's designed to compensate for thrust here and there, it's not designed to recover from basically a tailspin like that. So the computers were trying to get it to staging when they blew it up. Long story short. Rocket Guy, what's going on, man? Yeah, Hibbit, that's pretty impressive, dude. Yeah, Kuman, if the other engines are compensating, it should be the dynamic pressure should be consistent with a nominal ascent. Might be a little bit higher, but yeah. So when is the next test launch expected? It really depends on how damaged that pad is, friend Cam. Do we know if the debris fell in the bay or inland? It's at the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico, Colonel. The grid fins are fixed, pilot. They don't move in this design. Oh, yeah. Very, very bad induced roll. And it's still compensating, which is pretty damn impressive, man. That's pretty freaking impressive. Yeah. 2,000 kilometers an hour. And yeah, see... Super Heavy's trying to compensate for the fact that those engines are out. The computers know those engines are out, so that explains that question. One of the biggest questions that I got asked right up until liftoff is how many engines can they lose? Well, it seems like they can lose 5, and it's really not a big deal because it's still trying to compensate. But the problem is that if your hydraulic power unit controlling your thrust vector control decides to destroy itself on the way up, you can only compensate so much, dude. If you gimbal lock some of the engines, that's it. You're screwed. That's certainly a wild ride. Rocket Guy, that was dope, and congratulations, buddy. Unfreaking believable. Yeah. Forge, you see that? You guys want to see how powerful a rocket overpressure event is? Look at that. Gases did that. Gases did that. It bent one of the water tanks. That's what I mean when I say nuclear blast. The overpressure event? Oh, yeah. Yeah, nuclear blast. Or high, really high energy thermobaric weapon. Unbelievable, incomprehensible amount of force. Like, you don't know how powerful it is until you see something like that. I mean, did you see it destroy that frickin' van? Oh, yeah. The entire stack has the explosive potential of a small nuke, not the engine's lighting. Yeah, Hellfish, that's false. You should stop making stuff up. The overpressure event is the pressure difference is on par with the nuclear blast. You're getting the two confused. Van, don't destroy me! What van? Nah, I don't know whose van. NASA Spaceflight's van or something. Totally broken. Elon said next test launch is in a few months on Twitter. Do they have another booster and ship ready to go? Yeah. Ship 26 and booster 9? It was the NSF van. RIP. I don't know, DJ. It's hard to tell because that picture was taken on a potato. Booster 7's interstage crumpled under the forces. I want to see this one more time.
8, 7, 6, 5, 3.
Yeah, Paraxin seems to be okay. I mean, they did kick up a lot of debris. And somewhere around there, one of the doors from the OLM is flying around. See, those are pieces of the pad.
Booster after chamber pressure is nominal.
I can't believe that thing flew this far. Oh, yep. Yeah, John, we saw that already.
Test flight of the inaugural Starship vehicle. Tower clear to end a pitch over. Propulsion reports first stage engines nominal.
See, they still have thrust vector control because the vehicle pitched.
We're flying at twice the thrust of the Saturn V heading to space.
Acquisition of signal, this is Christie.
We're throttled down and throttled back up. Going through the period of maximum aerodynamic pressure.
Hang on 1 second, I need to see something.
Acquisition of signal, this is Christie.
We're throttled down and throttled back up.
I don't think this telemetry is right.
Going through the period of maximum aerodynamic pressure.
What's the best to keep up to date with SpaceX stuff? NASA Spaceflight, Shard Sheriff. These guys over here who I'm a contributor for. NASA Spaceflight on YouTube. I'll link you up the stream, dude. Go over here. They do pretty much daily SpaceX updates, sometimes by me.
As the velocity increases, the density of the atmosphere is decreasing.
Max Q.
Lessening stress on the vehicle. The call out, Max Q now. Continuing to watch the first stage as we head down range.
Unfreaking believable.
100 seconds into flight.
I can't believe that.
Our next major activity is going to be shutdown of
The
the
thing's
first
literally
stage.
destroying itself on the way up, and it still stays in one piece.
With shutdown, we will get separation of Starship from Super Heavy.
Trekkie, once again, the overpressure event is the pressure wave from a nuclear blast. A flat wall is actually not what you want. You want to deflect the pressure wave up and away. A flat wall, it would just completely obliterate
The Starship engines. When Starship separates, we light up 6 engines in a staggered sequence. And if all goes well, those 6 engines will burn for almost 6.5 minutes. Onboard view from Starship. And there's views of the Raptor engines on the second stage as we prepare for stage separation. Now, after stage separation, the first stage will flip.
Can the flying debris from the pad hit the engines or ship? It's possible. Full thrust, yeah.
And begin a boost back maneuver for landing in the Gulf.
Yeah, Salient. We'll watch that some other time when I'm a little more with it, guys.
Continuing to fly.
They made that max Q call with the vehicle still subsonic. I don't think they could have hit it as much as calling when it should have hit max Q. Yeah, Detribit, I'm going to have to agree with you on that one. Thanks for the amazing coverage. Yeah, Guru, no problem. Crumpled interstage? Doubt.
Beginning the flip for stage separation.
I don't think so, Demo. Where is that shot supposed to be? Somewhere around here?
It's into the test flight of the inaugural Starship vehicle.
I think the vibrations from this camera are warping the image. I don't think that's right at all.
Tower cleared, we're into pitch over.
I mean, look at that, dude. If you pause this at the right time, it looks broken. It's just the vibrations breaking up the TV feed. Look at the fire between the engines at 120. Yeah.
First stage engines nominal. What a sight from the ground cameras at Starbase. We're flying at twice the thrust of the Saturn V heading to space.
Yeah, green.
Acquisition signal, surface proceed.
Rocket guy, the HPU popped on the way up and it broke an engine.
We're throttled down and throttled back up. Going through the period of maximum aerodynamic pressure. As the velocity increases, the density of the atmosphere is decreasing.
Max Q.
Lessening stress on the vehicle. The call out, max Q now.
Gullux, I don't see anything going on there.
Continuing to watch the first stage as we head down range.
Yeah, Shifty. The fact that it took that amount of shear load is unbelievable.
100 seconds into flight.
Noble, I think the hydraulic power unit popped. It pops. It's really easy to see it. It's right there. See that big char mark? You can see where it was. Watch. So something caused it to pop, right? The next booster doesn't have the HPU. Watch right there. Boom. See that? That's no good. And whatever that did, it damaged one of the Raptors. And then the heat from this, it sprayed hydraulic fluid everywhere. Watch. So this thing pops, it starts spraying hydraulic fluid everywhere, and the hydraulic fluid finds the heat from these, and then it blows the thing completely off. Watch. There's your initial pop. Hydraulic fluid's leaking everywhere, and boom, it lit it all on fire. That's it.
3 seconds into the test flight of the inaugural Starship vehicle. Tower cleared, we're into pitch over.
And in fact, I think that's what all this flashing is the remaining hydraulic fluid from the thrust vector control pissing into the rocket flames. Oh,
First stage engines nominal. What a sight from the ground cameras at Starbase.
New ones use electric actuators. Yeah, Ordon, they probably use electric actuators for that exact reason.
At twice the thrust of the Saturn V heading to space.
See the green? That's not good.
Acquisition signal, surface proceed.
We're throttled down and throttled back up. Going through the period of maximum aerodynamic pressure.
Stop at 120 and you could see it. Yeah, I don't know why you... What are you talking about here? 120. I told you I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. It just looks like ice coming off of the booster. You're talking about this stuff right here? That's just ice hitting the flames. I don't see anything around 120, Galtrix. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Stress on the vehicle. The call out. Max Q.
Look between the engines.
On the vehicle. The call out. Max Q now.
I'm too tired to see it. I don't see anything there, guys. Hoppy is severely damaged. Rip. He means there's a fire in the engine bay between the vectoring
Discovery,
engines.
go at throttle up.
Increases. The density of the atmosphere is decreasing.
Max Q.
Lessening stress on.
Let's see, 80 months. Okay, guys, stop DMing me, please. Wait, please. It's too much. I can't keep up, man. I haven't slept in like 24 hours, man. You guys got to bear with me, okay? You guys got to bear. I'm running on caffeine and adrenaline right now. I don't see anything weird here, dudes. It's hella hot in there, but I think it's normal. I'm telling you, I don't see anything out of the ordinary here, but what do I know? Nobody's ever seen this before. And secondly, you don't need to DM me on Twitch to tell me you DM'd me on Discord. Please, for the love of God. Please don't do that. Dudes, you're killing me right now.
Vehicle, the call out. Next Q now.
Yeah, Glugs for sure.
Continuing to watch the first stage as we head down range.
No problem, Trekkie. It's okay, dude.
100
You didn't need
seconds
to
into
apologize.
flight.
I didn't say who it was, dude.
Our next major activity is going to be shutdown of the first stage. Houston tracking station.
Did it get higher than the N1? I don't think so. I don't think it
Now
did.
acquiring the vehicle. With shutdown.
I think the N1 got to 50 kilometers. This one got to 32.
We'll get separation of Starship and Super Heavy and ignition of the Starship engines. When Starship separates, we light up 6 engines in a staggered sequence. And if all goes well, those 6 engines will burn for almost 6.5 minutes. Onboard view from Starship. And there's views of the Raptor engines on the second stage as we prepare for stage separation. Now after stage separation, the first stage will flip and begin a boost back maneuver for landing in the Gulf.
Oof. Yeah, the vehicle, the whole thing flips over on the telemetry. I didn't notice that. Look.
For landing in the
Look.
Gulf.
Look, watch. It goes whoop. It starts pointing in the other direction. Whoop. Not good. Just dropped. It got no gas in it. Yeah, Hoppy took a little bit of a beating, guys, but it's all good.
Continuing to fly. 2 minutes, 40 seconds. Let's get ready for main engine cutoff.
Unbelievable.
Beginning to flip for stage separation.
If there is an error like this, why should they terminate it? If it goes out of the track, if it goes out of its temporary flight restriction, Gary, it could be unsafe. It could fly into a plane's corridor or something. Stay in your lane. That's what the FAA says. Rocket Guy, I can't believe that thing stayed in one piece. It flipped it going 2,000 kilometers an hour. That's pretty impressive, dude. Nice. You must leave this space. It seems like a flap ripped off. That tweet doesn't exist.
For landing in the Gulf.
Effects from 10 miles away. For the 4th time, Tessa, it's been linked already. Bruh.
Booster engine cut off.
Beginning the flip for stage separation.
I'm a simple man. I hear rocket troubles. I turn on EJ. They lost thrust vector control, Ben. The hydraulic power unit exploded. Like 20 seconds into the flight. I'm amazed it made it that far with basically half of the gimbal. Yeah, rocket, right? Yeah, we're losing steam. The adrenaline's starting to go away, chat. But I don't want to stop watching either. Yeah, well, it's my job to fix that, Junie. Just remember that, dude. How much fuel was in it? It had a full tank of gas, Hunter.
As of right now,
I don't think the ACS is firing on Starship. It's super hard to tell, dude. We're so far away.
where Starship
Maybe?
should separate from the super
Yeah,
heavy
maybe.
booster.
Because it changed sides, dude. You see that?
Yeah, Kate, right now it looks like we saw the start of the flip, but obviously we're seeing from the ground cameras the entire Starship stack continuing to rotate. We should have had separation by
Ben,
now.
of course.
Obviously,
Robert,
this
I love the analysis, dude. It helped me understand what went wrong. Now go get some sleep. All right.
does not appear to be a nominal situation.
Yeah, it does appear to be spinning, but I do want to remind everyone that everything after clearing the tower was icing on the cake.
Oop.
And there, as you saw, as we promised, an exciting end to the Starship.
I just want to see the liftoff again. I just want to see the liftoff.
T-minus 15 seconds.
I can't believe this happened, dude. I can't believe it.
9, 8.
I'm good, Zay. Thank you.
6.
No, love that. Believe this?
0 post-launch flight operations. Booster after chamber pressure is nominal.
Plus 33 seconds into the test flight of the inaugural Starship vehicle.
How much power is this compared to SLS? Chaos. SLS has a 8.8 million pounds of thrust. This has 15 million pounds of thrust. Oh yeah, it's not even throttled all the way. All the engines took off at 90% of rated. At full power, it produces 16.5 million pounds of thrust, which is 72,000 kilonewtons of thrust. Yes. How much thrust? Yes, that was the most powerful rocket that's ever left the ground. By a long shot. It dug a hole under the OLM. Yeah, fellas. See, a lot of people, why don't they have a flame trench? Why don't they have a flame trench? Why I can't understand why they don't have a flame trench. You remember when I said like 2 or 3 months ago that anything you put underneath that flame trench you're going to lose? There was concrete there. A solid slab of it. It ain't there no more. You see what I mean? That's what I mean when I say a deflector under there, yeah, that probably, it might help maybe a little bit.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Also, yeah, once again, the door is missing. The door on the OLM, there's supposed to be a blast door there. It's gone. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what hit the NSF van or something. Or it's most likely just a chunk of concrete. Do you have a picture of it intact for comparison? Give me 1 second. Is that good enough? There was a flat slab of concrete there. Not anymore. Yeah, see, that's a good enough picture to get the point across. That's what it looked like before. It was just a flat slab of concrete. This picture from Lab Padre, yeah, there's So rocket engines are abrasive, guys. It's like sandblasting things, but with flaming hot gases. Yeah, a little bit abrasive down there. That was flat, and now there's a crater underneath. That's what I'm talking about the overpressure event from all the engines firing. Now, don't get me wrong. The total energy from the rocket, if released all at once, is on par with a nuclear blast. But the engine's firing and subsequent overpressure event that happens is basically on par with the pressure wave from a nuclear blast. See what I'm talking about? Also, the hydraulics inside of the OLM aren't looking too good. I don't know how you could possibly discern that from any pictures given. But, sure. Yeah, that was, serious, that seems right. Wait, is the concrete gone? Geek, I don't know if you remember when I said a little while back that, you know, people are like, why don't you put a flame deflector underneath it? Anything underneath that thing, you're going to lose. You'd need a flame trench as big as 39A. Seriously, if you're going to even do this even remotely right. Sorry, just got back from a call. No, it's good, man. It's gone. Reduced to ashes. Launch pad. Super heavy ignition. Gone. What about a giant vertical hole? Why won't that work? Okay, so you're shooting that into a cylinder in the ground full thrust. Where do the gases go? They'll go to the bottom of the cylinder, they'll come right back up and shoot right into the rocket. Would an ablative deflector work? Yeah, fireworks, sure, but that kind of defeats the point. Rapidly reusable. If the pad isn't just as reusable as the rocket, then you've got a big problem. You've got a big problem with the rapid reuse, which is why I don't think this is the reason why I don't think SpaceX even bothered with putting anything down there, because they don't have a solution. They don't have a solution for freaking 33 engines igniting. They don't have a flame. They don't have a solution for that yet. More pads? Yeah, maybe. So did it make it to orbit? Nope. No, it didn't. Taller towers. I mean, Benny, it worked for the Apollo program. Just saying. Build it on water. 75 million newtons will do that. Yep. What if they put a wormhole below the rocket and toss the gases into the upper atmosphere? What if they built a wormhole and tossed the gases into the upper atmosphere? What do you think will happen now? Repair the pad? Put the next one on there. Anyway, guys. All right. I wonder how the camera below the engines is. Gone. Reduced to ashes. Unbelievable. Unbelievable footage. Just unbelievable all around. But anyway, Guys, I'm gonna start packing it in. That was crazy. Crazy. So, I want some Starship launch glass from the superheated sediment. Me too, Benny. So, fellas, here. So, I'm not going to be here tomorrow. I need Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday off. I will see you guys on Tuesday. Thank you, everybody that bit tips and subbed. I have some real-life stuff to do this weekend. Going on a little bit of a road trip. Benny, thank you. Thank you for watching, dude. Thanks for all the support. So I will see you guys on Tuesday at noontime, and we'll tee up Kerbal, and we can talk more about this over the weekend. Or after the weekend. So let's see who we can raid up. In the meantime, let's keep this party going, I think. Let's see. Let's go give Giant Waffle a raid, dudes. Let's go see what he's up to. Giant Waffle is pretty much talking about the same stuff. He's doing the same thing that I am right now. So thank you for all the bits. Thank you for all the tips. Thanks for all the subs. Guys, I do appreciate it. You guys are the best. You guys take too good a care of me. Thank you very much. Sorry for being short. I haven't slept in a day. Seriously. It's time to wake up. That's my alarm. I woke up at 11 o'clock yesterday and I haven't slept since. I've been basically streaming since noontime yesterday. I stopped for a little bit of time, but I'm basically, like I said, I'm running off coffee and adrenaline right now. I'm going to bed. Oh, boy. Happy 420 day, everybody. I hope you get just as high as Starship. That was good. Come on. Go see what Waffle's up to, dudes, and I will talk to you. I'll talk to you all next Tuesday, okay? Thank you very much for watching, and have a good night. Or, it's not night. It's 11 in the morning. It's 11 in the morning. I'm going to bed. Thanks, guys. I do appreciate it. I need to sleep. Have a good night. I almost said it again. It is daytime, you idiot. It is daytime. Hello? Have a good day and have a good weekend. I'm going to sleep. Good night. No, damn it. I'm not doing that on purpose, I swear. I swear I'm not doing that on purpose. It's just habit. It's just habit. I'm leaving now. Bye.